the only portion of a definition he gives. But we were talking about markets being not coerced into buying or selling something. And he brought up a coercion argument, which was good.
Interesting. I mean,
yeah, I posited that basically someone suffering a heart attack, the very idea that healthcare in a heart attack situation is a free market or could be free market is bullshit, because the person getting a heart attack has the choice of paying whatever it was. They can't negotiate. They're coerced into the transaction, or they die.
Was it loosely veiled in fake philosophy?
What, his?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came back and said, well, that's like, they started hopping between all these schools of theory. So Austrian, Milton, Adam. And I said, it doesn't matter. Across any of them, you have to have voluntary actors.
Well, this is why when you take any upper level economics course, they don't go into what so-and-so said in the 17 or 1800s. They're assuming you learn that those were just theories in your introductory courses. Then you start going into modern economics and how those foundational theories are no longer valid and how you've adapted them. He's missed that whole step with most libertarians, right? That's why when real economists talk to them, they're like, you're so lost in the sauce. Like, you haven't been able to critically analyze any kind of modern theory because you're stuck in the ideologies of people that had economic viewpoints before cars or an assembly line was created, or global trade in the modern sense.
It was pretty embarrassing. Then he just started laughing, saying that I had no idea what I was talking about. Loss.
Sanjay had a really good definition for free market, or what must exist for free market to exist. So it was interesting. It was a good conversation. Some people didn't like it. Stargazer said, "Can we talk about anything else?" Economics is not everybody's thing, for sure. But I liked it. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, you know, the irony is Goose does that sometimes. Like, he'll stop a conversation midway and be like, I'm done. We can't keep talking about economics. But he consistently has like guys like Macro and Easy and other like libertarians that only want to talk about the gold standard and why the Fed is evil constantly. And it's like, dude, you can't have these people on your panel and not expect them to only talk about that. I mean, like, oh, was there some kind of natural disaster or something that Trump said in the news today? Well, let me go back to why we should go back to the gold standard. And it's like, what the fuck, man?
If Bren is here, I apologize in advance.
Do you guys think something's wrong with Trump's hands, or do you think that's just BS?
Yeah, man. Hell, let me ask you, you got anyone in your family over 80 years old?
Yeah, a few.
Would you ever vote for them to be president?
No.
Okay, there you go. Something's wrong with his hands.
I would vote if people have actually common sense and they know what they're coming from. Yes, absolutely. Trump knows the business that comes from there. Yes.
I forget Trump's that old. Trump looks good for 80, to be honest.
He comes from old money, right? He knows how to deal with these people. He knows.
Sure.
Business.
I will answer your question. Like Dad was alluding to, when you get IVs or you constantly need to get injected with fluids, when you're old, like a peach, you bruise easily. So what we're seeing on his hands sometimes are bruises from an IV drip of some sort, because trying to find a vein and constantly doing that, it leads to bruising.
Yeah, all people happen to live, unfortunately. They live to live, right? Yeah, he's an old man. Obviously.
Do you guys think Trump looks good for his age, or no?
Yeah, no. That's like, I'm trying to figure out why. He's an old man. He's always been an old man.
Are you okay? I feel like you're really.
Yeah, Hype, like, what the heck?
Well, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that he's legitimately
No,
he's
it
getting
sounds
old. He's getting old.
it sounds to me like you're drunk. I mean, seriously.
Okay, my bad. I'm
Or
sorry.
do you
Are
smell
you?
burnt toast? No, we're worried about your speech and like.
It's happy hour somewhere. Let's go.
I mean, it's
I just
okay if you've
I would
imbibed.
crack
We're
open a
just
beer right now.
concerned.
No,
Yeah,
no, no. Actually,
if you've been
I'm
drinking,
actually,
it's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
I
yeah. No,
just
no, no, no. It's not. It's not. It's just, yeah. Actually, I'm on medication right now, so it affects me in a way. It's not. It's not like that.
You're good.
okay.
You're good.
Okay, I was just a little worried. I mean, there was a noticeable difference.
No, it's blood pressure stuff. So I have to take medication for it. Has nothing to do with everything. It sucks. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I think
if you're a Democrat, you have lower blood pressure because you don't worry about everything
Oh
all the
my
time, and you have
God, suck a
solutions.
dick.
You actually have solutions to problems,
Oh
so
my
you can
God.
actually solve shit.
No,
You see,
that's
you
not
say shit
true,
like that, and
Mojo.
you
I got
fucking
you, Hype. I got you. I'm a
it.
chastising. That is
Okay,
not
okay.
true, Mojo. The lower blood pressure on average in Democrats is caused from lower amounts of obesity on average.
Um, okay, I was actually saying that it's nice to have solutions to stuff. That way, you're less stressed
Oh
about
my
things.
God, so that's not what you were trying to do. Like, it's cute though. I love you. You're cute.
I agree with that too. I just want to point out that on average, conservatives are fatter.
Yeah. No,
It's true,
not.
Hype. Look it up.
Yeah,
There's
well,
studies out
I'm
there.
not gonna
Swear to
fight you over
God.
it. I know I can't because I can't. All right.
Oh, I don't know if I can do this.
What are we gonna do about it?
I don't know, but you don't sound good. Maybe you shouldn't be on TikTok right now.
um I'll say something quick. Do you guys invest in stocks or no?
Yes.
This is not a
Heavily
sales
invested.
pitch, by the way.
I love that Galt comes in here to say, I cooked. He's the only one in here saying he cooked after he got his ass kicked. That's fucking
Yes,
hilarious.
I could.
He's got one of those easy bake ovens and thinks he's a chef.
Mhm.
Real quick. No, I'm saying. Today GTA 6 trailer came out on Netflix. And
Oh,
that's and that's the first time a trailer came out on Netflix, and it's already done records. And I'm just copying someone online, and kind of they made a point. Netflix is going to invest hugely on gaming. They're going to compete with Xbox, PlayStation, because they have a huge game catalog already. And with them doing what they did today with GTA 6, what was it, 2 hours ago? I was watching in the background. If you guys want to invest on Netflix, now it's a good time.
No, Predictor, those games are actually based towards family and things, so you're not going to get everybody to jump on that just because they're family and children's games. That's basically what they are right now.
No, but they're
The
going to
catalog
invest
is
in it
not that
next year.
big.
No, they're going to invest hugely on their gaming stuff next year and focus
but
on like
how?
people like
What are
me,
they?
people like Mr. Mojo. Like eventually, Mr. Mojo is going to play Netflix or whatever they're going
I
to do.
highly doubt that. I
I'll
game as
give you
well.
the
Okay.
technical.
All right.
I'll give you the technical background behind it. They have the infrastructure to deal with the latency that is usually what gets in the way of modern gaming to be able to stream it. And they're testing it now. They're testing it out now with some lower graphic games that you're able to use your controller. So a lot of like turn-based games and things like that. So I don't think that they're going to be competing with the Xbox and the PlayStations and the Steams of the world. But they are certainly investing in their gaming infrastructure for the living room family setting that they're trying to eat into Nintendo's market more so than PlayStation and Xbox.
Just to not to like keep talking about this. I'm saying Xbox, PlayStation because of what happened today with GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to be the biggest game. I feel like a lot of people are not going to be on TikTok live. Like we've been waiting 12 years for more. I don't even know how long. And the fact that they have GTA already in Netflix. They have GTA San Andreas, Vice City, whatever. So I think something's going to happen where they're going to make their own games or there's going to be exclusive stuff with GTA and Netflix.
Okay. I don't know why that matters.
No, I'm just
Short of
saying
the
you guys
fact
should
that-
invest on Netflix, buy some shares.
Short of the fact that, well, I don't know. It seems like we're moving into a Demolition Man world where one company's going to own and control everything. Seems like a bad idea.
My God, I made that decision. You guys were fucking horrible towards me, but you're very nice to him. That's sexist.
You're not. Never mind.
You're a sexist person.
Yeah.
Not financial advice, but in September, Anthropic is changing their price. A lot of development teams have moved over to Cursor. Unfortunately, Cursor was acquired by fucking SpaceX, so I would say invest in Cursor, but they've already been bought, which fucking sucks.
See, at some point in time in the near future, one company's going to start buying everything. Don't know which one.
SpaceX is acquiring a lot of. That's always kind of been their game, though, right? The big. What are they called? What are the companies? God damn it! What is the acronym for the big Silicon Valley companies? Oh my god, I should know this. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, it's Google, Meta, Apple. They buy all these companies for their proprietary software or their patents, and then fucking unalive that technology. Which is not good capitalism, Dr. Galt.
It's actually perfect capitalism.
You're talking about Fang?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is it not good capitalism?
Competition and stamp out something that is more intuitive and efficient.
Yeah, why would they do that?
Because they're buying out their competition. What do you mean?
Well, why wouldn't they just use what the technology their competition had? Then why would they destroy it?
Because they can make. Yeah, go ahead.
For the same reason that oil companies buy up patents for alternative fuel sources and still drill for oil, and then put those patents on the fucking shelf.
Well, no, most of the oil companies are actually investing in renewable energy. They're just kind of getting ahead of the curve because the government.
They're way behind the curve, just so you know.
Okay.
The thorium reactor was shelved back in the 60s, and somehow China got its hands on it, and China's already built a thorium reactor, and we still haven't yet. So I'm not sure what the fuck you think is going on here, but corporations will buy up patents and they will buy up companies and they will shelve the shit that they were making because what they have right now is profitable, and they won't use that stuff because what they can do on their own is more profitable, and they just want to make sure that they have no competition.
Mr. Mojo, if IP laws didn't exist, would this be the case?
No.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you. I rest my case. I rest my case.
I don't know what your case is. You want to get rid of IP laws too?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Like completely? Yeah?
I'm sorry, what?
Like completely?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so if you write a book, then I can write the same book the following day and make money off of it too.
You could try, but I think Dr. G is way cooler than Mr. Mojo, but sure. Go ahead.
Okay, sweet.
Dr. G, how about Dr. OG?
That's good too.
I'll agree with you. I'm good with that. We can do that. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I don't really care. If you try to steal my ideas, then the market will just see you as a fraud, like a fraudulent tiger trying to roar at me.
My story will be better than yours.
Oh, so you're adding some labor to it, even better.
I might not. I might actually take some of your labor away because you just suck at writing and explaining things. So
that's fair. That's a pretty good critique of me in the market.
I'm just kidding. What the fuck?
I'm just saying, like, maybe you are a better writer. Huh?
Asshole. No, I mean, I'll agree with you. If you take away IP, you will definitely allow more competition in the marketplace, for sure.
Right. So, like, if Facebook were to, as Civics Tools over here had mentioned, had like purchased out my idea and then put it on the shelf and destroyed it. And I just turned around and I don't know, I found L Predictor over here and he invested money and we rebuilt it again.
Hey.
They'd have to like buy it again from us. Like that'd be pretty dumb. No, I haven't criticized China for copyright infringement. No, that wasn't me. But thank you.
Hypelic, I can't do it. Hypelic, you're very hard to understand right now. No, she's very hard to understand right now. She's got other shit to worry about.
She's on medication.
I know. She told us, and she's not going to be good on a panel right now.
So did you just become from Mr. Mojo to Free Market Mojo?
I think socialism is free market.
Yeah, is it actual free market or your definition of free market?
I don't know. Get Yingling up here. What was her name? Jingling, and have her give me the 4 pillars.
Wow, that was some racist shit right there.
Why is it racist? She's what? What was her name? I don't remember her name.
What, Sinjay?
Oh yeah, there you go. Whatever.
She's not even Asian. What the fuck?
I don't remember her name. Is that even her real name? I don't know. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's Danish.
Okay.
She's from Denmark.
Okay.
Maybe you were talking about Ling Ling.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
which is like pretty far from China or Asia.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I don't know, but that's some racist shit. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man.
What's racist?
No,
You're just picking random fucking Asian sounding names and putting them together and saying whatever.
She's not even Asian, Mojo.
It was a slip up.
Singjay? I don't remember her name, man. I'm
How
sorry.
are you guys both so racist?
No, I think I'm anti-Semitic, but I'm not racist.
It's like a conservative thing, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and say
I'm
practice.
anti-Semitic, but I'm not racist, man.
It's the practice that gets them that good.
Wait, am I being racist towards a white person, Mojo? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't know who you were talking about, but the names that you were throwing out there were pretty fucking racist.
It's Singjay, whatever. I don't remember her name, dude.
No.
What's her name, dude? I don't remember.
Now, Mei Ling would be racist. Anyways, can we get back to politics?
Yeah.
Anybody see that the Democrats are starting to take their backing away from Al Said?
What? They always have. What are you talking about?
They always have. Can you dive deeper into that?
Yes, the DNC backed his opponent.
What?
In the primary, forget her name. That's who the DNC was supporting.
Who? Haley?
What was her name? God damn it.
No, Civics. So I think you're just talking to talk.
I'm not talking to talk.
Okay, so this isn't even anybody running for anything. Nothing for midterms. There is, give me 2 seconds. I will pull up her name so we can be on the same page here.
Is it Haley Stevens?
Yes, Haley Stevens was backed by the DNC. Al Said beat her. They already weren't supporting him. This isn't new news.
No, sir. Give me a minute. Once again, you're speaking on shit. You got no idea what you're talking about, and you just want to talk.
He's
When's
going
the last time the
to come back
Democrats?
and say, "Oh shit, you were right."
When's the last time, Derek? When's the last time the Democrats have backed a progressive candidate?
So once again,
FDR?
no, hang on, not what I'm talking about. So I misspoke. Her name is Hillary Skelton. She's a Democrat in Michigan. She says she is not endorsing the U.S. Senate nominee Al Said, citing his
What did
ties.
Civics say? What was Civics talking about?
He was talking about Haley something else. I'm talking
And
about
why
Hillary.
was he talking about Haley?
Haley Seinfeld. She's a great musician.
Why was he talking about Haley?
Yeah, gay musician.
Yeah,
I
she's
don't
also in the
know.
movie Sinners, which was really good. Mojo, have you ever seen it?
Why was Civics talking about Haley?
I don't know why.
Because you gotta fucking listen, you dumb shit. The
So
Democrats, the Democratic Party, the DNC, backed his opponent in the primary. So the Democratic Party, or the DNC in general, was against El Said from the beginning. You have
So
to understand that.
Yeah, I mean that's probably a little bit true. I guess we can agree on
That's
that.
not just a little bit true. That is factually true. So you
Jesus
coming in and
Christ.
saying that they're against him is fucking stupid.
Well,
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
how
usually
you
in the
don't
primaries,
understand
they support their candidate, no?
Yeah, hold on,
Well,
Derek. Can
hang
we circle
on.
back? Derek, can we circle back to when you said I was just talking to talk?
Well, can we get to the point that I was trying to make? Because
And
it's
then you
not
just said,
necessarily.
well, yeah, I can agree on that. So what the fuck are you trying to, what
God.
point are you
All right.
making?
All right, let's get to the point. So it has nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with who he is. It has to do with his ties to Hassan Piker in the comments that Hassan made about the American Jews. That is why the
I
Democratic.
don't even know what woman you're talking about right now.
Well, then we should all relax, take a deep breath, and let's
What
maybe
woman
look
are you?
at.
Why
Hassan
does this,
Piker's a radical.
why should this woman matter? This woman
Because
in
she's
Michigan.
a representative inside of the Democratic Party.
So who the fuck cares?
Sorry, is she the chair?
I do not believe she is, but she's a Democrat inside of Michigan.
So
Okay,
who the fuck
so-
cares?
Yeah, is she in some kind of leadership position of the DNC?
Oh, here we go, trying to backpedal
I'm
it.
asking.
defend
I'm not
it.
backpedaling shit. I'm asking clarifying questions. You came in here saying the DNC is against him, and you brought up one person, and I'm asking what role she plays in the DNC, and now you're saying she's just some representative in the state of Michigan. So is that her opinion or the entire DNC's opinion?
She's a congresswoman. I don't know. I just put her name down bottom for you. You can do a little research. But at the end of the day, this is another issue for the Democratic Party. Because not only are the Democrats not backing him, as you guys just said.
I think we're fine. Don't worry about it, man. We're fine.
I mean, hey, that's
Yeah.
one of the
That's
many
fine. That's
things.
fine. We're fine. Don't worry about it, man.
Okay.
We're okay.
Let's go into a different topic.
Worry
since you
about
guys-
worry about Republicans. Worry about the fucking cult losing.
Worry about
Since-
yourself. All right, worry
Well,
about
they don't-
yourself.
Dr. Galt, you'll see that they don't like to talk about anything that goes on in theirs. You just saw it. Here's another one. A Harlem bodega owner is pleading with New York City Mayor Madami to relocate his city-run grocery stores away from his small business, citing that if you put this up here, you are going to put me out of business. So are you okay with putting out
It is
small
so
businesses?
cool that I don't live in New York.
See, here we go. Another fucking deflection. They're going to find every
Well, Derek,
reason
let
not
me
to
ask
give
you
a fuck.
question. Why do you care about New York so much? Every panel you're on, no matter what you talk about, it's always New York, New York, New York. Why? You don't even live
Well-
there. Why do you care?
You're correct, Ron. But this is what the Democratic Party wants, right? This is what you guys.
I'm a Democrat. I don't
Continuously.
care about New York. There you go. Neither does
Okay,
Mojo.
but
He
do
doesn't
you
care about New
it?
York.
What do you care about
America?
then?
Justin, isn't it true that 9/11 victims of the families don't want Mandani in the?
Yep. That's
Remember?
a different
Yeah, right.
conversation.
I knew
Yes.
it was true.
All right, I'll ask Derek. Maybe he'll answer because Cell Predictor didn't answer this when I asked. Do you think there's a higher percentage of 9/11 families that don't want Mamdani to attend than there is percentage of the population that don't want Mango Mussolini to continue running our country into the ground?
No.
Who's Mango
So-
Mussolini?
He's
Trump.
talking about fucking Trump. It's
Oh.
ridiculous.
Everybody's
That's
dead.
why.
Can you explain to me what how he compares to Mussolini?
No.
Okay, why
I
not?
mean, I could, but
No.
first I have to state my definition of what it's like to act like Mussolini, and my definition of that is you have to act like Trump.
I mean, Mussolini literally murdered his opposition with like a secret.
Donald Trump said he could do that, and you'd still support him.
Wait, he literally rounded up his opposition and murdered him.
Yeah, but Donald Trump said he could do that, and you'd still support him. Is he right?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh, so if he murdered somebody on Fifth Avenue, you would stop supporting him?
On Fifth Avenue?
Yeah.
So do you think Mussolini might have had some rhetoric leading up to the roundups of his political enemies?
Yeah, he was writing for a socialist newspaper, reading Sorrell. What's your point?
So Donald Trump's rhetoric of like going after his political opponents, there would be no parallel there for you, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's typical political rhetoric, saying you're going after opponents.
So which Democratic person has talked consistently about getting their political opponents out of like nonpartisan positions in government, labeled them domestic terrorists? Like, which ones?
Yeah, sure. So I would argue that the Democratic Party as a whole, and you could point to like, I don't know, the election we were just in where they were labeling Trump supporters Nazis. That was probably pretty bad. They went after Trump and tried to. Oh, you're gonna cut me off? They tried to put Trump in jail for like, I don't know, some grape case that's ridiculous. And obviously, the American people saw how like stupid that was.
Wait, nobody tried to put him in jail for that.
If you draw a line between like going after a single person for criminal activities to like going after all your political opponents, I think you've already lost this.
Well, like Letitia James, you wouldn't say that Letitia James, is she a fascist?
Is she a fascist for identifying that she wants to go after a well-known con and criminal in her district? No, I don't think so.
Okay, well then I would argue that going after communists who are enemy of the state that want to literally subvert the Constitution and everything this country stands for are treasons to the nation and should be locked up.
Hold on, Mojo. I agree with you, and I think that
fuck off.
Hold on.
Fuck off.
Don't
tell me to hold
Mojo.
on and say you agree. Fuck off.
No, you got to listen to where I'm going.
I don't have to listen to shit, you fucking bastard.
You don't have to.
Can we talk about today's day issues? Not fucking Mussolini.
I'm about to flip it on them, though, Mojo.
You guys
okay, flip it. Let's hear it. Flip it like a burger, bro.
So, yeah, I agree we should go after these communists that you say, but considering the Communist Manifesto that you like to consistently bring up was written and submitted by a conservative, yeah, sure, go after them.
Written and submitted by a conservative? What are you talking about?
We're not going down this whole track again. It was boring as fuck the other day, and it's boring as fuck now.
Can we
what
talk
do you even mean written and submitted by a conservative?
Mojo, the one that was brought to Congress and read, it was a conservative Communist Manifesto.
That was just him trying to describe communism.
Yeah, I mean, sure, lock them up too. I don't care. Yeah, go ahead. So, you want to lock?
Yeah, we should go after unicorns too, because they exist just like the communists.
No, wait. Let's talk about locking Mojo up, couldn't we? Everyone said you want to.
So anyway,
can we talk about
I don't want to get. So anyway, I don't want to get rid of the Constitution. I never said that I wanted to get rid of the Constitution in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Go.
Sure. Anyway, back to the subject. Everyone's dead, so we should.
That's what I fucking thought, you dipshit.
Yeah, you want to rewrite it.
Donald Trump did say he wanted to get rid of the Constitution. He did say that.
He did.
You still voted for him.
Yeah, and I would do it again.
Yeah. See, you're in a cult, and he's your Mussolini.
I am CA.
My Mussolini?
Yeah.
He's my Mussolini?
He is.
Okay.
Wait, why not Mustache Man?
Why not?
Because he supports the Jews. That's a hard argument.
Because Mango Mussolini is alliterative.
How do we go from fucking Madummy to fucking Mussolini? Like, this is why nothing gets fucking talked about. Well, no one gives a fuck about Mussolini, fucking, whatever the goddamn name is. Let's just talk about Bundy at this point. The fuck?
Well, this is just like ridiculous. And then you have Matt Mogul, who has never been on a panel, and he just loves calling me a bigot and a traitor. Get up here, you pussy.
Fucking leftist. He goes on like extreme leftist panels and then crashes out in 5 seconds.
Well, I mean, you did say some pretty racist shit earlier. So
what did I? I called Sing J. I called Sing J Ding J or something. What I don't even know what I called.
No, you called her like Linging or something.
Okay, yeah, I called a white woman the wrong name. That's racist. Are you stupid?
Naming off random sounds that sounded like Asian names. It was fucking weird.
It could have been Indian too.
Yeah, could have been Indian.
Yeah, could have been Indian.
India's in Asia, guys. Just geography lesson for you.
And how is mispronouncing somebody's name because I don't know it racist? What the fuck?
Because you
Because
were
the
spouting
intent
a bunch of
was for
shit.
racism.
You were spouting a bunch of words and sounds that sounded like something that would be Asian.
Do you remember when
I don't know. You
Detroit-
assumed that she was an Now I don't fucking know.
So now Singjay's an Asian?
It's like because you went right to it. It's like when Detroit stubbed his toe on the fern and yelled out the N-word. It just slips easy.
Okay, mispronouncing a
practice.
white woman's name is now racist. This is like reaching. Does your back hurt, Boomer Boy?
I'm a Gen X, thank you.
Yeah, whatever. This is like a terrible reach, by the way.
Not really, but that's all right.
Sorry, I'm not on my best game.
I do think it's funny that you thought they were going after Donald Trump and trying to put him in jail for sexual assault. Nobody tried to do that. It was a civil case. The felonies that you're talking about are the actual fraudulent signing of legal documents. 34 felonies, and you still voted for him.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Mojo? Something about 34 felons?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't really see that as a problem, what he did with I don't think paying off a hooker is a bad thing.
Well, that's not what they're
about paying off the hooker.
Yeah, the 34 count felons, he like paid off his lawyer to hide the fact that he paid off a hooker.
Oh, so
Stormy
it's hiding the
Daniels.
fact.
Huh?
Why was he trying to hide it?
I don't know, maybe he was embarrassed because she's I don't know, she's not like, I mean, he didn't want people to know he had sex with a porn star, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Why
don't you vote for Chase Oliver? Sorry, go ahead.
Are politicians allowed to do that in an election cycle?
What, have sex with porn stars?
No, try and hide previous misgivings.
Previous misgivings?
Yes.
No, they're not allowed to do that, no.
Okay, so he broke the law.
Sure.
Okay. 34 times as felonies. And
Yeah,
you're okay
34
with that.
different checks.
And you're okay with that?
I
Fucking
absolutely
wild.
am. Yeah, I'm absolutely fine with that.
Yeah. So fuck the Constitution and fuck the law in this country, right?
Well, no, the Constitution doesn't say he can't run for office if he fucks a porn star and tries to cover it up, right?
No, it doesn't. As a matter of fact,
Okay,
it allows
cool. We
felons.
agree.
It would allow felons to run for office. Absolutely.
Okay,
However,
so
it
why
does-
would you say that?
However, it does give Congress the right to set laws in this country, and those laws are to be followed by the people in this country. And if you are found guilty of breaking one of those laws, then you shall serve the punishment. But yet, this man who was found guilty by a jury of his peers, according to the Constitution, just as he was supposed to, is not serving time yet. He's still the president. So yeah, you are against the Constitution and you are against the laws in this country. So you're the one who should be locked up, not me.
Yeah, wait, hold on a second. Did his sentence require jail time?
We never know. We don't know that because the Supreme Court held off for too long from them to actually do a sentencing.
Okay, well, you should probably take that up with the Supreme Court then.
Well, the Supreme Court was appointed by this fucking felon. Remember?
Yeah, the one that constantly overturns all the dumb shit that he does. Yeah, I'm sure if they had a problem with him, they would have taken it up with him.
Yeah, except they fucking sat on their hands forever and didn't give time to actually sentence him.
And what's wrong with sitting on your thumb, Mojo?
Would you have voted for him if he was actually in a jail cell?
If he was in a jail cell?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. What is he in the jail cell for?
Fucking wild. That is so fucking wild. For the
what is he in the jail
felonies.
cell for?
We're talking about 34 felonies, you dipshit.
Bro, you said you'd vote for Hitler if he was a Democrat. So what are you talking about?
If he was a Democrat, he wouldn't be fucking Hitler.
Yeah, but you said you would vote for him.
If he was a Democrat, he would have no policies that Hitler had.
I'm saying
So
if
even
Hitler
his
ran
last
as a
name was
Democrat,
Hitler, if Hitler ran, if somebody with the last name Hitler ran as a Democrat, they would not do the same things that Hitler did.
okay, let's say Hitler was Hitler. He's running as a Democrat. You had to vote between Hitler as a Democrat.
He would never make it through the
Trump in
primary.
a jail cell.
He would never make it through the primary process.
Let's say he did. Let's say
He wouldn't.
Well, you gave me a hypothetical, Trump being in jail. So let's play off that.
No,
Trump's in
I
a jail
didn't give
cell.
you a hypothetical. He should have been sitting in jail.
Well, it is a hypothetical because he wasn't. So let's say he was, and Hitler was the Democrat. Would you have voted for Hitler or Trump in the jail cell?
I would not have voted if it was the actual Hitler that intended on doing exactly what he did.
So you would have been, a non-vote is a vote for Trump then in this scenario.
A non-vote would be a non-vote.
No, it'd be a vote for Trump. That's what you tell me if I don't vote. You tell people if they don't vote Democrat.
Yeah, that's true. You do say that.
Yeah.
I have never said that.
Yeah, you say a non-vote is a vote for Trump.
I have never said that. I've never said that.
You have.
Do you believe that?
It's wild that you would wait until after you. It's wild that you wait.
Yo, I got him.
It's
That's
wild.
hilarious.
It's wild that you wait until after you attribute something to me to actually ask me what I believe. That's fucking wild.
Dude, you laughed because you know I was right. I got the clip of you saying you'd vote for Hitler, bro. I got it in my back pocket. I got it twice.
That's fine. That's fine.
I would too.
Because if he was a Democrat, he wouldn't be Hitler. If he was Hitler, he wouldn't be a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be a Republican. Actually, he might be a libertarian, just like you.
Would you vote for Hassan Piker?
I would vote for any Democrat.
Even
Any
Hassan
liberal.
Piker? He said America deserved 9/11.
Anybody, America probably did deserve 9/11.
Yo!
What?
What the hell?
Yo, that's crazy.
Yo!
Well, not deserved it, but we probably earned it.
Nah, he
What?
said that. Mr. Mojo
That's
said it.
not what he
chickens-
said. You're taking it out of context.
The chickens came home. The chickens came home to roost.
Just doubling down today.
He
God.
said it.
Yeah. Why y'all
Damn.
He
defending
said
Mr.
it in
Mojo?
reference. He said it in reference to blowback.
No, y'all defending him, and he doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Again, he said it in reference to blowback because of American foreign policy. He didn't use the words "deserved it."
He said they probably did deserve it.
I said that. Not
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And they're defending you, saying you didn't.
Yeah, Civics, don't save your boy. He
I'm
said it.
He's a
Defending
grown ass man,
Hassan.
and he's saying it with his chest.
For the love of
talking about,
God.
he's talking about Hassan, not what I just said.
Yeah, Mo
No,
just
well,
said
this-
America
You
deserved
guys,
9/11.
you guys can't follow a simple conversation, can you?
Well, no, Hassan. Well, Hassan meant what he said. He just got caught. That's like a racist.
What did he
apologizing.
say? What did Hassan say? Did he?
Hassan
did he
said
say that
America deserved 9/11,
you
and then
think
he
said,
took accountability and apologized
he-
on the Young Turks.
You said he thinks. You think he said we deserve 9/11.
No, he said America deserved 9/11.
Wait,
I
El
don't know what
Predictor,
his
you're a
exact
Nick
quote
Fuentes
was.
fan?
He used to be. Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't
Oh,
like
boy.
me. He doesn't like a dark skinned Latino.
We got to have a conversation about that, man.
Oh. Well, he has educated me a lot about certain types of groups, and when I fact check him, he's always correct. And ever since I've been educated, my life has always gotten better. Only gotten better. I mean,
Yeah, but Mr. Mojo educates people, but he's out here saying that people deserve 9/11. So you should be careful on who educates you.
Little Eichmanns. They were little Eichmanns. This already happened, man. This happened right after 9/11 happened. I don't know if you remember, but there was a professor that came out and said, called the people in the Twin Towers little Eichmanns, and said that the chickens came home to roost. Do you guys not remember that? You never heard that?
Yeah, I was literally, I could see 9/11 when it happened.
damn. Where were you? Like, what? Do you guys remember? Can you guys say your 9/11 stories? I was 1 year old. Can you?
I was playing poker.
I was in I could see it from my high school. That's all I'll say.
Damn.
I was working in a shop.
Wow. Did you continue to work? Like they didn't close?
No, the
shop?
whole shop. So, no, it was North Carolina, Henderson, North Carolina. It was a government shop, and no, the whole place shut down. They rolled the TV out into the shop area, and everyone stopped.
Ward Churchill is the professor's name. After 9/11, he was actually my professor at the time, which is super interesting. But he wrote a paper about 9/11. He called the people in the he called the corporations in the Trade Center technocratic corpse, supporting an immoral global financial system. And the people that worked for them, little Eichmanns, people that just were little robots, little just following orders, shit like that. And then he said the chickens came home to roost. And there was a big, huge hullabaloo about it at the time.
Did he get fired?
They tried. He didn't. He was a tenured professor. He wasn't fired at that particular point in time. I think he got so much shit, though. He ended up retiring a little bit later after that. But
when y'all saw the first tower, did y'all think accident? Did y'all think holy shit?
Yeah, I thought it was an accident.
Damn. And then the second one hits, you're like, something's up, or
it was the whole room was like, oh shit. Like, that's not a fucking accident.
Damn.
Mojo, were you cheering? Mojo, were you cheering because the chickens came home to roost?
So fucked up.
Well, I'm just asking. I mean, he said they deserve it. I don't know.
I say that we have meddled in the Middle East for quite some time. It only makes sense that somebody would want to hit us back.
That's too far, though. They could have done something, a little message, maybe a little flag.
We actually could have stopped it too. It was George W. Bush that got a security memorandum in May of 2001 that said that they were planning on using planes to attack infrastructure in the United States, and did nothing about it.
Another fact,
basically allowed it to happen. But before that, W. Bush and his whole fucking crew, Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld and a couple other people, they wrote the Project for the New American Century. And that came out shortly after he got into office. And the Project for the New American Century said that we need to find a way to invade Iraq. And the best way to invade Iraq is if we can get some sort of an attack on the United States of America that would give us every reason to invade Iraq and oust Saddam Hussein. So you combine that with the security memorandum in May and the actual attack in September, seems to me like he knew it was coming and allowed it to happen for that very reason.
What about the 5 dancing Israelis and also Israel having knowledge about it going to the
I think that's just a conspiracy theory. I don't know if that's true at all.
It is true. I feel like you would have looked into that.
I don't do the loose change type of shit.
Well, those 5 dancing Israelis, it's a fact that they had connections with Israeli intelligence, and they didn't get convicted of anything, just got deported, but they were like, they get caught dancing right when it was happening, the attack.
You know what happened? You know what did happen for sure, though, is Osama bin Laden's family. He had a bunch of family members that were here in the U.S. at the time. As a matter of fact, they were some of them were at Camp David when it happened, and W had grounded all air travel in the United States of America. And the only plane that was in the air that day was one taking the bin Ladens out of the U.S.
Damn.
That was the only plane in the air.
Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh my God.
Why do you think that is, Mojo?
I think it's probably because they weren't involved, and we knew that they weren't involved, and they would be in danger here in the United States of America simply because of their last name. So he wanted to get them out of the country as fast as possible.
Do you think Trump is more efficient because he didn't have to blow up buildings to go to war?
I think he set up the Iran war in when he pulled us out of the JCPOA. I think he fully intended on having a second term, and he would have started this shit back then if he did.
Do you think he wanted to, what happened to Gaza? Like, you think he wanted that to happen as well?
I do.
Do you think we wanted Ukraine to get attacked by Russia, considering Boris Johnson and Kamala Harris told Zelensky not to take the peace deal?
I don't think that actually happened.
What? What do you mean? There's direct evidence it happened.
Yeah, I don't think that actually happened. You're talking about a meeting that occurred in the EU, and it was not necessarily about a peace deal. It was about the sanctions that were put on the oil tycoon or oil baron in Ukraine.
Yeah, and then Biden came out and said it's just going to be the tip, and they're going to have a small incursion. It wasn't going to be like a full-scale war, and he like kind of alluded to it happening, and then it was more than just the tip.
Yeah, see, I think that's all a bunch of conspiracy too.
What, that Biden said just the tip?
That you are taking lines out of context and adding shit to them.
Okay. Well, I think you're taking it out of context that he tried to save Obama's family.
He did. He absolutely did. Look that shit up.
When you want to save Obama's family?
Osama's.
Whose?
Osama bin Laden.
Osama
bin Laden's.
Who's the racist family. Now, dog?
I don't know. You're the racist. You called him Obama.
You said Obama. I didn't say Obama.
I did not.
He said Osama
bin.
Say Osama. He said the bin Ladens.
Yeah, he did, right?
Yeah, he said Obama.
No, I didn't.
No, he said the bin Ladens.
Obama.
I heard Obama.
That's because you guys don't listen.
I guess
the reason you're conservative, because you don't fucking listen.
Mr. Mojo, do you think there's going to be another 9/11?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I believe there will be because of what we keep
God.
allowing to come into this country, but that's not here or there.
Yeah, everybody's scared of the immigrants. You fucking conservatives are all scared of immigrants. I get it.
I love immigrants.
You're just scared of everything. Your entire ideology is based on fear.
Well,
Literally.
let me ask you, Civics. It's not necessarily about fear. I mean, the polls are showing it. The poll right now for New Hampshire Senate seat is looking, by the poll that just came out today, that it is going to be flipped to the Republican. His name is Chris Pappas.
You're using New Hampshire? Dr. Galt, please enlighten Derek here about New Hampshire.
Please.
There's bears there and they eat people.
What?
There's bears in New Hampshire and they eat people.
Well, yes,
I mean that's
Wait,
but no. The point I was trying to make here is that New Hampshire has a lot of
purple.
libertarians. They're a little bit more right leaning. So even the Democratic or the Republican candidate are usually like, I don't know. I would say they're mavericks. They're not quite left or right. There's just such a large libertarian population there, so they don't try to lean too much one way or another. So the fact that it's quote unquote flipping, I don't see it as flipping. I just see it as two candidates usually go back and forth. They're not.
Yes, and I agree, Civics. But this is the
so
problem.
You bringing up New Hampshire is not a good. You bringing
Civics,
up New
can I get
Hampshire
my point out so we can have a conversation about this?
Cool.
No, once again, it is about how you guys continuously keep trying to run progressives. I don't give a fuck about New Hampshire. I actually hate that state more than anything. I'm from Boston. I can't stand that state. Never mind the fact that that was not my point. My point is, people do not want this progressive socialist bullshit. Yet, you guys continue to spew it.
Yet they're winning. Yet they're fucking
Where?
winning in the primaries.
Where?
People do want them.
Where are they winning, Mojo?
Where? They're winning in Michigan. They're winning in New York. They're winning in Colorado.
The AG of Michigan also has come out and said she does not want him. So when you're sitting here and saying they're winning, everybody's pulling back.
You understand
everybody's
that he's
pulling
win.
back from Madani.
You understand that he's going to win that seat, right? Nobody's pulling back.
You understand he's not, right?
Nobody's pulling back from Mamdani. Nobody.
I hate to break it to you. Business owners are pushing back. His
business owners always bitch about everything, just like you do.
So you're telling me? No. I'm trying to. Yeah, I can't have a conversation with you or Civics today.
What kind of response is that?
Because trying to understand you guys' logic and how much you defend this bullshit is comical.
Because socialism is the only thing that makes sense because capitalism is failing.
No. You're right, Mojo. I'll give you that. But the funny part is when people. No. Hang on, Doc. Well, hang on, Dr. Galt. Hang on, Dr. Galt. But when you're sitting here and telling me business owners are always going to push back, you're right, because they're the ones that fucking run this country, not the big corporations.
They don't run this country. They're just a bunch of fucking pussies, and you want to support them for some reason, even though they just want to take your money. They don't care about you. They give
Derek,
you
how strong is your landscaping lobby?
My landscaping lobby, without the Mexicans, it's doing great.
Okay.
But no,
Hire my
Mojo, what I'm
people,
trying to
please.
say is people are pushing back, including how he said he was going to tax 17,000 of these multi-millionaire second residencies. But
Oh, I love this. Do you know what that costs them, Derek?
Well, hang on, everyone's that. But a new thing just came out yesterday, how it's not 17,000, it's only 10,000. So he is already failing at what he said he was going to deliver on. Your fucking socialist ideas are going down the drain daily, and everybody's laughing.
So it's way more than that, Derek. It ranges from like,
It's 10,700. 10,700. I can give you the article.
It ranges depending on the
Mojo,
price
why
of
do
the
you have me
property.
waiting, buddy? Mojo, why do you have me waiting?
Hold on, Stallion. It ranges depending on the size of the property, right? Because that's what it's based off of, right?
Hey, who's this vile clown guy who's calling me a coward?
No? Okay, so Derek, it ranges in price depending on the property value. But the thing is, you don't understand what this costs those people. So, like for the lower echelons of who it's impacting, it's like buying an appliance like a refrigerator in a year. For the upper range, it's like buying an extra tank of gas or having another car that you have to fill up through the year. So it's nominal. It doesn't impact them. They're not up in arms about it.
Vio, I like your evil laugh, by the way. That was pretty good.
Okay.
Why am I a coward?
I mean, it didn't sound like you wanted to engage what was just said to you.
What was just said to me?
Well, you weren't listening to him.
Listening to who? Everybody's dad's talking to Justin.
But I was talking about your conversation earlier when you were crying about 9/11 and crying about Mojo's comment about how we would vote for a Democrat.
You mean Hitler?
Even if their name was Hitler, yeah. You're not understanding that distinction. You're not understanding that distinction was fun.
Do you understand the hypothetical? It wouldn't just be a name, it would be actually Hitler, you dum-dum?
Right, and that's why when he clarified that he's talking about voting for a Democrat, you refused to engage with that.
No, I didn't. Mojo, did I refuse to engage with you?
You did, and that's why you're being cowardly. I have the video of you. I have the video of you saying you'd vote for Hitler.
Yeah, me and Mojo are joking
cowardly.
around, bro.
That's cowardly.
Yeah, me and Mojo were joking around. Mojo, you know I was joking, right?
I don't really care.
Right. So, Vile, we're just joking back and forth.
Who is it that said on the day of 9/11 on the TV coverage of it? I think it was the day of or day after. Who is it that was joking about how they might have the tallest building in New York now? Remind me who that was?
Yeah, it was Trump. What's your point?
Was that Hassan Piker or was that Donald Trump?
Yeah, it was Trump.
Oh, weird.
Okay, what's your point?
Weird.
Okay,
and
what's
that
your point?
footage of people burning alive is on the screen, and Donald Trump jokes that he might have the tallest building in New York now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not to mention the fact that he called them in, and they're like, "Oh shit, one of the richest people in New York wants to have a call," and he takes that time to make a joke.
This dude says the same thing, just 4 different ways. Can you land the plane, make a point, hit the building,
Plane's
do
landed.
something?
What a clown.
The plane has landed.
Wait, you think I'm
And
some
then-
kind of
and
like
then we're-
MAGA diehard or something,
Not
bro?
to mention it was Trump who spread the lie about dancing Israelis or dancing Muslims or whatever fucking nonsense y'all were talking about.
Okay, do
Like,
you think I'm some sort of like
so you don't know.
unconditional MAGA supporter,
That
bro?
was proven. And yet, the only proof of it is Donald Trump said it on TV once.
Oh, okay,
That's not what
cool.
proof is.
You got anything else, bro? You got anything else?
You asked why I called you a coward, and I answered your question.
I'm a coward because Trump said he had the biggest building in New York City.
You refuse to engage with facts, with reality. That's cowardly.
What did I not engage in?
Acting like Hassan Piker making a stupid fucking comment. I don't even like Hassan.
I didn't even talk about
Isn't
Hassan,
equatable. It's just embarrassing.
Well,
Yo,
I never even
I know
brought
what's
up Hassan
happening.
Piker.
He donates lots of money to Hassan. He's a Twitch sub, and I think
Well,
he's
first
just
of all,
defending
dude,
him.
I
Well,
don't know.
Civics,
Wait,
you're a
somebody brought up.
genuinely
Somebody
honest guy.
brought
Did I
up.
even talk
Who
about
does?
Hassan
Well,
Piker?
somebody brought up Hassan. I don't know.
I
Who it
did.
was.
I did.
It was me.
Right.
Oh no, Justin
Wasn't
first.
even me.
At first, Justin did.
Who
Yeah, I
makes
didn't even
the
talk
Hassan?
about Hassan, bro. You're like clowning out over here. Settle down.
Right, I was continuing what I was talking about. I answered why you're a coward.
But
Don't
I
ask
didn't
a
even
question
bring
you
up
don't want an
Hassan
answer
Piker,
to.
bro. You're not tracking. Like, I never even brought
Okay,
him
don't
up.
ask a question you don't want the answer to.
Dr. G didn't bring him up, bro. You're being
What
a
do you mean
clown.
I
You're
don't
being
want
a
the
clown
answer
right now.
to? You said I was a coward. I asked you why. You said because I talked about Hassan Piker.
Right, and
Somebody
that's
like
why I
talk
answered
about
your
it.
question about when you were talking about Hitler, yes.
Okay, what's your point?
I already made the point. I need to repeat myself to you?
Yeah, you do, because you really didn't say anything.
I told you that refusing to engage with reality is cowardly. That's all I said.
What reality? It was a weird hypothetical, bro. It's not even reality.
Acting like Mojo making that point about how he'd say he'd vote for a Democrat as if it means something else, that's cowardly. But of course, you backtracked. Of course, you backtracked into. I was just joking.
We said we'll vote for Hitler, bro.
voting for Trump.
Funny, Hassan does the same thing.
I would absolutely vote for a man named Hitler if he was a Democrat.
Me too. I would love that.
What if he was actually Hitler?
You wouldn't vote for a Democrat.
I mean,
This all came from or stemmed from me saying that I vote blue no matter who. I will vote blue no matter who. Obviously, somebody with the thoughts of Hitler are not ever going to get through a primary process in the Democratic Party.
Right. Also, Trump wouldn't be running against Hitler either. He'd probably be his vice president.
That's probably true too.
So that scenario
Democrat?
has a lot of hoops to jump through.
Vile clown, you do understand like what a hypothetical is, right?
And I told you that hypothetical has a lot to jump through.
Okay, so what's your point?
But I'm just telling you, to build a hypothetical that makes sense, you're going to have to build onto it more.
Why?
Why would Donald Trump be running against Hitler?
Why would Trump be running from a jail cell?
What does Trump and Hitler disagree on?
Well, they're both socialists, so I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you agree that Hitler was a socialist.
I'm just letting you answer the question.
Yeah, I just said you agreed with me. You have no dispute, dude.
I didn't agree with anything. I was letting you
just
answer the
did.
question.
You just agreed.
No, he didn't agree. There was no, yeah, I agree. That never happened.
Well, he laughed and said, yeah.
No, I said
but he
okay,
didn't-
not yeah. I said okay, not yeah.
Yeah, okay, do you
That's all.
disagree?
Of course I do. What
How?
else? What do Hitler and Trump disagree on? It's weird how that's a hard question.
Well, they would actually disagree because Trump supports Jewish people and Hitler didn't. That's probably a pretty big disagreement right there, right?
Yep.
Okay. I got any other ones?
Yeah, I don't think Trump's put anybody in a gas chamber yet.
Yeah, but Trump's
Damn, you got to throw the yet
He
in
said
there.
yet?
Shit.
Yeah, sure,
And
yeah.
Trump's-
whatever.
Is there
and
hope of
Trump's
that,
Jewish
Dr. G?
people, by
So
the
we're
way-
only
by the way-
starving
by
them
the-
and
by
depriving
the
them
way-
of medical care,
By
but
the
no
way,
gas chamber.
by the way,
Is there hope of that?
By the way,
Mhm.
Trump's Jewish people happen to be brown-skinned Latinos. And Arabs.
What?
And, well, shit. fuck
Wait.
it. Anybody with brown skin.
Wait, so deporting people is now the equivalent of putting them in gas chambers?
Well, they're
Deporting
in
them is not. What about the detainment
They're in-
centers, dumbass?
Yeah, they're in concentration camps right now.
Okay, cool. Then you guys voted for Hitler because then Obama would be the equivalent based on your standard.
Yeah, not at all.
What do you mean? He put kids in cages and locked them
No.
up, and he deported more brown
Nope.
people than any other president. You could just say no, but that's
He turned people around at the border. He didn't put kids in cages. He put family groups in
He
detention
put kids in
centers until
cages.
he could turn.
Oh, now you're
He
just a
didn't- he
Nazi
didn't-
sympathizer.
He didn't put kids in cages. He put family groups inside of detainment centers until they could be turned around. This happened at the border, according to Ira. This was not happening. They were not running around the United States gathering up brown people and throwing them in fucking concentration camps.
So you're just a Nazi sympathizer then. Cool. Because based on your logic, deporting brown people at mass rates is
No, that's not what I
equivalent to
said.
Hitler.
I said
Therefore, you're a Nazi
no,
sympathizer.
no, I said nothing about deportations. As a matter of fact, what
I
I
did.
said is throwing brown people in concentration camps.
Yeah, you're talking about expedited deportation, which Trump tried
This
to
is not
extend.
expedited, is it?
That's what it is. Yes,
No,
turning
it's
people
not.
around is
I'm
Oh my
sorry, but
God.
somebody that's been here for 20 years is not expedited.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
yes, it is. That is exactly what you're talking about. Because when we're talking about the concentration camps, it's the detention centers.
You're having a tracking issue here.
Those detention centers are full of brown people that have been here for decades.
Yeah, they were on TPS status. That TPS status was removed.
No, they weren't even on. A lot of them weren't even on TPS. They were just.
Most of them were. Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Okay. Yes, they were. And also, when you're talking about Obama, you're talking about expedited deportation. That wasn't majority of his deportation. So again,
it was absolutely the vast majority, like more than 90% of his deportations happened at the border.
And in the second part of his term, in his first part of his term, he was heavily criticized for deporting people from the inner part of the country.
That is incorrect. And by the way, I was at one of those ICE raids. That was a lot different because they notified the plants ahead of time. They told them that when they were coming, the plant had already set up everything and it got it all ready to go. The employees knew. Some people chose to show up anyway, and some people were taken out of the factory and were put in handcuffs and taken away. But nobody was in there in mass. They weren't in there with guns drawn. They went in there, they grabbed the people they needed to grab, and they left, and everything was copacetic after that.
Were there communist revolution?
That's what an ICE raid looked like under Obama. The ICE raids under Donald Trump, we've got masked men with unmarked vehicles grabbing people off the fucking street and throwing them in the back of vans. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, during Obama's, did you have weird people in blow-up costumes and masks throwing shit at ICE agents and threatening their lives?
No, but we didn't have the ICE agents marching through fucking Central Park in LA either.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, they're allowed to deport people, and you're making me defend a policy that I don't even agree with. I'm just simply saying
then stop fucking defending it, you dumb shit.
Well, no, I'm just simply saying that somebody's a Nazi because they deport people is fucking insane.
I didn't say anything about deportations. I talked about concentration camps.
That's the whole debate. You're saying that he's Hitler because he deports people.
No,
first of all, Hitler didn't even deport
them in
people.
Concentration camps is what I said.
What concentration camps?
The fucking detention centers where he's trying to get them to work for free.
Okay, whatever, Mojo.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Oops, sorry,
there's no chance of Trump gassing Jews.
I think he's pretty favorable to Israel, so I don't think that would be the case.
But brown people, on the other hand, watch out for that.
Right, I mean, his target is simply a different. His target is just simply a different person. He still has the same desire.
Okay, but why can't it be? Why can't it be the old target?
Why does it have to be the old target?
Why would it have to be?
I mean, if there's going to be a target, why not them? Why my people?
Yeah, and first of all, Stalin targeted Jews.
Look, I know you're an ex-Nick Fuentes fan, but we're not going to sit here and act like we're advocating for doing it to anyone.
Can we compare him to Stalin then? Because Stalin fucking had the doctor's plan. He literally, the night of a murder's poets. Stalin literally fucking put gays in jail for 5 years. Like, what are we fucking talking about here?
We're talking about that Trump and Hitler aren't very different.
Yeah, okay, and I'm saying...
Was your question about Stalin? Go ahead and ask about Stalin.
Where's the bad thing to Jews?
I'll have the same question for that.
Okay, and again, Stalin's left-leaning. Okay, we'll say, would you vote for Stalin, Mojo? Would that be a better representation of the Democratic Party?
No, I don't think Stalin would make it to the fucking Democratic Party either.
Why? He's a fucking he's a communist,
and Democrats are not communists.
What are you talking about? You're talking to one on the panel.
Yeah, I'm a Marxist.
Define communism?
I'm a Marxist.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Marxist, yes, I'm a Marxist, but I want to fucking change the system from within. I don't want to change it from without. And Stalin was absolutely revolutionary. He talked about the Vanguard Party before he took control, and some sort of authoritarian government that needed to be put in place to make sure that the bourgeoisie were gone. I would never agree with that.
Yeah, that's fine, but you still want communism.
I think that's an eventuality, no matter what.
Yeah, so there you go, Vibe. You're on a panel.
That's not him saying that Democrats. That's not him saying that Democrats are communists.
Well, and when you talk about the DS,
and what Mojo was talking about is an actuality that hasn't ever been really had a chance to practice.
Yes, it has, because Stalin actually removed.
Not even Stalin could be consistent in what he wanted.
Yeah,
not even Hitler could, and certainly not even Trump could.
Yeah, Lenin actually removed
remember,
money.
Remember America First, and where'd that go?
Yeah.
And where'd that go?
Yeah, I mean, Mao removed the complete private market. So did Lenin. They removed currency. Like they attempted.
It sounds like you only know a couple of random famous people, and you can actually talk about current events.
So, Vile, do you think AOC is a part of the DSA?
No.
Well, she is. She just renewed as of yesterday.
No,
yeah, and also Bhaskar Sankara also is a good friend of hers, and he's a predominant person within the DSA.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Guess who backs Hassan Piker? Oh, AOC.
AOC does not back Hassan Piker.
She does, but
Hassan isn't even a Democrat.
So what the fuck would you call him?
So the Triple K backs Trump. Does that make Trump part of the Triple K?
Look at the pivot.
Right.
No,
I'm just curious.
I agree.
Are you guys consistent in that?
Yeah, I agree with you, everyone's dad. I think it's a bad
Yeah,
argument.
I mean, that's just silly.
It is a silly argument. I agree.
Jake Lang endorses Donald Trump. How's he doing?
Yeah, Jake Lang's a piece of shit.
He's got an ankle bracelet everywhere he goes. He's got ankle bracelets everywhere he goes.
He's got the Gucci bracelets.
He's a blatant violent racist.
Okay,
well, now you're
so
just arguing birds of a feather.
Exactly.
No, he's talking to you, you Fruit Loop.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about you. You're the one who talked about Hassan as if he's relevant.
Holy, are you like brain dead? No offense, but you seem slow.
He does seem slow. I agree with you on that.
Because I addressed what you said, that makes me seem slow.
No, you just
talking so couldn't finance
you
said
bought
that
Hassan's a Democrat.
You don't have the right to tell anyone they're slow.
Let's go.
On,
exactly.
Let's go, Army.
Hassan's not a Democrat.
What's a Democrat?
Jake Lang a Republican? Is Jake Lang a Republican?
What is a Republican?
Okay, so when he walks around with that sign saying "I hate N-words," that's Republican messaging.
What's a Republican?
Well, hold on. Answer that question, Justin. When he walks around with a sign that says "I hate N-words," is that what Republicans support?
I would not say that's what we support. But
okay. But I thought he was a Republican. I thought Jake Lang was a Republican. Is he a Republican?
That's not an ideology, though. You do realize that, right?
Is Jake Lang a Republican? Yes or no?
He could be. He could be a registered Republican. What's your point?
He could be. I'm asking you what he is.
I don't know what he registered to vote, bro. Why are you asking?
I didn't ask you what he registered to vote. Does he support Republicans?
Yeah, again, I don't know what he's registered. I don't know how he votes.
Is he one of you? Look at how you cower away. Look at how you cower away.
I'm not cowering away.
So don't bring up Hassan Piker to talk about Democrats when you're too scared to even admit that Jake Lang is a Republican.
Maybe he is, bro. I don't care. Okay, he's a Republican. What do I care?
Cowardly. This is what I mean by you being a coward.
Okay, he's a Republican.
This is what I mean by you being a coward.
I'm answering your question, bro.
Well, there you go. I had to call you Yella to get you to realize what I'm saying, huh?
I don't know how he registered to vote, bro. He could very likely be a Republican.
I didn't ask you how he registered to vote, dumbass.
Yeah, I mean,
how did Hassan register to vote? What did Hassan register to vote?
I don't know. I'm not claiming he's a Democrat.
Exactly.
So
stop fucking bringing him up as if he's relevant.
I didn't fucking bring him up, you fucking moron.
This dude slurps Hassan, huh?
Dude,
you love that.
I just said
I don't. All right.
Dude, I didn't fucking bring up Hassan once, you fucking moron.
I'm talking about Justin brought up Hassan, dumbass.
Yeah, well, you're talking to me, you fucking moron.
Stop.
You're the dumbest fucking person I ever met, bro.
This is getting too far too fast.
Dude, you're a fucking moron, bro.
Yeah, and you're mad because I exposed you as a coward.
Jesus Christ.
Expose me as what, bro? You're you're like strawmanning the shit out of me. I have Civics. Have I brought up Hassan Piker once, bro?
No, you guys are just fucking dick measuring. Just stop. There's no point. There's no point.
Well, we can get on camera. I'll measure.
Dude, you got a good Zoom feature, brother.
Thanks, everybody's dad. I appreciate that compliment.
I mean, man, it's the low-hanging fruit, Galt. You can't give it to me.
No, I was
it's hanging pretty high. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yikes.
Everybody's dad, that was funny, bro. That was funny. Touche.
How do we feel about the Chicago?
Go ahead.
About the Chicago immigration judge getting rid of the 8 young children. Bye-bye.
What?
I mean, I know you're not up to relevant news, but in Chicago,
how is Chicago relevant to me?
I can't have a conversation.
Go ahead and explain it. I don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
A Chicago immigration judge deported 8 small children.
That's fucked up.
Right.
You don't think that's fucked up?
I mean, if they're here illegally, I don't think it's fucked up.
You don't?
I think that's our laws.
Where did they send him? Where are they going to send him?
I guess back home. I mean, we didn't. We're
Where's
just
back home?
probably where their parents are.
Wait, how do you know? Wait, they have parents somewhere else?
I would imagine so. They usually come over.
So you don't know any of this shit?
I mean, it didn't come out in the relevant.
You don't think Donald Trump's just gonna? You don't think Donald Trump's just gonna throw him in a plane and put a parachute on him and throw him out?
I mean, it's not in the documents that they release.
Why bring up this topic when you don't know anything about it? Why bring this up when you don't know anything about it?
Okay, hold on.
I would imagine start a conversation that is actually a conversation, Vile.
About something you don't know anything about?
Wow, let me school Justin here. It's 6.
You try to bring up a conversation you don't know anything about?
Vile, hold on. It's 6, and also
6.
Why were they? Why did he deport them? Why? What was the reason?
I read the headline.
Exactly. You didn't read the article. It's ridiculous. You didn't read it. That's the whole You just bring up shit every day and you never read anything. You just read.
Just trying to get a conversation
I only
going.
read the headline.
Yeah, why would you bring that up, dude?
Trying to get a conversation.
Can we credit
We're talking
him
about
for
stupid
admitting
shit.
that? No, Derek. You know what? I'm going to give you your flowers. At least you admitted you only read the headline.
We're talking about fucking irrelevant shit. I'm trying to get a conversation going.
That is pretty admirable that you did admit it. I will agree with that.
Derek, can I ask you a question? What do you think about the because I kind of disagree with this approach, but the Trump administration has deported pregnant underage kids that were raped to Texas, and now they don't have the availability for an AB, now creating anchor babies here. What do you think about that whole situation?
I mean, I don't agree
Good
with
fucking question.
What?
That's
honestly,
a good fucking question.
I'll admit that was a good question because I haven't heard it phrased that way. I don't have an answer for that one, which I usually do, but this one you stumped me with the way you worded it. I don't agree.
Well, it's kind of like contradictory, right? Because like in one way, it's like cool, like no ABs, and I agree. Like life is the highest value. We shouldn't like unalive children, even if there's a crime, because one crime doesn't justify another crime. But also, like, the MAGA position is, like, we don't want anchor babies. So you're sort of, like, artificially creating anchor babies.
Well, I guess let's hope we can get them out faster than they push the kid out, is my response.
Yeah, I think, like, I think we should probably, like, that would be an exception I think we should make.
What exception?
For anchor babies or for abortion?
No, for like girls who were raped coming across the border, like I think that would be a good thing to like grant them citizenship for like amnesty. Like that would be a call for like citizenship to me.
Kudos to fucking Galt. Holy shit.
Are you trying to make Derek's head explode, Galt?
No, I just think it's a good exception. Like if you get raped coming across the border as like a 14-year-old girl and now you're pregnant, like that would be like if I had to say my tax money had to go somewhere, if you had to steal from me at gunpoint, like I mean, I would be for supporting that. Like supporting that person.
Do you think the same thing for like those, and I forget where it is. Is it in Texas, maybe Georgia, where those underage girls are being like held and detained detainment camps and they're like held for like 9 months and like 7 months in, they're 2 months pregnant.
I just believe in.
That's the same. That's
yeah,
the same detention center. It's in Texas.
Okay.
Here's my thing to Galt. I think I don't agree with, especially the way you worded that. Now, when I'm thinking about it, that's fucking pathetic all in its own. But I don't agree we should grant amnesty. Because now when I'm thinking about it now, I think that would really increase the amount of grapes that actually happen coming across our border because they know they'll get amnesty due to that.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't think that coyotes are going to like increase graping because then they know that the girl coming across the border is going to get pregnant and then get like amnesty. I don't think that would be the case. Now you can claim that like, I don't know, maybe girls will claim they were raped or maybe like offer to do things to then get here, have a baby, and get like citizenship in a result of like coercing them. I think that's a decent argument. Like maybe girls would be desperate, so they would be vulnerable, and in a coercive way agree to the act, then get here, be pregnant, and claim that it was rape. I could see that argument, but I don't know, man. I just think protecting children should just be the number one thing regardless.
I agree on that aspect, Galt. Oops, sorry, I'm going to let Ibanez go.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the girls that got raped in ICE custody.
Well, can you pull me one report, Ibanez, that says they were raped in ICE custody? Or was it they were pregnant upon arrival?
Mysteriously entering ICE custody and then ended up pregnant within.
I mean, one of those kids could be Jesus, right? Now here's the alternative. The alternative stance on this, Galt. Instead of granting them citizenship, which I agree with, but alternatively, we could like DNA test the people they came in contact in the facility with, and the ICE agents have brought them in, and then if we identify the father, they get deported with them.
Well, why would you deport them? Why would you deport the rapist with the underage girl, bro? What?
Well, it would penalize the grape, right?
No, I would never
less likely to do it.
Why would you deport the victim with the rapist, bro? What?
Well, I mean, if they want to be together.
No, I disagree. I think if you've committed rape, you should go to jail and not be set free.
I don't.
No, but why would you put the victim with the rapist and deport them both?
I think.
Well, no, you deport you deport the victim to home to their family. You deport the ICE agent to like that El Salvadorian prison.
I agree with the ICE agent. I don't agree with the child.
See, here's my thing, and I know a lot of people aren't for it, but I don't think we should continue wasting money on putting rapists in jail. I mean, why are we doing so? Let
what else would you like to do?
Let a Southern fucking firing squad up, call all the homies, and end it.
No, death penalty is terrible, bro. Government gets it wrong a lot of times, and there's also like misallegations. Once you kill somebody, if you get it wrong, there's no coming back. I disagree with them.
If you are found guilty, I think we should send it that way. I think we should stop wasting money.
I think you should look up how many people are actually found guilty and then later found innocent. I think you should look up that statistic before you start advocating for the death penalty.
What about if there's 100% certainty?
There never is. Look at the pizza bomber, bro. Like, you could have, like, if they never got caught, right, they put a bomb around the guy's neck, they made him go do something. Like, you never know. There could be externalities, like, that we don't know about. And it maybe seemed 100% foolproof on surface, but there could be later evidence that suggests that maybe you were, like, threatened or, like, put a gun to your, like, somebody else's head to do the thing. So no,
I'm talking about like caught on video, 10K or 4K, whatever it is, and the person is unashamedly admitting that they're guilty.
Yeah, I still think there could be externalities that could prove that you're innocent. I mean, again, maybe I put a gun to your head and said, if you don't go do this, like you'll explode and die or something because I put a bomb on your neck. And you had to choose between like blowing up and dying or going to do the act. So like maybe you are still guilty of it, but there is like, I don't know, maybe a literal gun to your head to make you do it. And I think you should treat that situation differently.
Yeah, okay.
So, and you don't know these things, right? Like, you don't know, like, even if you see something, I mean, look, we see things on J6 on camera and people still dispute it today. And there's evidence. We found out that dude was in the crowd and, like, there was FBI. Like, so, like, yeah, and I think cameras could be doctored, like AI. I mean, look at Epstein. That whole thing's on camera and then it wasn't. I don't know. I just think the death penalty's wrong because if you get it wrong, you can't go back and reverse it.
Well, y'all, I'm a drop. I got 101 fever, so
God damn,
we'll get some rest. It just came on today while I've been on the panel. My son came home sick with the flu yesterday, and then like half his class is out, and then like a third of hit the 4th grade, and our neighbors got it. So I think it's the flu, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I feel better, bro. I was actually going to ask you what you thought of jury nullification, so I'll just ask Mr. Mojo. What do you think about
that's a good one.
Yeah, Mojo, what do you think about jury
later.
nullification?
I'm feverish.
I agree with it. I was.
Me too.
This is why they won't let me on a fucking jury. Swear to God, I've been trying to get out of jury my whole life, just to do it, just to vote the opposite way, just to hang the jury, just for the fuck of it.
What if it was like a grape case? What if it was a grape case? Would you not do it?
I don't know. I'd have to play it by ear at that point. I'd have to play it by ear at that point.
Wait a second. If you got on
it's
the
hung jury, it's a hung jury. It's not like I would vote to not guilty.
No, that's what jury nullification is. You say they're guilty, but there's no punishment.
No, jury nullification is just going in. The only thing that is just going in to fuck with the jury in some way, shape, or form.
I think you should Google jury. No, you're wrong. We'll let you take your claim back about the grape case. Go ahead.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Explain to me.
Yeah,
what you
it's
think
where you say they're guilty, but like you deem that there's no actual punishment.
Wait, but you don't get to decide the punishment. Most of the time, the judge gets to decide the punishment.
Yeah, you preserve the verdict, so that it's like you're saying they're guilty, but they're not guilty. Let me look up the actual language. Hold on. I wish Vader was here. Where's Vader?
Wrong. I think you're wrong.
Okay.
I don't think it has anything to do with the punishment.
Jury nullification, I might be wrong. Jury nullification, a decision by a jury in a criminal trial resulting in a verdict of not guilty, even though they believe that the defendant has broken the law. The jury's reasons may include the belief that the law itself is unjust, that the prosecutor has misapplied the law in the defendant case. So, I said it wrong. So the jury thinks they're guilty, but they say not guilty.
Okay. I don't know that you can never convince a full jury of doing that. I would just want to go in and hang the jury. That's all I want to do.
I don't know if you have to convince the whole one. I don't know how in the past it was feared that a single jury panel. So, this would be the case where, if a father came home and saw, his, kids getting, beat up or something and, he killed the person and maybe it was, in the law that he should go to jail for it and the jury's like, well, we even though we know he killed him, we don't feel like it's an unjust punishment or unjust case because, of the circumstance.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So do you want to take your thing back before about the scenario I gave you? I think you probably want to take that.
No, I would think that there would be circumstances where that fits as well, where the punishment doesn't fit the crime. I think you would find a case. I think you would find a bunch of women today who would want to nullify a jury against whoever that woman is that's on trial right now.
Oh, what's her name? Lindsay Clancy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So I think there are reasons for it, for sure.
Do you think she should go to jail?
Fuck, I don't know. I never watched the case. I haven't paid attention to it at all. I don't care about it.
Yeah, me neither. But I still think she should go to jail.
I don't know. I can't say that there's enough evidence to prove that she's guilty or not.
Didn't she admit it?
I don't know. There's questions surrounding that too because that was a civil case or some shit too. So
interesting.
I don't know.
Civics. Civics. What do you think from Canada, bro? Do you think that from a Canadian perspective that she did it?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Do you think Hellebuck's going to get traded?
Oh, dude, I don't watch hockey. I don't follow hockey.
You're the worst Canadian ever.
I'm not a Canadian.
Yeah, you are.
He's American.
I follow the NFL. Ask me NFL news.
What'd you say?
See, they're stopping the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Really? You're going to move to fucking sports? God, I got two topics I fucking hate, and it's religion and sports, and I got to fucking listen to that shit all day.
You know what? I got a new one. How do you feel about Madami declining to distance himself from the New York City DSA co-chair? I mean, this is just fucking... It's the writing on the wall. And it's fucking hilarious. It's daily. It's weekly. Ever since this buffoon got in and then the DSA decided to throw their bullshit-ass constitution out, you guys can't seem to catch a break.
Do you dream about him?
I think it's wild that you were so scared of the DSA. I think it's wild.
Oh, I'm not scared of the DSA. I just think it's fucking
That's all you
hilarious.
ever talk about is the DSA. You're scared the shit out of them.
This is your party. This is Democrats. This is going to be the next election.
I fucking agree with them.
This is the next election that's happening soon.
I agree with the DSA. I don't know what you don't understand about that.
Oh, I know.
Not everybody's. A lot of people are not stuck on the red scare bullshit anymore, dude. Your arguments are kind of obsolete.
People aren't.
Wait.
people aren't swapping and pushing back and taking their votes back and saying they're not voting Democrat because the DSA backs them and you guys have the whole backing of the DSA. Like, this is mainstream shit, people.
Well, Derek,
this
may I ask
is
you a
what's in the
question?
news.
Can I?
Yes,
The mainstream.
You never answered this question earlier.
Oh, sorry.
Why are you so worried about what goes on in New York City and the DSA and their mayor? Why are you so concerned with this?
So it's not necessarily about Madami or the DSA, but I am taking a visual look around what's happening in the country, in the things that are being pushed in just say democratic states or democratic cities. And I'm seeing that and I'm looking and I'm making the conscious decision whether that is something that I would ever go to or if it's something I would completely push against. And the more that comes out about what Madami keeps trying to do in New York or the DSA keeps doing and saying and how you guys want to go about it, it's a laughing stock. So I'm not necessarily worried about New York or Madami or the DSA, but these are the things that are mainstream media. These are things that are like in the news that's going on in the world of this country. So these are things that I want to pay attention to. Because if a Democrat DSA member just say gets elected in my city, that is something I will leave the city.
Okay, what city are you in? Are you in New York
I'm in
City?
Tampa. I'm in Tampa.
So why in the world do you every day on every panel always bring up New York City? Talk about Oregon. Oregon has got to be a blue state. Washington, talk about those. You always talk about New York City. It's just ridiculous, and you don't live there. It makes no sense at all.
Well, I'm originally from up that way. I mean, I am from Boston, and I would hate
Boston,
to, as
New
much
York
as
City? No,
well,
that's
as much as Boston is a shithole, I would hate to see the DSA or a fucking socialist go in there and ruin my home state even more than it's already ruined. I miss when fucking Deval Patrick was the governor in the state. Yes, it was a blue state under Deval Patrick. Was it Deval Patrick? I can't remember. And the state was fucking amazing, and he was a Democratic governor. The state was blue, and also get this, he was a black guy. So it's not about racism. It's not about anything like that. It's you guys' fucking policies, what you keep pushing, and this is the fucking end of it.
The rich already ruined New York. What are you talking about?
So you have fascism? You want fascism instead of just having socialism? Is that what you're looking for?
No, I don't want democratic policies. This whole fucking universal healthcare, I think it is fucking. I don't think you guys may think people are behind it, but people are.
Do you own a multi-million-dollar company or like a billion or like are you a billionaire?
I am not.
Then why do you think that you're part of the class that would be negatively affected by Mandani's or the DSA's policies?
I mean, because at the end of the day, let's dive into this, Ibanez. So I guess we can talk about Virginia and what Virginia's proposed taxes were going to be. They were going to be a tax on every single fucking thing a low income earner and middle class earner actually used, like Amazon, streaming services, delivery services. I can go on and on. That's one. So when I'm looking at Democrats and they're saying, "Oh, we're going to tax the rich," no, you're putting it in a fucking nice bow in a box just to get people to vote for you. Let's also look at Oregon, or Seattle. It might be actually. I think it's Oregon. With the level of they're increasing the gas tax Oh, but that's a socialist city and state and how they go about things, right? Because they just put the millionaire tax in, did they not? Oh, let's think about it. So who's the gas tax really going to be on? Is that going to affect the higher earners? Is that going to affect the low or middle income earners? Oh, wait. Let me just answer that for you, Ibanez. It's going to be the lower and the middle class. You fucking buffoon.
Well, maybe the DSA is the change. That's why the Democrats are pushing back, because the DSA actually wants to go after the rich, and the corporate Democrats that are always backed by the rich are afraid of that.
No, what the DSA wants to do is get rid of prisons. So yeah, you're right. Let's get Ted Bundy
Private
back
prisons,
on the street.
but we always got to clarify that for you, don't we?
Yeah, they want to get rid of the Senate, right? Yeah, that sounds fucking smart. Let's get rid of our Constitution, because yeah, you sound real American there.
And the right wants to push Project 2025 and have it to where the president can basically do whatever the fuck he wants, right?
Oh, so are they doing so? I don't believe so.
Like 50% done with the shit right now. They're pushing all the shit they want. They want the executive to get full power. Yeah, you got to go to. You ever seen the tracker? What they're tracking with all of the objectives that Project 2025 needs to be done. They're showing that they're pretty much like 50% finished.
So almost 50% finished, and more or less, he's gonna have a tough next 2 years. I'll probably give.
Yeah, this is not actually centered around Trump. It's Trump. Trump was just basically the Trojan horse to get the real power is basically the billionaire class. So Trump was really just the Trojan horse for people like Bezos and Musk to get at the helm of everything. What this really is that this transcends Trump. This whole thing is to make sure that the upper crust of society is permanently in control.
Okay. So I guess we can both agree that both sides are just fucking as dumb as the other. Because one side wants...
Which side is fucking simping for the rich? Which side is actually trying to put the rich in power? Like, which side is actually sticking up for fucking working people like you and me?
Honestly, Ibanez, nobody is, and that's the god hard truth. Nobody really gives a fuck. It's a running platform, and if you still haven't figured that shit out, you are still broken.
The DSA is there to break that cycle, because it's complacent people like you who don't give a shit. You don't actually hold any kind of values whatsoever. You just complain, and when a solution comes in, you're like, whatever, it's useless. You don't give a shit, dude.
So let me ask you this. When the DSA says they want to offer free public schooling from preschool through college and erase student debt, can you kind of imagine a world where you can go to school and then you come out and there's no jobs? Because now every single person, me, you, and the 3 other people on this panel, and then Mojo also, all 6 of us just went to college. We got free college, we got free school, we came out with no debt. Cute, awesome. Let's wrap that up in a bow for you. But there's only 3 jobs left available.
Is everybody going to go for the same exact fucking job?
Is there
only like 6 jobs in the world?
I'm just a hypothetical, even as.
Can we circle back to your fear point? Are you worried that you're not going to be adequate enough? People have more education.
No, necessarily not at all, Civics. But when I look at the level of how many jobs we have in this country, we don't have 350 million. We know that. And never mind the fact that open borders, yeah, you know what? Let's fucking let everybody in, because our infrastructure already sucks as it is. Our healthcare system already can't handle what we have fucking going on today, because we have a nursing shortage, a doctor shortage. We have so many shortages. But you're right. Let's fucking open the borders also. Let's just allow free healthcare, because they already can't fucking handle what we have. Do you see how fucking stupid you guys sound? Never mind. Let's do a 32-hour work week.
We have a doctor. If we have a doctor's nursing shortage, well, at least, maybe we could fill some of those jobs. You say we don't have any jobs.
But people aren't, Tennis, it's funny that you say that, because I know that you worked hard to get to your bar exam and then become an established lawyer or an attorney, which one you are. At the end of the day, I know you didn't work hard for that, just to allow some fucking pipsqueak to decide that he's gonna take the bar exam and fucking just be able to go for it. Come out with no student debt, no hard-earned work, no nothing.
Why,
Just to
why
fucking
shouldn't
run
someone
along
who
and work
wants to
alongside you.
take the bar exam take the bar exam? Why can't people pursue their dreams?
Are you
Go to
okay with
school.
Kim Kardashian being a lawyer now?
He's mad
Give a
because
fuck about Kim Kardashian.
Well, no. Answer the question. Do you think that's fucking stupid that
he's
she's a lawyer? Even
I
as hang on.
have no idea. I have no
Do you
idea.
know?
Why are you
Answer that
asking me
question.
about this one individual?
Because if you can't answer this question honest, then my point stands. We shouldn't have fucking stupid pipsqueaks trying to go and be lawyers.
if they pass the
think
bar exam, then I
anybody
guess they're
who-
not stupid, right?
Yeah, I guess if you go to school and you pass the bar, then I guess you can be licensed to practice law. What are you talking about?
So you're okay with Kim Kardashian being a lawyer?
I don't even.
Yeah,
That's
I
such
would-
a dumb question because
If she was a lawyer, I
you're
would've-
assuming that I follow Kim Kardashian.
You've heard of her, right? I would imagine.
Why don't we talk about
But
anybody?
tennis.
This is so dumb. Go ahead.
This is the logic he's going by. Because everybody thinks of Kim Kardashian as like, oh, she's just somebody that made a fucking porn video. That's why she's famous. So, but then he's like, what would you think if she? What would you think of if she became a lawyer? Then she probably wouldn't be living with the stereotype that we have about her, right? Like, she'll probably be
not necessarily.
right.
Even
That she wouldn't be
as-
some dumb pipsqueak that serves nothing for like that basically does nothing, right? She would
No,
actually be somebody that's
she
useful to
actually
society.
would.
Because
And
you
it's
hate
not
women
necess-
so much. You talk about
Oh,
a
yeah.
woman like that,
I
right?
hate women so much.
You
No, I hate
must.
that fucking
Why?
family.
So why? Why you don't even know them? I don't. I
Well,
don't
no.
know them.
What I hate is what she's done to her daughter, North. I can't stand how much fucking publicity she gets around her. I mean, never mind. I could go on and on for days about that whole.
Why are you
fucking-
focused in on one person?
But it's so funny because you can't answer a simple question. I know for a fact that you know who Kim Kardashian is.
I don't
and
answer
you come
dumb
and answer
questions.
it. Yeah,
I
you're
don't
right.
I don't
So-
answer dumb questions.
Yeah, so you're right. No. I can get behind that. Dumb questions are stupid.
Bro, you're
Let me
fucking
ask you
jealous,
a-
dude.
Let me ask you a clarification question. You talked about
Yes,
Virginia. Are you talking about the House Bill 979 about their
there was-
tax structure?
There was about 4 different ones. If you want, I can pull.
I'm looking
them
at it
all
right
up.
now. I'm looking at it, and the only thing that it affects is corporations, which you sent for, and it also only affects people making over $500,000 a year. So what
Well,
you
hang
said
on.
earlier about it affecting the lower income people is totally incorrect.
Well, Ron, there was 4 or 5 different bills.
HR wants
So
up.
hang on, Ibanez. You heard me speaking, so I don't know how you thought it was
Try
your
to
turn to
tell
talk.
Mojo, here's the one.
Hey, Derek. Yeah, chill. Go ahead, though.
So no, as I said, Ron, there was about 4 to 5 different bills that were
Really?
proposed. So
There's
hang
2.
on, I will get you those.
There's
I
2,
will get
HB 378 and HB
Nope.
979. Has to do with
Nope.
firearms, delivery, retail services, and fantasy sports of the businesses. And then it actually covers the people making over 500,000 and a category of over $1 million. That's what it
As I
affects.
said, Ron, there's about 4 to 5 different bills. They were proposed during her first around the first area. So you have, let's see, you had House Bill 900, you had House Bill 978. You also had the state
979.
budget, digital tax debates, and there was a couple other ones. I would have to go deeper and deeper down to this, but House Bill 900 was on digital goods, rates, delivery fees, and I'm not going to, because I know somebody's going to bring it up. It was only a minuscule charge, I will say. The
Right.
charge was maybe 20 or 25 cents. But I think we all can agree that we order way too much from Amazon. Even during a week, any given week, a lot of people do have anywhere from 2 to 20 different Amazon deliveries. And if you want to also include like delivery services like DoorDash and things of that nature, I'm going to imagine 20 to 40 cents each time. That is going to add up, is it not? Over the course of a year.
It could, but again, that's not even in here. It's firearms, ammunition, delivery, and retail
No,
services.
sir,
And it
it's
doesn't say.
HB 900. It was proposed on January 29th. I mean,
So,
I'm-
not what 979 is what I'm looking at.
Okay, I'm
I
looking
just
at
wanted
900.
to add something. Like, even if some person comes here from another country and takes the bar exam and passes it, or Kim Kardashian becomes a lawyer, that doesn't mean that tennis now can't be a lawyer. Like, you have this idea that jobs are finite, and they're not. We just grow the economy by adding more jobs when there are more people to hire and when there's availability of labor. Like, you have a gross misunderstanding of how labor economics works, Derek. Like,
No,
just
you're
because Kim Kardashian becomes a lawyer doesn't mean that tennis all of a sudden, like, her job is being demoted somehow. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you're making it sound like somehow if somebody from another country comes here and passes the bar exam and becomes a lawyer, that now there's fewer law jobs. There isn't. It just grows the
fuck is
entire
talking
sector.
about other countries' HR. Nobody's even saying anything about another country. I was talking about Americans. But congrats for sounding ridiculous, as always.
What do you mean? Like, I'm just explaining to you how it actually works. Like, whether or not Kim Kardashian becomes a lawyer doesn't mean that there's now one less law job in the country. It just means that she can be hired as a lawyer. There isn't a finite number of jobs. That's not a thing. There's no closed loop of demand and jobs. It just grows or it shrinks. And this president has shrunk labor demand, not grown it. He's made it worse.
So if we all, as Americans, which is never going to happen, we all decided, you know what, we're all going to be lawyers. Do you think that every one of us in America is going to have a job as a lawyer?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard. There's no world is every single person all of a sudden going to be a lawyer. That just doesn't happen. We have specialization. We have tons of specialization within the labor economy. Everybody has different strengths and different abilities. For example, you can't be a lawyer because you're functionally illiterate. So that's never going to happen, Derek.
There's a lot of words. Thank you.
A lot of words you couldn't understand. And I want to say another thing, like basically, you also seem like you mentioned the fact that you asked Tennis if she would be mad that you told her that she'll probably be mad if she basically put all this work and paid a lot for to be a lawyer, and then somebody goes in and does it without having to pay as much as she did or even for free. I mean, why should she be mad about that? Like, you would want it to be better for the next round of people. You would want, like, it'll be like being a cancer patient that went through chemo and then being mad that people are getting the cure for cancer and feeling like they shouldn't be getting the cure because they didn't go through what you went through.
No, I think lawyers are as much as I think they can be easily replaced by AI, which we have already had that conversation. I do think they work hard, especially to pass the bar and get to that point. So I don't think just anybody and everybody should get an opportunity at that. I think we have to have these, because we have to have these higher position type jobs.
Well, if they don't pass it, they're not going to get the higher position, are they?
No, but I don't think people should even have the opportunity to get into.
That's fucking wild, dude.
No, it's not even, as I do not believe. Give me a minute. I do not believe that just anybody should be able to get into law school. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but
you
I
have
want
to qualify to get into law school. What are you talking about?
Yes, but honestly, at the end of the fucking day, the way the DSA wants to keep pushing shit, I don't want the dumbest.
And they said one little thing about letting unqualified people into law schools, and I mean, what are you talking about?
They haven't changed. They are not changing any of the LSAC qualifications to get into law. You still have to take the LSAT. You still have to get into law school, which is still one of the most competitive professional schools to get into in the country. And it has an enormous amount of people who apply every single year. It's one of the largest growing professional things to get into. Like, people you have to have and scores are out of this world now, because people and I just applied to law school last year. I got in and then decided not to go. And like, it was a really, really, really competitive field, like an enormously competitive field. And again, you would still have to pass law school. You'd have to finish law school those 3 years, and you would still have to pass the bar exam. Nobody has suggested that the bar exam needs to be easier, or the LSAT needs to be easier, or law school classes need to be easier. Nobody is suggesting that. They're just saying, hey, if you need an ability to pay for law school and you have the ability to pass all of these different barriers, the barrier shouldn't be that you're poor. The barrier should be, are you qualified and smart enough to do it? That's what we're trying to change.
Yeah, my daughter just started law school this week, and she's going to a New York law school, and it's really hard to get in. There were 110,000 applicants to NYU law school this year. Okay,
I'm gonna read.
Just saying.
You got to read between the lines. Yeah, they started something simple, and then they expand to something fucking drastic. I mean, I think we can all agree Trump has done that same
saying if you
thing,
have
right?
the fucking merit to get into school, the cost of that shouldn't be a barrier. Why are you looking more into that? If you're smart enough, you have the grades, and you have the merit to get in,
Right.
and you want to go, price shouldn't be a reason why you can't go. That's it. There's no more in between the lines of that.
And this
Yeah,
is
if you're
why we're
qualified
going
to become a doctor, if you pass the MCATs to get into law school, more power to you. And by the way, besides the entrance exam, MCATs or LSATs, you got to have a pretty high GPA out of undergrad. So these people work hard. They work really fucking hard.
They do.
And it's exceedingly expensive to go to professional school. So why wouldn't we help people who worked hard and, show that they have the ability to do these really tough academic feats?
And it's not just paying for law school. Like the amount of money you have to pay just to apply is enormous. It's enormous. Yes. And and LSAC specifically has a lot of resources to help people pay for it. Like they already have like lots of programs and things like that you can apply for to help you pay for your applications and the process of putting together your application, which LSAC does for you. But for every application, they charge you like $40 for each one, plus the cost of the application, plus the cost of taking the test. And you can apply if you are under a certain amount of money or you don't have support from your family. You can apply for those things, but some people are going to make just enough money to not be able to apply for that and not have enough money to actually spend on that. So the other programs that the DSA is trying to advocate for are third-party ways of being able to pay for those things and not go into debt just to be able to apply for those professional schools. Like, it's expensive.
It is expensive, HR. You're correct, and I don't disagree.
Not only that, I just wanted to add this one thing: is that the Trump administration, I don't know if you guys remember this, but they issued where they've taken the names of professions off the professional list, and hence
yes, they did.
The reason why is, and most of those are for professional jobs that women do. Like they took off teaching. Teaching is really hard to get a certificate in teaching, at least in New York State. So, and what does that do? They don't get the grants and the financial backing from the government to go to professional schools or to go to these schools. So that's why the DSA would want to help people to go to these schools. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get it. It sounds all great in theory, but it's not going to be good in practice. I think you can agree, because let's dive down this little rabbit hole real quick, right? So you guys are all mad that Trump scaled back the level of tuition that can be paid out, which, in certain instances, I can kind of see the anger. But on the other hand, I'm looking at kids that are coming out of college that are in $2,000 to $3,000, $4,000, even some in $600,000 worth of debt. Why don't we start by making these colleges lower their prices. Okay, how do we do so? Well, I think we're all pretty smart up here, right? Supply and demand. So yeah, maybe the first year it will be, you'll still have the same number of enrollments. Second year, it might start to dwindle down. Third year even, and maybe even more. Fourth year, it's going to really hit the floor. Maybe even fifth year, negative numbers. What are the colleges going to do? They're going to look at something that's going on probably in that third, second year and say, all right, let's lower the cost. And then they have more enrollments that start back up maybe the seventh year. So we have a little, like, I guess you can call it, a V? And this is how we get back to that. Because why are colleges so much? Oh, wait, the student loans that people can take out are fucking destroying people. Stop allowing people to take out $200,000, $300,000 worth of loans at the age of 22, even 24 years old, when they can't even get approved for a house of that price.
Are you just trying to be contrarian to make this weird argument in direct opposition to your own fucking beliefs, just to have a gotcha for us? Like that was
he has a loose grip on reality, and is scared that if more people have access to education, that more talented people are going to come for his job, and he knows he's inadequate. So knowing that school is a barrier to entry because they can't afford it, he's just terrified of having a well-educated populace, because he's already scared of the smart people on this panel. God forbid there's more of them.
I see. I don't think you guys are smart. I think you guys have just read a little bit more information on things, and obviously you guys are a lot older than I am. I think civics, you're what, maybe mid-40s, late 50s? I mean, you're getting up there.
85, actually.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But anyways, no, I'm not talking about, what I'm talking about, Revel, in which you kind of missed it. I was talking about, let's lower the price of college. Let's not make college free.
Okay, much like the argument with universal health care, we are talking about it being no cost to the individual for entrance, whereas the taxation of the populace pays for this. So the individuals have already bought into their own community programs in order to be able to attend things like this, or in order for them to be able to get medical care, because that's effectively how it works right now, being subsidized throughout health insurance providers, because it is just a large conglomerate pool as is. You, with college, are talking about turning it from a private industry back into a state-mandated and regulated program where there's price caps on all of it, which is more central planning than I think you are even capable of understanding. And I think you don't even actually know what you're arguing for at this point in time.
All right, great. Rebel, how are we going to pay for this free college for everybody type situation? How are we going to pay for that?
I quite literally said it's not free and through taxation. I had already answered both of those questions if you had previously listened.
Oh, great. So what about, let's say, I know all the liberals up here are going to be all right with it, but Tennis, you would be all right with paying, I don't know, we'll call it 10% more in taxes that you already worked so hard for, just so people can go to school?
Why
are you pay a shit ton of taxes, and it is about taxation. It is about taxation. And why don't we spend less on our military? How about that?
Why don't we just spend less overall? Why don't we go to a system where every state is responsible for their own shit? The government does what they're supposed to do.
Should Alabama and West Virginia and Kentucky be responsible for their own shit?
Yeah, let them.
Can we not go down the rabbit hole? Derek, why'd you even just state 10% in this weird hypothetical? Because do you have evidence backing that claim that it would raise taxation by 10%? What if we could actually reallocate funds to spend the exact same amount that we currently are right now and still offer all of those public services and include universal health care and universal education?
How would you
What do you think about that?
How would you do so, Rebel?
We would rebalance the budget.
Well, how would you do that? Can you explain to me? Because a majority of the spending that we have,
I will do that. I will do that right now.
What would you want to cut? What would you want to cut?
Military spending.
Okay, so the 1.9 trillion, or I think it's actually 900
We don't
billion.
even have to fully
it's a
cut
trillion
it.
right now, but they want 1.5.
Yeah,
we could probably cut it by a third, and we could probably accomplish all of what we're asking for currently. Or on top of that, we could probably, because of the money that we would save in regards to healthcare spending by centralizing the process and making it universal and a taxation-based aggregate pool, we could probably also utilize the savings from that alone to probably spend for the majority of like universal education.
Revel, you haven't looked
into this much. Justin, let me tell you this, man. Back in the day when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan, we had like a $800 billion budget running a full war. And now we're asking for twice as much.
Yeah,
I don't understand why that is.
I don't agree with how much our military budget is. What I wish they would do, since it is so fucking high, is they would pay their fucking military members a lot more. I actually want to look into, and I haven't done so, so if anybody has, I would like the information on that, where all this money is more or less going to. Because, as you just said, we were operating a full-on war at a lot less. So where is this money going? What is it going to? That is something I do want to look into at some point. But to that point, Revel, it's crazy that you think that we could cut, we'll even say the budget's $1 billion, 900, we'll say it's $1 trillion. So we cut a third. You think 333?
A third is not $1 trillion.
If we cut it, no. What I'm saying is it's at $1 trillion.
It's not. It's over $1 trillion.
It's not as
it is. It is like $1.7 trillion right now, Derek.
I don't believe it is, but I'm gonna take Corm's word over yours.
Hey, Rev, I'm not sure if that's been approved yet.
I can't
confirm nor deny, but I don't think the 1.5 has been passed through Congress.
I don't.
Really quick.
Yeah, let's get some valuable facts. But even if we'll just call it $1 trillion, even if we cut it by $333 billion, that's just enough to cover what we were spending on SNAP at the start of 2025. We were spending almost $300 billion on SNAP in 2025, January. So you think that's going to fund fucking college? You think that's going to fund universal health care? You're fucking delusional.
If you cut the military spending, it would.
We just said that. 300
SNAP was $100 billion.
It was actually, I think it was 300 billion, but you know what? I'll actually fact check this one.
I'm looking it up right now. Fiscal year 2025 total federal costs were $101.7 billion for SNAP.
I thought it was 300 billion. Okay, so
big difference.
Well, there is a big difference. There is a big difference, and you're right, Tennis.
$2 billion. I mean,
well, 200 billion.
Right. So go ahead.
The Department of Defense is over $1 trillion. We don't actually have a realistic set figure currently because there is such a thing as discretionary spending. We know it is currently over $1 trillion in regards to just the Iran war alone that we're currently undergoing. But I sure, for $300 billion, I don't think you understand how much money is spent on education realistically in regards to all of this when it's privatized. Because you're talking about privatized. We're talking about making it a public commodity, something that could be like utilized by the public good. Why are you using the same figures?
Well, Justin, I have another question for you, man. Imagine if we did student loan debt, right? And those people, instead of paying their debt, they spent it on the economy, and those were additional taxes because every dollar we spend gets taxed. Wouldn't that make sense?
No, realistically, no. But real quick, and then I'm going to get to that. We spend, U.S. colleges and universities spend around $712 billion each year on higher education. So that's this whole country. That's how much we spend. So that wouldn't even cover, even if we cut the military by a third, that wouldn't even cover like fucking the rice and bread of the actual colleges. But to that point, Chromie, it's what I would honestly be all right with is not canceling out student debt or the loans, but I'd be 100% in favor of getting rid of the interest. I do not believe you should have to pay interest on going to school. Even if we did have to just say do interest, I think a 0.5 to a 1% is a fair and reasonable thing. But this whole anywhere from 5 to 7%, never mind private student loans, even getting up to about 14, 15, I do not believe that is something we should continue doing.
Yeah, and I would even actually make the argument that maybe we should put a cap on it, right? Like the first $100,000 has a certain percentage, and then everything after that 0%.
See, and that would be something I could get behind, especially if you're going for a higher education, like a doctor or a lawyer. Or
right. Yeah, you go to bachelor's and it's, X amount. You go to master's, it's X amount. You go to a doctorate or a higher level, then it's X amount. I'm totally fine with that.
That's something I could actually get behind. But I don't think that's like if I went today and got a car loan and then tomorrow they say, oh, you know what? All car loans are free. Well, how does that make sense? I agree with the getting rid of the interest because I think paying interest on shit is just friggin' ridiculous.
Yeah, I kind of feel that education is a little different than a private company.
It absolutely
you're buying a car,
is.
you're buying it from a corporation.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
at the
on
end
you.
An investment in someone's education is not the same thing as a car loan. Don't make those.
That's an
comparisons.
investment. That's an investment to your life. I mean, as much as it's a depreciating asset, it's still something you need in this country. It's a means of fuck, I can't even think of the word. Transportation. It's how you get places. It's how you get to the store. It's how you get to work. It's how you get to the college. It's how you do those things. So no, you realistically do need a car. And I think a car is more so a necessity than an education.
A lot of people don't have cars. A lot of people don't have cars that live in the city.
Well, actually, there's a better.
Thanks, Stephen.
Well, there's a better investment because you think about education. Education is an investment into the future of the country because you obviously want the people running the country to be, smart and educated. If with the car, I think you could better say an investment for societies, invest in more mass transit, so people are not totally reliable on cars.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a slippery slope? Because you can say food and water, utilities, all the things are a factor of you living to then. It's like, how many layers are we going to go down? Right?
Welcome to
that goes back to you need a car to get to work. You need food for substance to survive. Like, how far are we going to go down?
That's one of the biggest debates, honestly. I think is like, so it started with like, okay, what is the rights of survival or whatever it was called, and then now it's like, okay, so what is the rights of our civilization within the United States? Like, what should people be able to expect to receive because of the nation that we live in? And that's a fair debate.
Do you think we should expect that citizens should have it as their basic? What do you think? Yeah.
So I think where it starts is figuring out what things can we actually all agree on, because we're just agreeing that like nobody's gonna do something to you, right? So the right to like not be unalived or armed or whatever, like those are easy things. Once it starts to get hard to come to an agreement on is like, okay, which things do we think are right for all of us that actually end up depending on labor from somebody else? And that's the main debate. I think that we're working toward the Overton windows like shifting to most voters
supporting some form of universal healthcare. So that would be an example of what I think would probably start to fall into like what we all expect to be something that we can have in this country, and also break down the corrupt system that exists today. But everything else, it's more of like, who is this going to take from, who's going to receive it, and how much does this do to hurt or help our whole country of like foundational beliefs of like work hard and get stuff.
As people today work hard and they don't really get a lot, especially when it comes to basic necessities.
Well, I think what Steven's saying is, oh, that's cool. What Steven is saying is we started at one thing that you guys said is a basic human need, like food and water, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But then it has now become, oh, well, healthcare is a human need, and a car can turn into a human need, as I just pretty much pointed out, and education is a human need. Well, what if Wi-Fi is a human need? Because honestly, in today's society, Wi-Fi is a human need. All right, now Wi-Fi is a human need. Now, you realistically kind of do need a cell phone in today's world, not just to talk to people, but to kind of apply for jobs, get phone calls from a job interview, do all those sort of things. So now a phone is a human need and a basic human need, because to get a job, that's all things that you need. Now clothes are a human need because you need clothes to go out and work. I mean, where does the list end?
Justin, I love it what you just said, man. That's funny. But I think when it's like comes to universal health care, it's like the basic things, right? It's like a yearly a yearly doctor visit, and maybe some affordable medication, stuff like that. It's not carte blanche of just everything healthcare is free. It's like the basic stuff.
So I agree with that. Some form of like preventative care is what I mostly mean at this point. It's like we are going to need something, because even if you're a capitalist, it's not working. Like healthcare, the healthcare system is not working, even from a capitalistic perspective. There needs to be something. There's not enough encouragement of preventative care. There's not enough funding for that. So yeah, I mean, at the bare minimum, having a system where people can go and get preventative care included, not free, but included, makes sense.
Yeah, one of my fears, though. I'm sorry, Tennis, you can go.
Yeah, no, I just think that we should just have universal health care straight across the board, not limited to preventive care. There's a lot of families who have autoimmune, they have different disease processes that are very costly. They can't afford it. We're a rich country. We spend way too much on our military. We need to reallocate how we're spending money to afford universal health care. And taxes. We need to reconfigure taxes to get, because people should be able to be healthy. They should have every opportunity to be as healthy as they can and not be sick and not to struggle to pay for, insulin or if they need chelation or whatever they need. I mean, that's what you said doesn't go far enough, in my opinion.
But what you just opened the door for is like the argument of like prioritization. And that just becomes much more expansive and sticky, because you said some stuff about like using the funds that go here and we should do it here instead. That's a different thing. That's harder for everyone to agree on. I think where we should start is where everyone actually is affected, which is that we all ourselves or our family members have issues where you go to the doctor and they go, if you would have just come in here sooner, we could have prevented this major surgery or could stop this cancer or whatever. So I don't think it's productive or as productive to talk about reallocating funds from here or there, because that opens up a whole different debate, than to talk about the fact that we pretty much all agree that like Yeah, if there was money there for us to all go get preventative care that can prevent early death and expense on the system, by the way, because if you wait, then it's a lot more expensive to treat you in late stage cancer and everything else than to just like try to go early and catch some of this stuff. I think we can all like come together on that.
Yeah, and what about like patents? I saw a thing the other day where there was like an inhaler where they got another like 10-year patent just because they added a little piece of plastic. It's like, how is that like not illegal? Because some of these patents are well overdue, it seems like.
What effect?
That's just an example of like a broken system.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, that's why I said medication. If medication was cheaper and easier to access, then that would be a nice little chunk of the change of people that can afford healthcare. It's like I feel we need to attack it in a certain way where we're taking little chunks out of it. And tennis, that's why I kind of like feel like the full on like healthcare everything is a little bit harder than if we just say, hey, medical patents can't exceed this many years. You know, draw a line in the sand. And then you can
never
get
enough. I understand what you're saying, but to me, it's never enough. You know, these little things chip away at it. We have the money. It should be out. The great nation, the rich nation, we should reallocate our expenditures and invest in our people. There's other countries have done it, and they're very successful.
Are they as big as ours, though? Or is that a factor?
I want to know how they're successful, tennis, because they're really not. They're paying out the ass in taxes in most of these quote-unquote healthcare countries, yet when they go in, they have long-ass wait times. So where are they winning?
That's a narrative.
What's a narrative, tennis? I'll pull it up. Give me any country.
Long-ass wait times in Canada and Denmark?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's based on tell me you're typing that tennis. Please tell me you're typing that exact prompt in. Long ass
I'm not
wait
typing anything in.
She's not. She doesn't do the research into it.
No,
Because
I read enough. I come equipped.
You keep saying this all the time we bring up healthcare. You talk about wait times everywhere, and you keep saying it. There's wait times right here in America. You act like it doesn't exist anywhere else but other countries other than here. It's crazy that you just say this every time healthcare comes up. The wait times.
And I hate to agree with Ron here, but most of us, I would assume, because I've had really good healthcare coverage for a while. I pay for the PPO, top of the line, all that stuff. But even that has gotten worse over the years. Our system sucks. Like, it's getting worse and worse. So I think for anybody on the right that's clinging on to like no sort of anti-universal healthcare, eventually this will be an issue that we lose on the right.
Also, can we like level set here, Derek? What are you even referring to as far as like raised taxation costs? Like, what's your baseline here? What are you comparing?
Well, if you you can look at Sweden. Anything over a certain number, and it's not a lot. It's I think what our average in America is, our average median. I think it's roughly around $65,000 US comparable in their money. Anything over that, you pay an extra 20%. So just say you make $67,000, now you're paying an extra 20% just because you went above that threshold. And it's not just on the extra 1,000; it's on the whole thing.
That's not what I'm asking, Derek. You're talking about taxation versus what they're getting versus here. What are you comparing that to here?
I'm not comparing. I enjoy the low taxes that we do pay in this country compared to other countries. A lot of these other.
I don't have low taxes here.
How
you
don't
have
we have
federal
low?
taxes? You have
Correct.
federal taxes, you have state taxes, you have gas taxes, you have property taxes, which you might be exempt for in certain places in Florida. Apologies. There is purchase tax, there vehicle tax, there's ad valorem tax, there is taxes on fucking everything that you do, including school taxes. You were taxed out your ass, and in the average, like roughly at the end of the year, how much do you think you fucking pay in taxes as someone who is like middle of the road American?
Give or take 30. I think it's 32%, maybe 35.
No.
I did the math.
That's just your federal.
No, I've done this math before because I was actually interested in it.
Rebel. I agree with Justin here. I think what you're thinking is like top tax bracket stuff. Once you get to like all of the write-offs and everything else, you get to the net number. 100%, the net number should be 35% or less if you can achieve certain write-offs, having a business or whatever else.
I'm not talking top.
It's not just federal.
I am talking about the majority of Americans, because I am in the 25 to 28%, whatever the fuck it is, somewhere around there. I'm in the 25 to 28% tax bracket currently
federal?
in the United States, sitting in Georgia in federal. I
At
also
the top
have a state
rate or blended.
I also have what?
Are you saying the top rate or blended? You're at a blended tax rate federally?
I am talking
at 28%.
I am talking about the range. I forgot exactly what it was. I'm just trying to get you in the relative range of where I'm currently sitting at. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go fucking look. Point being, I have on top of that a 7% sales tax in my state. I have to pay property taxes every year on my property. We also have to pay gas tax here in Georgia as well. That is on top of every time that I go to the pump, I have to pay for that tax. There is the ad valorem tax that I have to pay on the vehicle if I were to purchase a vehicle every year. There actually is my title and tag tax. So it is every year I have to pay on top of that, as well as the income tax that I have to pay to the state as well for on top of that. Adding all of that up throughout the year is like vastly beyond the 30% threshold that you think that we currently exist and sit at in regards to your taxation across all products, goods, and services that you spend money on in the United States, especially when it comes to if we are including healthcare.
Rebel,
if we're including...
Hang on. Do you think these other countries don't pay tax? A lot of these other countries, hang on, Tennis. A lot of these other countries, even after their taxes are taken out for the universal healthcare bullshit and free college and everything else, a lot of them still have to pay a TV license tax. A lot of them,
sure.
And at the same time, yes, only because the price is or the tax is included, you don't see it. But when you look at a receipt, that is included. That's their tax. So they're getting taxed. Yes,
Derek.
Rebel.
Derek, I am completely cognizant of the level of taxation that they currently pay in other countries in regards to that. But as far as the amount of services that they get in benefit to the amount of taxes that they pay, it is vastly superior to what we currently have here. Because on top of our taxes, you are independently paying for your health insurance, which is a big expense every year. On top of that, you also have to pay for your driver's insurance every year, which is something else that you could potentially get in a taxed system as well. I'm sorry.
The point is that if we tax people for healthcare, then we don't have to pay as much for private insurance because it's a lot cheaper across the board. If the government runs healthcare and we all pay into it, then we don't have to buy private insurance, which is tens of $1,000s a year, at least for me, my family. Okay. And then everybody's covered.
And
See? Because we're paying into it. We're paying into it already. Everybody's paying into it.
I'm curious though. To add to that, isn't it like wouldn't Medicare and Medicaid go away pretty much because they would all be covered by the same thing?
Yes.
Well, that's what I would advocate, is that Medicare and Medicaid would be part of the universal health care.
Yeah.
Has anyone on here had a relative
that
has anyone on here had a relative that has had cancer or some sort of like rare disease?
Yes.
Do you feel like the care that they received or the access to specialists might have been better here during that than if you were in another country that had universal health care?
Not necessarily. No, I mean, you could be in Australia, you could be in, you could be in Tokyo, you could be in fucking New York,
Japan for
and
sure.
unfortunately get stricken by cancer, and you get. I mean, it's healthcare in terms of cancer treatment is you can get healthcare other than in the United States.
Because there are studies. So the reason I ask that question is because there are studies that show that is something that appears to be indisputable about the benefits of our healthcare system is when there are rare forms of diseases or cancer, advanced cancer, things like that require specialists. The outcomes in those situations are measurably better in our country.
Well, in our country, under our health insurance, we don't necessarily get. I might not get the specialist, and I'm with a major provider. I might not be able to get the specialist that, if God forbid something like that happened, that you can't necessarily get access to the physicians at Mount Sinai or Sloan Kettering.
The cost association with seeing one of those specialists is fucking exorbitant that the majority of people cannot pay for, and they go into medical debt and get bankrupted for. But before we even go into the quality of care versus the cost, I still, like, if I were to level set and like let me like hard slash this at like roughly, let's say that every American pays 25% in taxes. Let's just do this as just a thought experiment here, that every single person pays 25% in taxes, and that doesn't pay for their health care, that doesn't pay for child care, that doesn't pay for parental leave, doesn't pay for higher education, that doesn't pay for your vehicle, doesn't pay for car insurance, it doesn't pay for like individual state taxes, doesn't pay for any of that. I don't understand how you can make a fiscal argument in regards to including all of that for each individual in other countries, where all of that is essentially included in like a 40% tax system. I don't see the fiscal argument here.
There is no fiscal argument when it comes to like arguing for the whole. What it is, and this came up on another live the other day, is what it is that, and I called him out on this, and he agreed actually. As I said, what you're saying, this person on the right, is that you're okay with lower outcomes because aside from like the cancers and specialist needs and everything else, we actually have lower outcomes in a lot of other areas than countries that have socialized medicine. So I said to this guy, I said, what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you enjoy living in a society where if you work hard, make more, you can afford to buy yourself up from the average outcomes of everything else, right? Because in a scenario like that, if you're making more money and you live in a system where you have better access to specialized stuff, and the other areas where we're below average on general outcomes, you can buy yourself up from that as well, then you're for it, right? But I think, I'll leave it there.
If
but
you're
Stefan,
rich, you can buy yourself up.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, if you're rich and you have the best health insurance, you can buy yourself up. But if you're, if you have an average health insurance policy and you're paying fucking copays all over the place and deductibles, and then they deny you the specialist you want to see, this is what we're seeing in this country. So if we had the government had a universal health care where everybody could get access to everything, right? We'd have much better outcomes.
And that's where I do agree. I actually do agree with that aspect of it. I was just trying to clarify with somebody that was like saying that we have a better system, even though a lot of the measurements of like outcomes show that we don't have the best system. But it did. Other measurements showed that we do have a better system when it comes to, like specialized care. So how does that translate to like who would still support the system? And that translates to someone who feels like they can afford to buy themselves out of the average. So yeah, I think that's where the middle ground needs to be, is like focusing on like, okay, so how can we maintain, is there a way that we can maintain better access to specialized services, but also like somehow solve for the broken system that we have for most medical needs, which is most of it. The insurance policy the insurance policies that exist today, the carriers are most profitable when you choose a plan that has a low deductible and a low copay, because that's where they make all their money. They know that you're not going to use up that amount. That's where they make their most of the money. They make less money when you choose a high deductible plan and some sort of HSA or something that goes along with it, because that is like, what's the term for that? When something, so it's catastrophic coverage, basically. So with catastrophic coverage, they don't make a lot of money, and that's why nobody really educates people on like choosing policies that can help them sort of self-insure. And self-insuring, or at least partially self-insuring by choosing a high deductible and an HSA plan, forces you to become more responsible with how you deal with your finances, which I think most people can't do. So I do now agree that there should be some better version of like people having to understand advanced concepts of, like the insurance system. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think we really do need to do something, and I think that the DSA is, they have a lot of good points where that's concerned. Hey, Star.
Hi, I might have a solution or something to look forward to. Mark Cuban is joining up with Tallarico, and he wants to bust up the insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, is that new though? Cuban has been talking about trying to create something for the last 10 years.
Yep. I just read an article about him and Tallarico.
Well, the reason that I originally argued this, Stephen, is because Derek, is proposing this as some kind of like fiscal feat that can't be overcome. And I'm trying to get him to realize that the basis of his fucking argument is stupid on premise. And we never seem to get there because it's the same shit over and over and over again.
Can I get everybody to tap the screen? You guys, I've been live for like 5 hours. I got 13,000 likes.
Jesus, that's horrible. What is wrong with you people?
Tap screen, share the live, do the heart me.
What's the matter, Justin? You can't tap and talk at the same time?
Danielle told us not to tap, by the way. I think that's why. By the way, Mojo, I think someone accidentally gifted me 1,000 coins. I think they must have.
Danielle?
Who's Danielle?
It was a joke, but someone gave me, I think, 1,000 coins by mistake. I think they must have meant. I tried to go into chat and ask if they meant to go to you, but
I just thought somebody liked you a lot.
That's rare.
That's rare.
Right?
Agreed. That is very rare.
Funny. Well, it didn't go to me, so I guess you keep it or do whatever you want with it.
Mojo,
I'll send you a galaxy, buddy.
Oh, that's sweet.
Well, thank you. That would
Mojo,
awesome.
what do you think about what I said?
About Tallarico?
And Mark Cuban, yeah.
I think Mark Cuban has always talked about doing all sorts of stuff and never really done anything.
Yeah, well, maybe he needs to get some people behind him.
He doesn't need people behind him. He has plenty of goddamn money.
People that know how to get things done, like lawyers or, activists. I don't know.
You don't think he knows all that, Stargazer? Like, he was an owner of
then if he can't get it done, he can't get it done. I just thought it was interesting that he might want to try.
I think rich people like him tend to say a lot of things just because.
Yeah. Well, look at it though. I mean, they're monopolies. Didn't we have anti-monopoly clauses way back when they started this country? Would they just ignore it now? Yeah,
We're
they just
supposed
fucking
to, but
ignore
people like
everything.
John Galt like monopolies.
Right.
So I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
We've created a monopoly by allowing Spirit to go down the drain, thanks to the Biden administration and Hillary
Hold
Clinton.
on. What about the pharmaceutical companies that charge us an arm and a leg, $1,000 for a pill, and it's $750 in Europe? I mean,
No, I
why
agree.
do you let that shit happen?
I don't disagree with the level and how expensive our pharmaceutical products are. But what I am talking about is a lot of this shit. We're getting mad about monopolies, but because Spirit went under, we have just created more monopolies.
Spirit is an airline. I'm talking about pharmaceutical companies and health insurance companies, and I think we need to work together. Go ahead, Rev.
Hold him to that. Hold him to that. I'm sorry, Derek. What monopoly was created when Spirit went under?
Right.
Well, you just pretty much got rid of one extra low budget airline. So what's the only other low budget airline that flies across the whole country? Now it's only Frontier.
I'm sorry. This seems like your free market economics at work. And I'm sorry. How is this related to Biden?
Mike got whiplash with the pivot.
They did not bail out Spirit when they should have. Or actually, no, my bad. They did not allow the merger. They didn't allow the merger between JetBlue and Spirit to go through.
So they would have gone away anyways.
Well, yes, but what we have created now, instead of keeping the low budget airline,
If you let them merge, there would still be a fucking monopoly.
Oh, yes, that too.
But what about Biden?
Then what's your fucking argument? I'm sorry, JetBlue still exists, Frontier still exists, Delta still exists, Southwest still exists. What is your argument here? What?
Not for long. Southwest is going under.
He just read the headline. Don't worry about it.
No, this is just off my lone logic. Once they got rid of the pick your own seat and the 2 free bags, I can tell you they're going down.
Well, once Donald Trump fucked up the economy and nobody could fucking fly anymore because none of us can even afford to fucking eat, airlines are probably going to go under.
Where is nobody flying? Flights are fucking packed to the brim every time I'm on one.
Well, they reduced the number of flights. That's what they do.
That they have. Yeah,
they did that. I mean, I'm going to Washington and I usually can fly out of Westchester, and there are no flights. I have to go out of LaGuardia. Like, what's going on here?
Well,
Plus, he's clogged up the air traffic in Washington, D.C. so much, too, with their fucking, like, Uber helicopters out of the White House.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should invest in Uber helicopters. I think it would be a lot fucking easier.
Did you just
these are just for the cabinet, so they can just fly around, to their kids' soccer games from the White House.
Actually, they're already looking into doing that in Tampa. Actually, Orlando, to get out of the airport area. So that's going to be in the works very soon. So it'll be interesting to see how that does. I think that's what we should start doing, though.
Did you see what the head of the DOJ had said to Putin? Well, actually, through somebody else. He didn't actually meet Putin, but he said he warned them not to help Iran and not to attack NATO. And then also today, Ukraine.
Who said that, Stargazer?
That was the head of the DOJ when he flew over there the other day.
Warned Putin?
Yes, not to work with Iran, not to help Iran, and not to attack any NATO states.
I don't know if that was the head of the DOJ, was it? But I do.
Yes, I forget what his name is. What is his name?
Give me a minute.
Todd Blanche?
Yes.
Yes, it was Blanche.
Yes, he
Sorry,
went over.
No. It was Radcliffe.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's basically what was said. And then today, Ukraine hit a massive gas company in Russia, And there was video of people running out of the building and it was on fire.
With a drone, presumably.
Probably.
Yeah, the CIA director.
Yeah, it was funny because they asked Ukraine to be careful because they were sending somebody over there. So don't bomb Moscow because they were flying over. One person in a gigantic plane, a C-19, I think it was.
That is a gigantic plane.
Yeah.
That's a transport, like, heavy equipment plane.
But that's what I'm thinking. Did they take some stuff over to them? Like to bribe them? Or, maybe he had an entourage with them?
You know what? I don't think you guys are going to agree, but what is the worst thing, or I guess we could say, would we be all right if we, I guess, paid off Russia to end this freaking war? Would we be all right with that?
Mm-hmm. Not when we have starving children on our streets, no.
Well, I think a lot could be solved if we ended that war, because then I think we could potentially end the one in Iran. And then what's that going to do? It's going to bring prices down. I know you guys have all complained about the gas prices. It would bring the gas prices down. I think it would bring food costs down.
Wait a minute. How would stopping that war affect gas prices? It's the Strait of Hormuz and Iran issue that's causing the gas prices.
Well, global economy. I mean, gas has been kind of at the top of the list for both. Yes, I get it. The Strait is
and it spiked super high. Like when the Ukraine-Russia thing first started under Biden, it spiked higher than it is now, or maybe no. What was the reading? It was like sustained longer. I don't know, something. So clearly, both of them are affecting it. But I'm curious, Justin, though, or Derek, what is your thought process around if we somehow paid Russia to end the war? How would that affect ending the Iran war?
Well, I think if we, obviously just my own opinion, I think if we did just say pay Russia, we have already seen that Trump is willing to pay Iran. And you know what? As much as I don't want to kind of throw more money that way or any other way, I have a feeling that's going to be one of the only other options we have to end the war.
Pay Iran for what? To stop fighting?
I'm going to say for a deal.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of go down that route. I think if we paid Russia to end that war, I think Iran would kind of get on board and be like, "Ooh, we want money. We'll sign a deal. No nuclear shit, but we want X amount." And you know what? I think we would pay it.
What pretense?
With
telling you that this would happen?
Did we not already almost pay $300 billion
to what?
Iran. What was it?
That
The
was
MOU?
That was their money. First of
Yeah.
all, second of all, we didn't pay them. We just released funds that were being held. Third of all, what makes you think like the war's still going on? What makes you think that was an incentive for anything?
I mean, is the war not still going on?
Donald Trump doesn't seem to think so. He's working on other things.
What do you mean? The Strait has been open and closed this whole fucking time. I don't think you can buy off Russia any more than you can buy off Iran right now. I don't know what gave you that idea in the first place.
I'm just saying, if we paid them off to end both, I think it would at this point just be a good thing.
What stipulation do you think they would agree to where they wouldn't just take the money and then turn around and fucking attack us?
Who knows? I guess that's a part of what happens next. Fuck around and find out, right?
So this is an acknowledgement by you that you don't think there's any way out of this war in Iran. I'm just going to speak to Iran right now.
I really don't. I think we have two options, but a third of paying them off. First one, wave the white flag. I don't think that's going to happen. Second one, boots on the ground, which honestly I don't think is going to happen. Third one is pay them off.
This isn't.
Well, I think the white flag and the payoff is kind of the same thing, don't you?
Yeah, this isn't The Godfather. You can't just fucking pay him off, man. Like, what do you mean?
In Trump's world, it's all about the payoff. It's all about the threat and the bullying and the withholding
how would he
right?
save face? How would he save face if he did that? How would it make him? He'd have to make it so that he looks really good in it.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like I said, I don't think we have a way out.
I think it's even funnier because
a good acknowledgement.
If you're trying to purport that Iran would take a fiscal amount of money to go against their ideals that you all have been bitching about this entire time, then it kind of just proves that Iran was never the fucking like superpower or threat that you thought they were.
There is always
That's what
a
he's
fourth
acknowledging.
option.
Robot, what'd you say?
There is always a fourth option. We could factually launch thermobarics, which I think we'd be committing a war crime at that point, but whatever.
I don't like that.
Russia did it.
Thermobaric bombs aren't against any convention. They're relatively new technology.
Not that new, like 50 years old. Russia used them on
How
Ukraine.
many people would it unalive?
More like 20.
No, they're not that new.
How many people would it unalive?
Air bombs are designed to unalive people inside of like cave complexes and structures. It like sucks all the air out of those cavities, so it unalives people inside those structures.
Well, technically, we use them as fuel air bombs. Russia didn't. They use them as ground level destruction, like razing buildings.
I don't think fuel air are the same as thermobarics, Robot.
Not exactly. But what you're talking about of removing the oxygen from those caves, that was fuel air.
Yeah.
Did you see what Canada renamed the top of Lake Ontario to?
What?
Fuck Donald Trump. That was just a joke. But it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
W Lake America.
Yeah. Lake America. It's so
dumb and petty.
Yep. Oh, but did you see my post in General Shenanigans? Some lady wrote that, or some guy, I forget who it was, wrote the whole reason everything is going nuts is because they still cannot believe that a black man was for president for 8 years. It just gnaws on them. They can't stand it.
Gnaws on who?
I don't think anybody here actually
Not
believes
here.
that, though.
I'm talking about your Republican, nationalist Republicans that are extremely prejudiced.
Yeah, and the small percentage of people who are racist and everything else.
And
Yeah,
Trump
of course.
is so jealous of him, he can't stand it.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's a small percentage of the right that's prejudiced, but that's just my opinion.
See, actually, I'm glad that you brought that up because, like right before this, I was on. I don't know if you guys were familiar with Manda. Like Revel goes on, or not Revels.
Oh yeah, I know who man is.
Yeah. So I was just on her panel.
Manda?
And
You mean Manda?
Manda, yeah.
Okay, I know who you're talking about.
And she was having a rare moment where she didn't have like 8 people up there screaming at each other. So I came up and we were talking about things, and I was just trying to really explore certain issues because I'm like endlessly curious about like what people actually think, not the extreme of the sides. And so what you just mentioned, and Stargazer, the example you gave, I feel like I've observed this at this point where people on both sides tend to think that a much larger percentage of the other side believes these extreme things. And then so you just put everybody in that same category, and then you can just write them off and think that you're doing the right thing.
I do not believe that. I do
You don't
not
believe what?
I don't
You don't
believe
agree with tennis
all-
that there's a
all-
lot of people that are racist or prejudiced?
There are a lot, but not all of them. I have friends and family that are not like that. I mean, they're delusional about Donald Trump, but they're not racist.
But Tennis, you just said that there's a large percentage of people. You believe there's a large percentage of Republicans that are prejudiced, and that's why they didn't.
I think there's I think a large percentage of MAGA are prejudiced. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't give you a percentage of them, but I think there's a goodly number of MAGA who are.
There's a bigly number.
Do you really believe, Tennis, that it's just the right side? Like, do you not think there's the same percentage of the left?
No. Who are prejudiced against black and brown people?
Really?
No.
Because
No.
you're.
I didn't even answer your question. But you're asking me whether I think
against black and brown people. I think what Derek's saying is, do you think that there's not equal or some proportional amount of people on the left who are immediately assume the worst about white cisgendered male, people?
No, Stephen. I wouldn't even say white people. I would say the left is just as racist against people, regardless of color, as the right side is. I don't think this is the right's more racist aspect because we have seen.
What's the foundation of progressivism?
I don't know, Mojo. Why don't you tell me?
Party.
Yeah,
Mojo. You can't tell me what you think Democrats believe.
No, because Mojo, I've witnessed it within your own party. I've heard people on your side be ruthlessly racist. Your beloved Tapley, not your Tapley, but the left's Tapley, be extremely
Tapley's a
racist.
fucking performative, dumbass piece of shit.
But that's everybody on this app, Mojo, and Democrats hide it well. Democrats are theatrical.
The difference is that Democrats in general want equality, an egalitarian society. And in an egalitarian society, skin color doesn't matter. So no, the people on the left are going to be less racist than the people on the right.
Okay, so Mojo, then this begs the question about the percentage of people who, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I don't know how I got sucked down this rabbit hole within TikTok, but I ended up on all these very black dominating lives for the first couple months that I started joining TikTok. And there were 500-600.
This.
I'm ashamed to admit that I was the token on there, right? But these 500-600 to 1,000 people that still I join every so often just to hear what they're saying, but I don't join the panels anymore because clearly they don't want me there. But they would disagree with you. You're saying it doesn't matter about race, but there's a large percentage of people on the left who are joining these lives who are a part of a certain racial group that do think that race matters a lot. And sometimes it does sometimes teeter on reverse racism. Maybe you guys don't think that exists, but
no,
it certainly feels like it.
There's no such thing as reverse racism. Racism is just racism.
Yeah, I would just call it racism. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right in that community.
I think you're talking about a vocal minority versus the overwhelming majority to where it is policy in the current fucking administration.
I don't hear a lot of people on the left decrying DEI programs.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of push.
I just hear that from the right. I just hear that, it was okay for Charlie Kirk to say, if I got on an airplane and there was a black pilot, I would be like, what? I don't hear that on the left.
It's okay for Donovan to call DEI Marxism and affirmative action and all this other shit too. That's something Donovan does on a regular basis.
No, I've always said you cannot fight racism with more racism. Diversity is great, but it has to be organic.
No,
it can't be forced.
You have called DEI something akin to affirmative action and all part of critical race theory, which is part of Marxism. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just racism against white people.
Racism against white people?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, so Donovan's in the camp that you were just talking about, basically.
What the fuck? How is DEI racist against white people?
Right.
Are you
what
new?
Go Army says. Go Army says that he quit his fucking office job because he was a white guy and he was getting passed up for promotions because he was a white guy.
Well, theoretically, if there's a system that's promoting certain people based on race, then it is not promoting other people based on that same ideology. So if you have kids that are white, male, whatever, all the people that are supposedly at the top of the pyramid, they will have in a DEI society a worse chance of getting a job, right? Theoretically.
Because historically, white men have all the benefits.
Yeah, equality means that white people will have less opportunity than they have had in the past. That is true.
But it's solving for an issue of old white people by treating young white people worse.
No, that's not what that means.
You're trying to achieve equity, right?
No, it literally just means treating people equally. And I'm sorry if you were perceiving that as unfair advantage for people of color, but that's the exact opposite of what it means. It is just removing the burden that has been presented throughout society for the majority of time and just allowing people to have the same chance.
So, Rebel, let me ask you this.
You take 100 resumes. You take 100 resumes.
This is a very important question.
Look at them equally.
This is a very important question. I'm super curious about what you guys think about this because this hinges on this. What do you think? Should the goal be that more equity should exist? Let's just say jobs, for example, a more equitable representation of different skin colors within different jobs.
Yeah, if we live in an ideal society and that particular locale, whatever it is, 15% of the population is black. Ideally, 15% of any workforce in that area is going to be black.
Yes. So, but I think we would all agree that ideally, well, hopefully we would all agree that ideally we were in a current state where there was equity across all the important measures of representation and work and everything else. But that's not the case, right? There's work to be done to create more equity among races and representation and genders and everything else. So the goal would be, okay, how do we achieve, or the problem is how do we achieve that? If we're going to achieve that by giving greater opportunities to younger people that are in these groups that are underrepresented, that means that you are taking away or making it harder for people that are younger in the other gender or races. And so therefore, hold on, let me just land real quick. I'll land real quick. I just want to finish my thought. So therefore, and this is where I always take it back to, is the observation of where voting is going to happen. Voting is going to happen where people who are white parents that are giving birth to white kids that are thinking, how can I give my white kids the best advantage? I don't want them to be superior to other races, but I don't necessarily want to vote for anything that's going to make their upbringing harder.
People that aren't racist don't think like that.
If it is easier, or it has been easier for white people to get jobs than it has for black people, then yes, when you give black people an equal opportunity, it's going to feel to the white people that they have a harder time getting a job. That is absolutely a fact. And that should happen.
Stargazer just did. That was the nicest way I've ever heard anyone be called a racist ever. Good job, Stargazer. Did you hear that, Stephen? You're a racist.
I think it's a fine line, to be honest, to determine whether this is a racist thing or not. And I want to clarify that I'm not saying that equal opportunity equates to racism. I'm saying if there's any scenario where somebody who is not equally represented right now from a racial or gender identity, whatever it might be, if that translates to giving the younger generation of those races more of an opportunity, it is inherently also disadvantaging I don't know, the white version of that scenario. So yeah, a lot of old white people hold a lot of power and a lot of money. It's a small group. Donovan, myself, Derek, we're not benefiting from that tiny group of super rich asshole white people, whatever, if you want to call them assholes. What we care about is our kids.
He is, but
What we care about is our kids and having them grow up in a system that's not going to swing the other way and create a disadvantage for them, even though we as our family and our kids are not benefiting from what you're saying is white supremacy and male dominated roles of billionaires and everything else.
But that's not true.
But you are.
You are.
We're not.
Currently are today.
You have generational wealth that they don't.
No, I don't.
Because of yes.
Even that aside, Mojo and Revel, even that particular bit aside, if you weren't being advantaged by that group of people at all, you wouldn't defend them.
I see it a little differently. I think if you look at it like this, if you have a woman, a black person, a white person, a disabled person, and you have, let's say 25 of each, right? And you've got 25 resumes from each of these people. You look at the resumes, you don't look at any of those other factors, and you decide who's got the experience, who's got the education, who's got the qualifications, and you choose that way. That's the incentive. DEI is an incentive. It's not a law, and it's incentive to give everybody equal chance with their qualifications.
Where does it say on a job application your race? Because I've never run into that on a job application.
She never said it was on there.
So then why the fuck do we need DEI? Because then your point is irrelevant that you tried to make.
No, it isn't.
It does ask for ethnicity on basis.
No, it does not. That is the federal reporting, and that is not for companies, which is optional. Revel, you should know this. You're smart enough.
It is.
That's not even true, Justin.
They do ask it on every single application specifically.
I'm going to go apply on a job real quick.
They have to do. Go for it.
No,
it will ask you your ethnicity.
It's optional.
It is not.
It's more of a class.
Where? Let's all pull up LinkedIn right now and go apply for a random job. I want to know where it asks that does not say optional. Does it ask for a race? Let's all do it together.
I'm going to go with his argument because, I mean,
yeah, of course
in my profession, I'm going to say that you don't always indicate your race or your ethnicity. However, there are other ways of ferreting out that information. And you can look at someone's last name. You can look at, there are ways of saying, I don't like this name. It's not European sounding. It's not American sounding. There are ways of culling through and separating wheat from chaff if you're looking at and you're going to do interviews. And I'm not saying that you can see it point blank every time, but you can. And
I don't know.
This is another assumption, though.
Hold on. I don't know how many people have actually applied for jobs over the past, let's just say, like 8-10 years. But as far as the electronic age of applications has come into fruition and has been the more prevalent form of applying for jobs, I can confidently say that out of the over 1,000 positions that I have applied for over the past decade, because I work in the IT sphere and the turnover is high, that every single one of those applications I have applied to has asked me my ethnicity and health concerns for things, because they get a stipend from the federal government for hiring people with disabilities.
You have a business owner down in the chat, and I know she's a part of your side. You can't put race or ethnicity, I can't fucking talk today, on an application. You don't do that until they're hired on the I-9. So, Revel, those are optional questions. They're optional.
Who?
They're just for the federal government. But let's do this together, Revel. Let's go on LinkedIn and let's.
I don't think you can require race on it. But to Tennis's point,
I'm not saying race. I'm talking about ethnicity. Ethnicity is something that is asked on every application for a job.
But you can decline it though. You can put other, right? So you don't have to say.
Yes.
Can I add this? A lot of jobs, you're giving your resume. You're not filling out an application. at least it, I mean, and I've never put my ethnicity or my race on my CV, my resume. So
It's because they're going to figure out your ethnicity or race in your interview.
right, but what I'm saying, wait. The thing is about DEI is that you want to diversify and to all qualified applicants the amount of interviews that they get. So you want to go in blind. You want the recruiter, the interviewer, not to know someone's ethnicity or race. You want them to only be judging on qualifications, period.
Yep. Meritocracy. Do you know what the blue team is missing about this whole equation? You're missing the stigma that you're creating with regards to a person's presence in a particular job. No one wants to believe or even suspect that they got a job because of their immutable characteristics, not because they were qualified. That's what Charlie was talking about when he was talking about if you have DEI and pilots and you see a pilot of color, that you're always going to think in the back of your head, and so was that pilot. He's going to think that maybe possibly he got the job not because of his merit, but because of the color of his skin. So you're creating
It's like reverse discrimination.
Well, what it's referred to as is the soft racism of low expectations. Everyone should compete on an even playing field. It should be a meritocracy, and I think that these cries of racism are simply because the Democrats want to virtue their signal, so they create. There's a demand for racism that they have gone.
Bad because a black man has a leg up on something.
That's why.
Well, that goes back to my earlier question of like,
that's a
what
virtue
percentage
signal all in itself.
Right.
So my question earlier, and this applies here as well, is that I think what all it takes is somebody that has a certain viewpoint, like Tennis, who says, "Hey, yeah, even if you don't put it on your resume, they can tell by your name, and they can racially profile you, or they can whatever." That is to assume that there is a large percentage of employers that would actually not hire you based on your race. So is there something that would show, what would make you think that there's a large percentage versus most employers that I know, most fellow business owners that I know, don't give a shit about race. They really are just trying to hire the best candidate. So what is it that's making you think there's a large percentage of people that are literally just so racist against a black person, for example, that if they saw a black person's name, they would be like, nope, I don't even want to see what their skills are.
Okay, so
All right, two
Stephen,
things. Wait. Two things. First of all, that is not what Charlie Kirk was saying. Secondly, I'm sorry, three things. Secondly, the argument you just made, Donovan, that was Clarence Thomas's argument against affirmative action. And thirdly, we still see this shit happening today. We saw it in real estate. Wells Fargo just got, a few years back, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 years back, they got sued for discrimination in giving out housing loans or giving people access to houses because of the pictures they put up in the house and the names that were on the applications and shit like that. They got sued and they lost. So this is still happening today.
yes, and also statistically, you can do a search it up, that statistically speaking, that in corporate America, that the people in racial minorities or gender minority or however you put it do not get the jobs as often as white males.
That's incorrect. I think that's where. So if you look at numbers, actually, it hasn't grown as fast as it should. But if you look at like Fortune 500 companies and executive roles, minorities have grown their percentages in representation. And I can tell you also anecdotally
because of DEI, specifically because of DEI.
Yeah, no, but I don't.
So also hyper focused on just the African American community. Like there are other sects of people that are constantly discriminated against. I mean, you even hear some people that are on this panel right now come up and talk about Islamofascism and link all Muslims to being Islamic fascists.
Yep.
So interesting that you brought that up, because I think actually, and again, this is where it leans more toward the anecdotal side, but 10 years ago, I worked for a large corporation before I went on my own. I saw even back then, it is a very large corporation within the Fortune 200, that they made a concerted effort to prioritize giving job promotions within the executive ranks to women and minorities in general. But I also, to your point, Brobot, and this is where I think it's a little bit virtue signaling for the companies, is this because it was popular and they were trying to appease the outrage at the time. And so to your point, I don't think they were uplifting Muslims or certain like Indians or certain cultures or races that were not the ones that people were fighting for in the social justice parades. It was trying to gain a better foothold and a better reputation because that was popular at the time. And so they were hiring people in those ranks. And I'm not actually against it. And I think the people they promoted were very worthy of the jobs. But, again, it's like you're trying to say that Nike, because Nike hired Colin Kaepernick for their thing, means that Nike's good. No, like corporations are just doing what they think they need to do based on
That's
social
not what we're
pressure.
talking about at all, though. The particular instance I brought up, I don't think any individual on here is like inherently that racist. To see an application with the name Muhammad on it to like immediately Section 13 it or throw it in the trash, for instance.
86.
But there are quite a lot of people out there that do.
Yeah, there is a study on this. It is explicitly called the Systemic Discrimination Among Large U.S. Employers, done in 2022.
Cool.
It's interesting that came out in 2022, at the height of the DEI, the woke, the Black Lives Matter. It's really interesting, Revel. I mean, not a coincidence.
That wasn't the height of any of that shit.
What are you talking
about? It wasn't the bottom either.
The point, though, is, and if you guys dig into this, and I'm happy to dig back in, it's been a while, but I can show you the references for this. It's not actually an issue. It hasn't been an issue for a while now of underrepresented people not getting a fair crack at the role. What it is you just have to wait for these old white people to die or to retire. You can't force them out of their jobs.
You just proved it, man.
No. Well, hold on. I'm just going to land here. Statistically, what it has showed is that when people have retired from their positions in these executive roles, statistically, a larger amount of people proportionally of minorities have gotten those roles. It's just not happening fast enough to achieve equity as soon as we all want. But what do you do about it?
Hold on. You're focusing on the higher end positions where there's typically one or maybe like, let's say, a couple in certain industries for certain companies. That is not representative of the entire population of an industry or that company in and of itself. Explicitly, when I'm talking about like this study in 2022, and I'm sorry, Derek, that this pisses you off that it was done then, but that's just the most recent study we have on this where it's like peer reviewed with a large subset of data, but it shows that like white sounding applicant names were favored like 25% more than ethnic sounding names on the same application with the same subset of skills.
This is where I find it very interesting within these pollings, because you're telling me the names are the problem, then you're telling me it's the merit based. I'm sorry to tell you that that's not necessarily a thing anymore. Am I going to deny that it doesn't happen? No, because it definitely does. But if you're telling me that there's a whole study for it, were they in the HR room when they were going through the applications? Okay, because even in 2022, Revel, hang on, I think you're in tech, so you know this. Even in a lot of these tech companies or any of these, let's just say, corporate jobs, everything is used now through applicant tracking, which is AI. I don't know any company off the top of my head that doesn't use applicant tracking now to go through their applications. Do you?
A ton. Yes,
Oh,
a lot of them.
interesting.
A lot of the larger companies, specifically Fortune 500 companies, typically don't use AI tracking right now because it's not representative, and it just takes more time for them to end up going through it.
But in 2022, a lot of them did, though, right, Revel?
In 2022, AI application tracking was not realistically a thing back then.
ATS
Like the AI
was it, and it has been a thing. So
it wasn't.
Really?
It wasn't. And
Really?
we're talking about, okay, so what this did was researchers sent 83,000 job applications to 108 Fortune 500 employers, half with traditionally sounding white names and the other half with distinctly black sounding names. They used automated systems to fill out realistic resumes and personality tests, which let them scale far beyond earlier studies. What they had found was that applicants with black sounding names were called back 10% fewer times across the board, and even less when it comes to specific companies, despite having comparable applications to their white counterparts in these same positions. Looking at it in relative terms, white sounding applicant names were favored up to 24% more than the likely black applicants. A few other notable details in this was that there wasn't really a disparity in between like men versus women. It was explicitly in ethnicity. That was
So, Rebel, if you had to guess,
finding.
Hang on, real quick, Stephen, because I just want to point this out to Revel. Nearly 98 to 99 of Fortune 500 companies used ATS in 2022. Large companies were 1,000 or more employees, 70 to 90%. Smaller to medium size was 20 to 42%. And overall recruiting landscape was roughly 71 to 75.
It's not AI.
ATS is applicant tracking. That's how a lot of
not AI.
But it was the same thing. That's how all of them went through their tracking systems for applications, bud.
Derek, how did ATS parse through the data?
With AI and ATS.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Try again. Do some more research before you call it AI.
Okay.
Not in 22, right?
Revel, if you had to guess or draw some conclusions from that.
There wasn't AI in 2022. They weren't using shit like that.
Yeah.
Are you drawing the conclusion that there is, if it was 10%, 15% difference? So there's 10 to 15% of managers that hire that are straight up just racist. Is that what you're? And that's why they didn't.
24% of applicants with similar qualifications and work experience that applied for the same job did not get a callback in comparison to the white counterpart.
And this was all like initial, they all had similar resumes and everything.
Yes.
Applying for the same companies.
Yep.
So your conclusion would be what?
That ethnically sounding names were rejected at an indiscriminate amount of time versus their white sounding counterparts. That is the conclusion of the study.
And so you're saying, and the conclusion of the study is that there's 24%, I guess it wouldn't be exactly 24% because that's just the difference, but there's some percentage of, let's call it 10 to 20% of hiring managers that if they think that you have a black or traditionally black name, that they won't want to hire you because of that.
That is what the evidence suggests, sure.
Yeah, what study? I'd like to look into that because that's interesting to me for sure.
It is called the Systemic Discrimination Among Large U.S. Employers.
In case anyone is curious what that looks like, Key and Peele did a really great skit on football names. And if you want to know what a black-sounding name looks like, look no further.
Well, that
was published in the 11th of June, 2022. You can find it in the Oxford Academic Quarterly Journal of Economics.
2022? Okay, gotcha. Okay. I think I just found it. I'll look into that. I'm not going to say that it's not happening. And I recognize, obviously, that I might live in a limited view of things. But I'm just saying where I live and the companies that I've worked with, as well as companies I've worked for. Oh, sorry, guys, hold on.
Have you ever seen that clip? It's one of the Wayans brothers, and he's a teacher, and he's saying all the black names like white, like he's pronouncing them wrong. It is so funny.
Okay, that is not one of the Wayans brothers. That is also a Key and Peele skit.
Okay, who was
that?
it?
Would be Aaron.
Aaron.
Oh, okay, thank you.
D Nice. Jay Quellen.
That was so funny.
Don't laugh. It'll be classified as racist, Stargazer, because we know comedy is racist.
Well, you know, when I worked in the bakery and I had to write somebody's name on the birthday cake, I had them write it down because I could not, pronounce it or spell it or.
That's racist, Stargazer. Why would you even say that? But and I'm joking around, Stargazer. But this is the shit we deal with on the right.
Yeah, well,
because if you didn't act racist all the time, you wouldn't be called one. That's why.
My niece and my two great nieces, or great niece and great nephew, are black, so I don't have an issue with black people.
Don't tokenize them.
They actually laughed at it too.
Oh.
We were watching it together. They thought it was hilarious too.
So they hate their kind, their Uncle Toms. Like this is the shit that we hear.
Jesus Christ!
But this is what we hear daily.
What the heck are you talking about?
This is what we hear when we say we have a black friend. We know a black person. We voted for Obama. We this, we that. Well, don't tokenize them. Don't do this. Do you see how fucking stupid it sounds?
That is tokenizing them. Holy shit. If you are utilizing a person's skin color that you are familiar with to advance your argument that you can't be racist because you know someone because they have that skin color, that's fucking tokenizing them. What do you mean?
It's just I'm pointing out the hypocrisy. I'm just not even the hypocrisy.
It's not hypocrisy.
I'm pointing out the stupidity.
It's not hypocrisy. Even oh my God.
Rebel, you missed what he said. Stargazer just said, I've got two relatives that are black, and they thought it was funny too.
Yes.
I admit it.
Stargazer is also doing it.
Okay, just checking.
I was talking about a comedy skit that I thought was funny.
But you can't laugh at comedy because comedy is now considered racist.
Says who?
Can I?
The left.
I'm sorry. When you were talking about comedy that is explicitly like showing the absurdity that is racism, like let's talk about like Mel Brooks and Blazing Saddles. That whole thing is a racist trope, but it was explicitly done to point out the absurdity that is racism. That is comedy. If you are just yelling out racist terms, expecting it to be fucking comedic, that is not comedy. It's not funny. It's dumb.
Somebody said something in the comments, and I think it is interesting. Why can't we say Merry Christmas anymore? Or Happy Easter?
Are you fucking serious? Are you okay, man? Did you hit yourself in the fucking head?
I'm gonna go eat dinner. I fucking can't. I'm gonna do that.
Enjoy.
What the fuck? What a wild fucking transition that shit is.
I see Merry Christmas all the time. What are you talking about? You have these ideas in your head that is promoted by your group of people that you're involved with that aren't true. So, why don't you read or educate yourself a little bit before you open your mouth?
His objection is just a little unfocused, that's all. But no, look at the push to get rid of Thanksgiving. Right.
There's no push to get rid of Thanksgiving.
They want it to be Indigenous Peoples Day because of white colonial cis hetero men. So
that's not Thanksgiving. That's Columbus Day.
Well, Columbus Day too, but Thanksgiving as well. Every year, the derision.
That's the day we had the dinner with the Pilgrims. I mean, the Indians.
Clowns.
Do you think we really can't say Merry Christmas?
Well,
I don't get that.
Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. I'm not giving it up.
Well, you can't anymore. I mean, Montgomery County in Maryland voted to remove it from the calendar listing.
Literally just said it like 100 seconds ago, Derek. What do you mean you can't say it?
You have Fairfax County in Virginia sent surveys asking communities if removing specific named holidays could create more days for student learning. There was a lot that had to do with this. I believe it was in 2021, 2022. It was, of course, like I said, during the height of the white people shouldn't exist movement, and all
Can
of
you
that.
show me where that city ordinance says that you can't say Merry Christmas?
Find you one. Give me a minute.
It's on some piece of paper they passed out for some school district that he does know nothing about, or he probably just read a headline just like earlier in the discussion we had.
Or it's super explicit towards, like, I don't know, government buildings. Like, you can't put Merry Christmas and the nativity scene out in front of the courthouse. Like, that kind of shit. It doesn't apply to you personally.
Just like somehow he's come up with this idea that the left says, you can't laugh at comedy because it's racist. I have no idea where that came from or who says that or where that is. You just make stuff up just to say it.
Well, it would be easy to Google. There used to be comedy shows used to be a really popular thing on college campuses. That's not really
None
a
of them,
thing
they still
right
are.
now.
Nothing's changed. It's not like there's
Ron,
laws out there that say
no,
you can't have any kind of
lot,
comedy.
It's a general consensus.
A lot of famous comics have mentioned the fact that you can't do college gigs anymore. I mean, Steven Crowder can't do them. Bill Maher can't.
He's pretty far right.
Daniel Tosh.
Crowder's pretty far right. But there is a pretty general consensus, or at least there was, back when like all this stuff was like at the peak.
Fucking Jerry Seinfeld said it.
Yeah, exactly. So there was a general consensus among most comedians that at some point it got to a level where they're like, this is getting ridiculous.
So some means all of us. So some say that you can't do it. So that means every single person. That's what you complained about earlier. It's talking about the racism thing that you say one is, and that means we all are. It's just you guys put this narrative out there that one person said it. So my God, the whole group said it.
No, we're just looking at what happened. The results of like outrage culture.
You guys agree that racism exists in those fucking elements of society, right?
100%. There are racist people, for sure.
And you agree that a lot of those jokes that used to be told on a regular basis pretty fucking racist, right?
Like what?
Can you give me an example of a racist joke?
A racist joke.
Yes, give me an example.
A black guy, a rabbi, and a white guy walk into a bar.
I'm here for this.
Well, I'm not telling the rest of the joke. I mean, that was like normal.
And it should be normal, right?
Up. Really?
Yeah, like, dude. So yeah, I mean, if a lot of it is intent, people are going to judge their own about intent. If there's somebody up there that's literally just a racist asshole, most people can tell. But comedy is kind of like the last bastion of free speech, and even that was starting to become infringed upon during the height of woke culture and everything else.
But the thing about telling like
infringed upon, is it some kind of right to discriminate?
Yeah, the thing about like Keen, the fact that
it's a good indicator of where things are. If like even comedians, the major comedians were like, this is a dicey time to tell jokes.
Well, not really that. Well, keying on the. I'll go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's all right, Evan. I'll say what you're going to say.
Oh, I was going to say, just keying on the fact that he mentioned Steven Crowder. Like Steven Crowder is a comedian where like they think they basically his whole shtick is being racist. He thinks it's funny. It's like basically using 1980s and past racist humor. And thinking that that shit's still funny. And the dude's basically made he didn't make it in comedy, so he basically became a reactionary talking head that basically just spews all kinds of racist shit. But the shit that comedians complain about is like, for example, like Chappelle, right? I'm a Chappelle fan. He basically, the whole problem with comedians is that a lot of them, they're like still really like, they're pretty much old fashioned now, right? They're not really, their jokes are kind of outdated, and also their jokes are based on punching down, right? And also when you guys complain about like what, like say for example like Blazing Saddles or say shows like, what's that one show with the old guy that's always racist and he's like
All in the family.
All in the Family.
yeah, that one, yeah,
Archie Bunker.
yeah. Like yeah, there you go, Archie Bunker. The racism is not the part that is glorified. Like people think that, people act like, oh, you can't say that shit no more. People forget that, like, no, dude, that show was making fun of you. Like if that show was today, Archie Bunker would be a Trump supporter. Archie Bunker,
Yeah,
like
but the point is
Yes,
the
he
market
would be a
works
Trump
itself out. The market works all that out. So most people, I think, most people are trying to become a little bit more progressive as the years go by, even if they're not trying to be. That's what happens. Like, that's what's going on. The older people, maybe not, because they're trying to hold on to some stuff that feels comfortable. But like, for the most part, the market works itself out when it comes to like, if somebody's just saying some crazy stuff. I disagree with Donovan when it comes to Steven Crowder. I used to watch him a lot like years ago, and I stopped because he's just like a little bit too far for me. I actually feel like Charlie Kirk was not nearly as far right as Steven Crowder was. And Steven Crowder had a lot of narcissistic, like terrible personality traits that went along with it. But that's my choice. I stopped watching him. Then that's what happens, right? Like if people become unpopular. But I think we should stop short of like cancel culture, which is like trying to enrage mobs of people to cancel people because of some sort of like moral purity test.
Well, I have a question about, is this a generational thing or is this a left or right thing where everyone gets a trophy now, and there's no, winner or loser. Everyone gets a trophy. That stuff drives me nuts, and
That's the left.
Is it the left?
Yes.
Stop that nonsense. That's not the left. I coached baseball and basketball for 20 some years. That started about 2012, 2011. Everybody was getting a participation trophy. So stop that nonsense that it's all the left.
Who was in office, Ron?
Thanks.
Does it make any difference who's in office? Why do you just blame Obama? Let's just blame Taft. Let's blame George Washington. Let's just blame whoever started baseball. Let's just blame them too.
A majority of the time,
I'm just tired of that.
All the fascist black shirts jumping out of the back of U-Hauls with swastikas on flags, that would all be under the Trump administration. So you just going to start blaming Trump for that too?
You can blame Trump.
Like the Proud Boys.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Not everybody gets a trophy in tennis. Only one winner. So fuck that.
I just, I wondered if it was just a generational thing or if it was a left-right thing.
Look, for little kids, I mean,
Little
does
kids aren't
anybody
political.
really care if,
Right.
kids are, little kids are participating in something, everybody goes home with a prize? I mean, what's the big beef?
Fuck them. Tell them they suck, and hopefully they'll be better.
I don't know. I think you can have a slippery slope there.
Life is
That's
not
just
fair. Life is not fair, and I don't think we should make them feel that it is.
No, I mean,
So
I agree with
live-
that. I agree with that. But I think sometimes it's okay that everybody gets a prize. I'm not saying it's all or nothing.
Right.
I'm just saying that sometimes everybody gets
Like
a prize.
preschoolers and that, I guess, but when they get older, they've got to realize,
It's a
No,
trope.
all you're doing is training them to be good little capitalists.
yeah.
For what? What do you mean, Mojo?
By creating these competitions to where they have to be the best, better than everybody else. You get the prize if you're the best. This is just creating good little capitalists.
Yeah.
Which can be a good thing, right? Like,
No.
drives innovation.
No.
I think sometimes you have a contest and somebody wins. Somebody wins the spelling bee. Okay. They're just a better
Right.
speller. Okay. We're talking kids, right?
And that's,
And sometimes you have, a fun fair or something, and sometimes everybody gets a prize. I just don't think it's all or nothing.
Like, can there be a happy medium in there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys never agree with each other, though, too. Like
how many, this is just for all the people that hate this thing. that y'all are talking about, how many of those like 4 and 5-year-old competitions are y'all entering to where this is affecting your life so goddamn much that you have an opinion about it?
I don't think it matters. I don't think that question matters as much as like the fact that like people on the left, at least in this
So
conversation.
it's weekly for you. Like you're way better at Little League now that you're bigger.
No. I think in this conversation, people on the left tend to gravitate toward the people that are complaining the loudest. So you're like, oh, I want to come to your aid. I want to like support you and everything else. Right. And that's a good instinct to like help people. But there is a bad part of that if you go too far with it. Right. That's what we're saying on the right.
What is the bad part about including everybody? Why
The bad part
must
is
we
like
leave
everybody.
people out?
There are crazy people on both sides. So if you're going to move further and further toward it hurts somebody's feelings, for example, maybe that person's a fucking psychopath, and they will just exploit the
you're
system.
projecting onto us because you got psychopaths in your party that you don't want anything to do with. That's
Do
all
you
I'm
not
hearing.
think that you have psychopaths in your parties?
Sorry, I got a phone call. What are you guys talking about?
No, I think they're all on the right.
Same thing.
You don't think? Oh, holy shit! You don't think you have psychopaths in your party that will exploit the
No,
system?
I think they're just
like the Church
they're
of
just
Jesus
masquerading
Christ.
as liberals
They
till they
definitely don't
gain
identify
power
as
what they
psychopaths.
want, then they become Republicans. Like just like
Wow.
Elon Musk, that was a mask off.
That's crazy. So, Brobot, you literally believe that every person that is evil is on the right. There's nobody on the left that's
I
trying to
don't
take
believe in
advantage.
evil.
There's nobody on the left that's trying to take advantage of the system to benefit themselves.
I
Is that
mean,
what
what
you're
would the
saying?
left do? Because you
Mojo
got to
said
think
it
about what
I
is
earlier
don't
today.
believe in evil.
Mojo said it
Wow.
earlier today. He said that if Schittler ran for president, he wouldn't be Schittler if he ran as a Democrat because he can't be a good guy and a Democrat. Isn't that what you said, Mojo?
No, he
Yeah, something
can't.
like
He
that.
can't be xenophobic and
See that? He just agreed.
exclusive of groups of people and be a Democrat.
You're a good
That's
friend of
literally
Mojo, Brobot.
antithetical to the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you're a good friend of Mojo. Too bad while you were making excuses for him, he agreed to it.
No, he said he would never have
He
won the
agreed to
primary,
it.
Donovan. Tell the whole thing. He said he would never even won the primary to even get to be elected.
That is what he said, yes. But
based on the
what it
rhetoric.
does,
I
what
was
it
here
does is
for it. He
it
said that
illustrates.
Schittler wouldn't be Schittler.
Yes, I was
You
listening.
can't be xenophobic and fucking be for DEI.
Where you're
Like
missing
they're
the point, though.
antithetical to each other.
Yeah, antithetical, totally. You're missing the point, though. Stephen's question was specifically his incredulity with regards to bad people being in his party, and that's nonsense. We recognize that there are absolutely bad people in our party, and this idea that there are no bad people in your party is ridiculous and illustrates
It's
the source of
just
Stephen's
I mean,
incredulity.
like
I would
name
say
me one.
I would say the only bad people in the party would be people like Manchin, anybody who basically is able to be capitulated by the right. Basically, people
What?
who
So
appease to
your
the
bad
right
people on the
because
left are capitulating to the people
well
on
they're
the
not
right?
well they wouldn't be on the left then they wouldn't be on the left they'll be more like the
Yeah. So
corporate
so this
who
is like a
appease
resume
who
where you're like,
appease to
hey,
the
what's
right
your
because you got to
what are
think
your
about what the
downsides?
nature
Like,
of it
I work
is
too hard. No, dude. There are. How could you,
because it's the very nature of what they
guys?
stand for. It's the nature
How
of what
do
they
you
stand for.
not know people on the left that are opportunists that are
But what were the
trying to take
opportunizing?
advantage of people
In what
that
way? In what
believe
Because
way?
certain
Be
things? Are you
contextual. Be
fucking
contextual.
serious?
Be contextual. In what
no,
way?
hold on, Ivanis. I need you, Stephen, to actually prove to me that somebody that is collectivist would be self-centered. You're talking
Okay,
about
so I'm
opposing
kind.
Wait, hold on,
Okay,
ideas.
hold on.
so go
How
ahead,
many
Mojo. Go ahead.
examples? How many examples do you want?
Just
So
start
even
throwing them out.
Mojo agrees. There are people on both sides that fucking care about
I think
themselves and their
I
perverted
think I think there
sensibilities.
are I think there are a lot less on the left than there are on the right. However, I
I
do
don't.
think
I
they
mean, you
exist
think
on the
that?
left. Wait, the leader of BLM, for example, she went and spent a
Linda
bunch of money on herself.
Linda, oh, what is it? Can Cooler? Yeah, that's her name. Linda Can Cooler.
Yeah, but you gotta understand too is that like the BLM in itself is basically a grassroots movement that is not part of in any like actual entity, right? The BLM organization, the quote unquote official BLM, that was made after somebody basically tried to
Hold on,
capitalize
Tennis.
on it.
Do you
So they
know
weren't
your
actually.
camera's on?
Wow, that's one of those cases where that is
Look at
based
those knee
specifically
hooks.
on immutable characteristics. It is Black Lives Matter, so obviously it is not specific to any one party ideology. Obviously,
Oh,
anybody
come on.
that
How
is
do you
black would
you
say
don't
that their
honestly think there
lives
were
matter.
fucking you don't honestly think that there were Republicans in there, do you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I just want to
Dude,
add,
of
I want
course
to add
they.
my 2 cents to this and take it or leave it. But there are always going to be, people are flawed, politicians are flawed. There's flawed people on the left. There's opportunists on the left and the right. Okay, I mean that would just be silly. I mean, if we were to say that they don't exist on both sides. However, in this current politic, in this world that we're living in now, my issue is that they're on the right. There's so many politicians, okay, who bury their heads in the sand, who are election denialists, who are literally
You're arguing
they're
against the
licking the
boogeyman.
boots. May I finish? They're
What are you talking?
licking the boots of this administration. And I don't see the people on the left doing that kind of capitulating.
What do you mean boogeyman? We literally have people that come up here and we ask them like who won in the 2020 election, like Go Army. He'll basically say like they either say like, oh yeah, Trump won 2020, or they'll say, or they'll try to obfuscate and try to avoid the question.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that people that tried to say that there's widespread election fraud are always going to vote for the right.
Right, but we also have, it's just, these people who are testifying before Congress, they're so scared of going against the truth and this administration by, they won't even say who won the election. I mean, when you are living in that climate, in that political climate, I mean, I'm gonna say that there's more on the right.
Climate. You mean like getting deplatformed and debanked if you don't go along with the current thing? Is that what you're talking about?
No, the climate I'm
Yeah, because
talking about.
that didn't happen, right?
What are you saying?
Well, that was the conventional wisdom during the Big Sick, was that if you dissented from the narrative, that you would get deplatformed and debanked. Do you remember the Canadian truckers? What happened to them?
I remember they blocked the frickin' Ottawa's the government.
Yeah, they're doing a great job protesting. Not only, and they got debanked, and then all the left tried to deny it. I got kicked out of like 2 lives because I brought that up. And they're like, no, it took like a year and a half for that shit to come out. Justin Trudeau got shamed because of it. So you guys are potent little fascists that complain that your political opponents are fascists. Spare me your bullshit.
But the political opponents that we
But
call
that's a
fascists
separate
actually
country.
That's like a really.
Where
you
did
just
that
went down
happen
a
in the United States?
Proud Boys.
I mean,
I'm right there with you, Donovan. Like, Canada's still a monarchy. They have a literal king. No matter how much they want to say it's just tradition or any of that shit, tradition is the icon of conservation. Like, they're right wing country under a monarchy. They do fucking weird shit. Can you show me any of that shit happening in the United States?
You don't remember the attempt to pass the what was it? The Ministry of Disinformation. You remember that?
There's ministries in the United States.
Yeah, they didn't pass it, but there was a concerted effort in order to, or sorry, the Department of Misinformation.
Okay. I vaguely remember it. You'd probably tell me more about it.
I mean, I don't know why
Yeah,
we're
and they're
talking about Canada right now, but
well, it happened in the United States too. This is one of the reasons that Elon Musk bought Twitter and became a hero to the red team because he does care about at least having balanced scales.
All
Let the
right,
marketplace of ideas happen instead
he
of the
became a
kind of
hero
shit
by
that you guys try to. Okay.
he became a hero by unbanning fucking Nazis and shit, and then later doing the actual fucking Nazi salute.
I mean, he's a
Yeah,
hero
you see,
where
the
he
That
thing
would be
is,
supports.
yeah,
a
he
little
is.
bit of free
See, the thing
speech.
is it in the marketplace of ideas, it's good exercise to be able to excoriate those kind of people. To simply call it hate speech and ban it just marks you as a fascist with a smile. See, there's no real meat in your
Was it
rhetoric because we know what
Or a
happens when you guys
monarchist.
get into power, and
would it
I've
be
said it 100
fascist to
times.
basically
You
punch
clothe
Nazis?
yourselves in the Constitution and the flag when you're out of power, but the minute you're in power, you're fucking caustic little fascist, and we've seen it. So
But do you even know what fascism is?
spare
Because
me.
fascism is creating an in-group and an out-group dynamic, and Nazis tend to do that all the fucking time. Like that's like the
I
paradoxical thing of
mean,
countering fascism, right?
Musk
Listen.
supports the
I
far
will
right,
call
the
out a
German.
fascist and a Nazi
I mean, I'm
better than
sorry,
any of
but
you.
I don't understand how you're like you're glazing Elon Musk when the man clearly supports the far right in Germany, which is not a good thing. Who did a Nazi salute? Who purported purported that free speech was his thing, but banned people on Twitter. I mean, on X after he bought it. And then,
Oh, tennis.
come on, I don't understand how you can, glaze this man.
Tennis. It's not about glazing him. It's about the fact that Twitter was previously owned by a company that was like going further and further left with how they were censoring people.
How are they going further left? They didn't want people to get fucking. They didn't want their platform to get overrun by fucking Nazis, dude. And they don't want it to be. They didn't want people to
And
be
it's a
fucking
private
sued.
company.
So you don't want free speech then? Because you
No,
guys are
No,
defending the fact.
no, Stephen.
You guys are defending the fact
That is not,
that Twitter
Stephen.
was. Oh my God. This
No,
is why
Stephen,
like I lean right.
You
right?
can,
Like it's-
any private company can write out any statements it wants to and not have others. That's the law.
They're a
yeah,
private. They're a private company.
the law,
It's
right?
not against the
Hold
law
on.
for
Ibanez,
Twitter.
Ibanez, hold on.
It's
Tennis,
not
let's
against
talk
the
about
law for Twitter to ban certain things and not to allow
It's not
certain
against the
speech
law.
on it. Correct.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not against the law, right? But if it's not against the law and there's no free speech aspect to it, then it could get a little bit out of control. Do you agree?
No. What do you?
Are you talking about like
I don't know what you're talking
misinformation?
Hold
about.
on, Ibanez, hold on.
Wait.
Tennis, hold on.
You're
Ibanez, stop. Tennis.
Yes.
What is it about Twitter, the previous Twitter, that you felt like it was acceptable for them to censor free speech?
They can, because it's a private company. Only a public entity cannot censor your speech, not a private company.
Perfect.
As in my law firm, if I want to, I can say, do not post this on our website, or I can do that if I want to. Not that that would be the right thing to do or that I would do it. I'm just saying, as a private entity under the law, I have the right to do that. And so did Twitter. And so does Facebook. And so does any private company. They make their own choices.
So then why? Okay, this is honestly like I want a real
I'm
response.
sorry,
to
but
this.
Go ahead.
I want a real response to this. So you
want to hear what you want to
support
hear, but you don't want to hear the law.
No, I don't. No. I heard you say that stuff, but I want to. My whole presence on this platform is to create moral consistency. I want to eliminate hypocrisy. So here's where we go with
So you're
this.
saying
The
I'm
whole
being
point is they don't want to get
From
sued.
you?
That's
No.
why, dude.
You
They
want
don't
to
want to get
eliminate
sued.
your.
Here's where we go with this.
You want to eliminate
my
your.
Lord.
You want to eliminate your hypocrisy.
I want to eliminate hypocrisy in general. So if Tennis is saying that a private company has the right to censor speech, which is what Twitter was doing before Elon purchased it.
Yes,
and now
maybe
that
it
Elon
was.
purchased it, hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Now that Elon purchased it, and he's opening up free speech, you're like, oh, I don't think he should do that.
No.
So which is it?
No, wait. So that's what he said. I'm sorry. You want to go, Ibanez? You can go.
Yeah, just because it's very simple. It's not as complicated. It's because they don't want to get sued. Twitter doesn't want people to be platformed that are saying like, oh yeah, you drink bleach to cure fucking COVID or whatever. They don't want to have a lawsuit on their hands because they're allowing that kind of content to go through. They're playing it safe. They're a private entity. All they care about is their bottom line. That's all it is.
You're defending the legal aspect. But do you think that Twitter before should have worried about that or no? Because you're arguing against that.
Okay.
I'm just giving you the logical reasoning why that's happening. It's a private company. They don't have to just like how we have to use certain words here on Twitter. I mean, on TikTok, that we can't use those words, or how certain videos cannot say certain things and things like that because this platform does not want to be sued. They don't want to get in trouble. On top of that, if you're really worried about free speech, then Elon did some shit where now it's a cesspool of misinformation and fucking Nazis.
Dude, okay. All right. So Elon, as much as I have mixed feelings about him, he literally is accomplishing what you're trying to accomplish, Ibanez. He is trying to create a scenario where people can post on there and not have a political leaning and not have some censorship.
Except for him.
He was literally censoring people.
Yeah. I mean, it was such a subterfuge, and a subterfuge that people bought. Okay, so he wanted to buy it. What happened is that Twitter banned Trump because Trump was doing all the stop the steal and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which was, that was pernicious. I'm going to say it. I'm not saying that he didn't have the right to put whatever in his Twitter because it's free speech. But Twitter said, oh no, we don't want that, right? We don't want that. So they banned it.
And that's bad, right?
And
You
probably
agree?
other things. No, because
You
they
don't
have
agree that that's bad?
Nope, I don't. Why?
Okay.
Because they're a private company and they can, as such, they could sell the products, they can buy products, they can let whoever they want use their products, and it's perfectly legal.
Wait, why are we talking about products? We're talking about speech.
Speech. Okay. So what is their product? What is their product? Right?
Their
They're
product,
a private company. They're
theoretically,
selling
the product
something,
is
right?
free speech, right?
Right. So no, it's not free speech because it's a private
is it not?
company. Because it
Yes.
doesn't fall under the First Amendment.
There's a term.
You can't say it's not free
There's a
speech.
there's a terms of service too.
Yes.
Just so you know.
So what I'm saying is that you see him as a hero, which is what people who see him that way, I feel have been manipulated, because what he wanted to do was he wanted to buy it and say, oh, he wanted to kowtow to Donald Trump for whatever reasons
No, that was before all that. Are you serious?
No.
He bought Twitter way before the Donald Trump thing.
No, after.
No, what?
After yes, he bought it after Biden took office.
Oh, so that's part of the Donald Trump thing because after Biden came in?
No, because that was after Twitter banned Donald Trump. Do you remember the sequence
so
of events?
he cared so much about Donald Trump that he bought Twitter? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my
totally.
God. Guys,
You don't
what are we
you
doing
don't
here?
believe that? You don't believe that?
Wow,
No,
it was so
of course I don't
obvious.
believe that.
That's
Guys,
wild.
okay.
That's wild.
Okay,
He
listen,
absolutely.
I know
he
you think that's wild.
He absolutely said that. He said this out
No.
loud. Yes.
No.
Yes, he did.
No.
Yes, he did.
No. Okay,
Yes,
so
he
give me a
did.
source. Give me a source.
He was talking about January 6th and how Donald Trump was kicked off of Twitter and how there's no free speech and shit like that. What the fuck? Because of J6.
That was the whole cause célèbre.
No, that was
the whole
not.
thing. That
Okay,
was the
hold
whole
on, hold
ball
on.
game. Stephen, go look it up.
I would love for a source. Back when,
Just put it in
back
Google.
when, hold on. Back when Elon Musk was buying Twitter, I would love for a source to show that he did that on the behalf of Donald Trump. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Dead serious.
Oh my
It was
God.
obvious. Okay, so
So
we're going
I'm
to
gonna
disagree
fight
on
that
that.
argument.
We'll disagree on that.
But what I would say is that,
you don't
that
even have to
Elon Musk is definitely autistic, and he thought that he could do something better with Twitter. And it was a bad investment and sunk down in cost. He lost a lot of money in buying Twitter. But I truly believe that he thought that Twitter was going down the drain, which I think the last CEO of Twitter even admitted when he left. He's like, oh yeah, there was a lot of weird shit that we had to, do because of like the politics of the time.
I could
And
play it for
Elon
you,
Musk
but
was
Elon
like,
Musk, I could play it for you. NBC News has Elon Musk talking about banning Trump from Twitter. He says banning Trump from Twitter was morally wrong and stupid. And it's him on his fucking webcam talking to Twitter, I guess.
But isn't that a First Amendment thing?
No.
What if first?
What
No,
don't you understand?
No, Donald Trump doesn't have the right to say whatever he wants on a private platform. That has nothing to do with the First Amendment. What is
No,
wrong
but,
with
but
you?
Elon's opinion was that this platform had grown so big.
No, that's bullshit.
That you could no longer. But you guys are
bought
hypocrites.
He bought it so he bought it so he can retweet fucking white nationalist bullshit.
Okay, so
he can
you
have
guys were
control over
defending.
he can have control over the narrative.
Hold on, you guys are defending. This is crazy to me.
Steven, you're defending yourself. I'm tired of you defending him. You defend
Ron,
this guy no matter what he does.
Shut the fuck
you.
up.
Shut the
Shut
fuck
the
up.
fuck
I'm so
up.
sick of listening to you defend
you guys
this man
you guys
all
are
day long.
simultaneously.
Hold on. Thank you, Mojo.
It's so ridiculous. I'm sorry.
This is ridiculous. By the way, in November of 2022, Musk pledged to reverse the permanent ban if his acquisition of the platform of Twitter went through, which he later did. Which he later did in November of 2022. So actually unbanned Trump, and he did name that as one of the reasons that he bought Twitter or wanted to buy Twitter, and what he was going to do after he acquired Twitter. This is fucking stupid.
I mean, this is so obvious to the world.
I can't believe you're fucking arguing this shit.
It's crazy. But back to the idea that, that the right decries free speech and the purported denial of free speech on platforms like Twitter or Facebook, when there is no inherent right for a private corporation that to tell its private corporation what it does or what somebody posts or doesn't post on one of those platforms. You can say no because it's privately owned. If it was publicly owned, it would be a different thing.
I dropped you, Stephen, for saying shut the fuck up over and over again.
Yep.
That is one of my
Wait, did Bryn drop me or what the fuck happened?
I dropped you.
Who drops people?
You said the magic.
Mojo? Are you serious?
Steven, you said the magic words, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
I was about to make a really good point.
Shut the fuck up is banned on my platform.
You just said it, though, so you should drop your stuff.
No, Mojo's,
he's the only
you have to
allowed.
understand the rules. Mojo's allowed to say it. Nobody else is.
All right.
And if you don't want to be on his
I'll mute
platform,
up and I'll listen.
Because I've said it before, and I had to apologize profusely.
I have been dropped several times.
I do like Ron, even though he hits me, but I still think he should
don't do it. Just fucking don't do it. This leads to bad conversations. When you say that, people get pissed off, and it just stops conversations. I hate it.
Okay, so I agree with
just
that.
to help you out, Steven, Mojo dropped me earlier today for the same shit. Like, there's just some stuff you can't say on Mojo's live. That's how it is.
Banned for the same
Okay,
thing.
I just think it's hypocritical to say that simultaneously you believe that back when it was privately owned, they have the right to drop people because of speech, because they don't adhere to the First Amendment. But then simultaneously, you're like, when Elon takes it over, we should definitely drop people.
How do you not understand the First Amendment? How is it possible for you not to understand it?
What am I not understanding?
You're not understanding it.
It only applies to the government.
Right.
Well, yeah,
and that was
that's
part
what I'm
of the
saying.
problem.
No,
Because the
Mojo,
Biden
what I'm saying,
administration-
Mojo, what I'm saying is precisely that, is that there is an argument that people are having about these major platforms and whether they should adhere to the First Amendment or they should get rights to not.
You can make any argument you want, but currently the state of the law is the state of the law. Okay, and you can have that argument.
This is the Constitution. Until you want to change the Constitution, fuck straight the hell off, and corporations can do whatever they want.
Oh, perfect. Then you agree with me. I love it.
Yeah, they
it's
can
not
drop
even an
fucking Donald
argument.
Trump.
What is it called
So
when
Elon should
government and
do it. Elon should
corporations
be able
work
to.
together to oppress the people? What's that called again?
Fascism.
Elon
Oh,
Elon
what do
should
you
be able
know?
to do it.
Yeah, you see, the problem
He
here
does
is, and
do it.
again,
See,
once
that's the
again,
other thing is he does do it.
the key piece of information you're missing is that the Biden administration pressured these companies into
Oh, stop.
truncating
What
free
about
speech.
Biden?
Bullshit.
Zuckerberg admitted to it.
Bullshit.
Okay.
He had
Whatever.
no evidence. He had no evidence to show that. He just said some fucking words. That's it.
Okay, so let me just add into that, Donovan.
In fact, it's the entire
you
country
have to
showing
look
up as
at
fascist.
you
That's why
have
we're
to
all
look at the temporal relationship. Okay, so here we are, three or 4 months before the November election, presidential election of 24, right? And who goes before Congress? Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg says, he writes Congress a letter and he says, you know what? I should have, and this is after meeting with Donald Trump, right? He'd met with Donald Trump during the course of his campaign in the 24 election. And he just out of the clear blue sky, several months before the election, writes a letter to Congress and says, gee, you know what? On second thought, I shouldn't have taken the pressure of certain people in the Biden administration not to allow posts of things about the pandemic, right? So here's a carrot. Here's something that can help. And it made what? It made this whole free speech thing that you guys decry, right? A thing before the election. That's when
pretty funny.
look at the relationship. Look at the temporal relationship.
It's pretty funny you frame it as just the pandemic. I mean, I remember Hunter Biden's laptop that y'all said 51 intelligence officers signed off and said that this was Russian disinformation.
Once again,
was it Russian disinformation?
Stupid. This is so
What
fucking
about
stupid.
Biden?
That was
No,
less
I'm
than
just
20
showing you guys
that
are
was less-
fascists
that
and
was
you pretend that you're fucking not.
That was less than 24 hours, and it was never ever banned from the platform. It's fucking stupid. You guys are full of shit.
Glenn Greenwald left the Intercept and the country.
Glenn Greenwald is
After
a
he
fucking
saw-
lying piece of shit.
Okay, there it is. Good job, Mojo. Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, y'all. Mojo
Yes,
thinks
he's a
he's
lying piece of shit.
Yeah, okay.
And look at how the Hunter laptop thing. I mean, look at how your side went and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to litigate the Hunter laptop thing, which turned out to be a big fucking nothing burger.
Because his dad gave him a fucking pardon.
What?
I do
No, he
like
didn't.
how Donovan elucidates that.
You just say
He
that
was-
Hunter Biden did not
Wow.
get a pardon?
No, I said at the time that he was being investigated, okay, before Biden left the office, okay, let's get this clear. Let me be clear that it was the Republican Congress and Senate that was investigating and looking for everything about all the things that Hunter Biden did. Meanwhile, he was being prosecuted in 2 different courts that Biden didn't stand in the way of, and he pleaded guilty, okay? But nothing was ever found about the Hunter the laptop.
Huh. Yeah, there was. There was a lot of shit on that was disgusting, not least of which being Hunter Biden's liberal use of the N-word that no one really wanted to talk about.
Absolutely nothing
What?
illegal. Absolutely nothing illegal on that laptop.
Well, because we don't know the age of some of the women of the night that he was keeping company in Southeast Asia.
That's
But
rich.
I would imagine
That's
if we had
rich
birth
considering
certificates,
you're president.
I would imagine if we had birth certificates.
That is pretty rich.
Also,
That is
there's
pretty
a
rich
whole
talking about
bunch
Donald
of him
Trump.
smoking crack.
That is
like a
pretty
whole
rich
bunch of
talking.
that.
You can't prove that. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I can't prove that that's a crack pipe in his mouth. What do you think?
You cannot prove that there's crack in there.
Oh, okay.
But not only that, I mean, this is the lengths that they had to go to try to put something horrible on the laptop issue by exposing his stuff and pictures in the halls of Congress. I mean, and yet, was there anything related to the laptop that resulted in a crime that the Republicans were ever to point out? No.
Yeah, Hunter got a pardon. Did you miss all
there
that?
was-
he said
he have
his
to pay
entire
fines
presidency.
or
Nope,
something?
Hunter. I will never pardon Hunter Biden. I would never do that. No, he's my son. No one is above the law. No one's above the. And then, of course,
Because
the Biden
guess
family is
what?
above
Because
the law.
he knew. Because he knew.
You can
just
justify
like
however you want. The fact is that
No.
they lied. He lied
Here's
right to
the
your
thing:
face.
Biden.
You don't
Okay,
think
go ahead.
Trump's going to pardon his whole family before he leaves office?
Nope.
You're
funny.
Especially after we see the
He will
retribution campaign.
100% pardon his family.
Yes, he
He
will.
absolutely will. He will
You know,
100%
look at the
pardon
sorry.
everybody. He will pardon everybody that was in his administration, as well as most
Right.
of Congress too.
And he'll try to pardon himself too.
Oh, he can.
Justin, you wake up from your nap?
No, I was letting them talk, but I really can't wait for him to pardon himself. It's going to be fucking hilarious.
I do have a question about
That's kind of gross.
what's streaming service or app is having to pay young girls or kids because they were like abused and stuff online?
I don't know, but are you talking about Meta?
It's Meta. It's
Meta? Okay.
Were they abused on? I didn't read into
$16 billion, almost $17 billion.
17, I think. I didn't read into it. I just saw the news headline of it earlier. But I don't know if children were abused or if they were just
was it
looking
hate
at
speech
it.
or I don't know what it was. I'm sorry, I don't know, but
Well, Zuckerberg plays both sides.
It was about the abuse of children, or allowing
okay.
children to be abused on the platforms.
Okay, that's what I
As
thought.
they should. They should.
They should be abused?
No, should have to pay the money.
What the fuck?
Well, you know why they paid the money, don't you? Because they knew it would. Because they knew it was going to be so much fucking more if they went to trial.
Yep. And yeah, well, never mind.
I wish we would get rid of apps all in themselves, but that's a
All right,
whole
you
different
diet
conversation.
fascist leftist, tap the screen. Send your daily heart me. Make sure that you help Mojo with his gift goals. Gift the people on the panel except for me. I don't want any of your fucking gifts. Make sure you go onto YouTube. Mojo has streams this. It's like an instant replay. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Mojo, reset your gift
tap
goal.
the screen. Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely reset your gift goal. Tap the screen, and when we get to 25K, we will rotate some of the leftists.
Are we not at 25K yet? Holy
That was-
crap!
I've been tapping. I've been
8 fucking hours, and I haven't even hit 25K yet. That's
I know.
You've just hit
Gotta
20.
crack that-
Pulitzer
gotta crack
Prize
that
winning
fucking
fake
whip,
news.
Mojo.
It's us lazy lefts that just want to get a check and not work, right?
Look, this is easy. You got to crack the whip. Set a fucking timer in your little Mojo cave.
I can't do that.
Every 15 minutes you fucking do a mod announcement.
Well, mods should do that automatically, Brobot.
Lols.
No.
I mean, I'll do it.
Coach,
I'll
you
piss
know.
everybody off because I can interrupt like a motherfucker.
I like
I
what
feel bad
Anthony's
about
doing.
interrupting.
I like what Anthony's doing.
I don't feel bad at all. I'll interrupt
Anthony runs
everybody.
a terrible fucking panel. What are you talking about?
I just think him saying, like, okay, you have enough time to talk until fucking 22,000
20,000 likes, yeah. That's
I
pretty
think
good.
it's an interesting way.
Interesting.
He can, depending on the subject matter, it can be a well-balanced panel, but he does platform people who have no business being up there saying the things they do.
I'm not sure who you guys are talking about.
I don't know why you let Leo up on this fucking panel, but it's pretty funny. Sometimes watching you
I don't know
play
why
with
I
him.
let him up here either. I generally don't let him up. Somebody else does. It's probably Brobot because Brobot thinks it's funny.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm the one that brings him up here because it is pretty damn funny.
Dun Dun is on. Dun Dun's on Anthony, and that is just just the worst vile shit you've ever heard.
Leo's one of those characters that has either the most horrific takes that anybody could possibly have on this app, or like really fucking good takes. Like he went in on Derek like the other night for the grape comments. I was like, whoa. Holy
Wait,
shit.
you said
He's a
Leo has good
collectivist.
takes?
Oh yeah, he can.
Are you just like admiring the fact that he's a gamer?
No.
Because he is a gamer.
Admiring the fact that he's not a total piece of shit. Like he can be shitty sometimes, but he's not totally lost.
Yeah, but some of his
He
takes
has some
are like,
leftist. He does have some as I recall, he does have some leftist points of view, and I can't remember on what, Robot. But he
one of them's in like Law and Order and protecting women. So I'll give him the W on that one. A lot of the other ones are kind of like really fucking bad.
He's also anti 9-volt battery as well.
Yes, he hates 9-volt batteries. He thinks 9-volt batteries are the cause of oppression in the United States.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, Robot just saying his praises, but he's like, also, he's a anti.
As I said, he either
guy.
has like shitty takes or he's really good. I think he's bipolar, if I'm honest.
Super focused.
You have a new person, I think, requesting up, Randy.
Randy Watson.
Is that a friend of yours?
Definitely not a friend of mine.
Oh, wow.
Not even in that way.
You just told him you're black? Are you serious?
Not even that way. I'm joking because she's saying, I don't know if it's a she or a he, was saying who's black.
You don't sound black to me, motherfucker. You sound like a fucking whippersnapping cracker bitch.
Oh, Lord.
I like Randy already.
That voice. That.
I want to do some vocabularization with Mr. Robot up there on the upper right.
Oh my. No, you can't give me any more lexicon. It's full up.
Wait, was that bad? How did fucking people... Wow, damn.
I knew it right away.
Was that?
I knew it right away.
People are good. I better stick to my day job. Fuck.
No, you were good. You were good. I just have a really good ear.
Whatever, N-word.
You really like... I think that stuck with you. You liked that one. I can tell.
I thought it was pretty funny, actually.
Bye, Stefan.
Thank you.
Good night.
Is that the guy from Coming to America, the Soul Glow guy?
That is correct, sir.
Holy shit.
Now, see, that's a black
I believe
name.
the children
That
are
could also
future.
be a white name.
Teach them
or an
well.
application.
Let them lead the way. Yeah, that's it.
Well, at least you're sober, somewhat.
What?
For now.
Whatever.
You want to hear my rage bait for the day?
Please.
No.
The Lindsay Clancy case makes a great argument for repeal of the 19th.
Yep.
Stop it.
It does.
You are
Would
you
you
are more
behave?
dangerous. You are more dangerous than any Muslim that exists on this planet to women in the United States.
I knew you were going to counter with that. I knew it.
I actually was thinking about this. This is a novel thought. I didn't read this on Twitter or elsewhere, but it was like I never forget what they call that, but I know that there's a colon in between, but it's like a comparison, right? Where you got the multiple choice. But I think like maybe a future ACT type of question, it would be like Lindsay Clancy supporters are to white liberal women are what Carmelo Anthony supporters are to, and then it's a multiple choice selection. I think that would be a good one.
I'm going to say this about that Clancy trial. I listened to the summations. I personally, I'm not taking a stand because I think it's stupid because we're not sitting on the jury and you hear all this, she's going to go to jail. But I didn't think the defense attorney did a great job on his summation. Just saying. You guys listen to it.
I haven't watched it today, but I'm more interested now that Randy brought up Carmelo Anthony. I feel like we should dive into that one. Did anybody see all the text after the fact that were being hidden? It looks like he had motive.
I don't watch any of those cases.
Text after the fact? You mean when he was in holding?
After his trial.
There was a bunch of stuff that came out, like because he had a hearing for his appeal, right? And so apparently during the real trial, there was a gentleman's agreement between the prosecutor and the defendant where they wouldn't bring up either of the boys' history. And I think and like they should have, they consulted with that Austin Metcalf's family, and I guess Austin and his brother did. There was an incident, or like, listen, you're digging into people's history. I think they did something where they graffitied something with some racial slurs. Okay, at the end of the day, that person's dead. The other person isn't. But, and I think also the prosecution thought they had more than enough to convict him. But in this appeal hearing recently, I think it was last week, there was text messages from Carmelo Anthony and his like history of just getting into a shit ton of fights, threatening people. He was stalking his girlfriend, saying, "How many bullets would you want coming out of your chest?" Whatever. And he said something to the effect of, like basically saying, "I'm looking for it. I've got I'm gonna find somebody." Like you could insinuate, "I'm gonna find somebody." And he said, "When I stab somebody, I'm gonna lick their blood off my knife," which is absolute premeditation. The guy got off easy. So, I mean, the irony is, like, maybe you guys don't. I do go into a lot of those lives. It's one of my, other than talking to you fine people, that's the BLM type of lives are the other ones that I frequent that I do truly enjoy myself. And yeah, there's been a lot of, like, to me, like, I don't think there's anything racial about it. It's like you stab somebody and unalive them, you should suffer
language. You got to say
severe
poke.
consequences.
Number one, you got to say
What?
poke. You can't say the S word.
I think you can. I say it all the time.
I just, if you don't mind me saying, this
sorry.
what you're pointing out doesn't sound
Mm-hmm.
like the subject of what happens at an appeals hearing.
All right, I'm going to apologize, Donovan. Thank you for trying to protect my life. I shouldn't have said anything. I apologize.
Oh yeah, and I don't want to say anything that would get you taken down. I'm not doing that maliciously on purpose, obviously.
I mean, they haven't even perfected the appeal yet. What are like earlier facts coming out? And
You're a lawyer. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
I don't know. That doesn't.
But there was a hearing where his text messages and a lot of other stuff that they did not present during the trial came out, and the judge did deny it. So I don't know if it's preliminary. You know what I think is weird is that the guy just got convicted like a couple months ago. Like what I know, I mean, even being through the family court experience, it's slow as fuck. And I don't know. It seems like maybe when there's media attention, like the wheels get greased a little bit more, but everything else seems to take 3 or 4 fucking years. But there's certain things that it's like, oh, it's done in 6 months, you know?
You said earlier that the statements that were excluded speak to premeditation. No, it doesn't. It speaks to state of mind. It's different than premeditation. Premeditation would have to speak directly to the act and planning of the act. Not
If I said, all right, so if I went to court because I ran over a cyclist in the street, and I said I didn't know what I was doing, blah, 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 blah. But then it later came out that I texted my girlfriend and said, I'm going to go and run down a cyclist and then lick the blood off of my car. That is absolutely premeditation. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, absolutely it is. Licking the blood off a knife, texting that to your significant other, and then having stabbed somebody with a knife is absolutely, it is premeditation on fucking steroids. The bar for premeditation could be several seconds before the act happens, much less like actual text messages to somebody. Right, lawyer? Tennis, do you agree? I hope you agree with me.
In a lot of this, the ex-girlfriend went to the assistant principal also and reported it. So I'm not sure why the assistant principal didn't step in, but
Premeditation is not as high of a bar as a lot of people think it is. You don't need to write it in your diary, although he effectively did, which is the fucking ironic part about this. He was looking for somebody to take out his frustration on, and that is premeditation. Versus heat of the moment, or I'm under threat or duress.
In criminal law, premeditation must speak directly to the specific event, the act of the unaliving, rather than just an overall generalized state of mind, which is what.
You're out of your element here, Donovan, and I think they're wanting to see some right on right crime
instead of to my person.
To the act.
I just looked it up. So
if I say I want
you
to
bring
lick
up something to refute it, or you just want to say
yeah,
no?
no, I will. If you text somebody and say I'm going to stab someone and I'm going to lick their blood off my knife, and then you go and do stab someone, that is premeditation. This is not like
Okay, all you've done is
that
repeat
difficult to
yourself, CW.
understand.
Here you go. Here, let me help you. Let me show you how to do this.
It's
Key
Randy, just
characteristics
to
of
be clear.
premeditation.
Sexual
Specific intent.
chocolate is also
The defendant
acceptable, but
must
please do
form a
not refer to
distinct
me as
conscious intent to
GW.
unalive a specific person prior to the execution of the act. Prior reflection. The mind must deliberate upon the choice to unalive before the event occurs. Time element. The period of reflection can be very brief, even a matter of moments, but it must exist before the fatal act. A distinction of general malice. An overall state of mind involving general anger, depravity, or recklessness represents, quote, malice of forethought, but does not constitute premeditation on its own.
I
Own,
think you.
GW.
I
Before
think
you
you have a
just come up here
reading.
and say, oh, you suck at this,
I
you
think
might
you have
want
a
to
reading
fucking consult
comprehension
the
issue.
internet.
If you texted somebody and said I've got the urge, and then
Ridiculous hypotheticals aren't going to work. Go
this
to
is
the
not.
goddamn internet.
Do you know what a hypothetical is? Just to be clear,
What a hypothetical is, thank you.
this is not a hypothetical. This is actual direct evidence. If you texted somebody and said I'm fighting the urge, and then the preceding message to that was threatening them with how many bullets they would want, and then after you said I've got the urge, and then you said I'm going to lick the victim's blood off of my knife, and then you go in and assault a random person that you have no history with, you don't know who that person is,
You just
that is
said it.
premeditation. What are you talking
You
about?
just said it. You just disproved your own because you just used the word random. If what you're using as an
Can we get the
alliterative
lawyer to weigh in
device,
here? I'd like
licking the
to.
blood off of the knife is just designed to
Are you
shock the
really
system.
asking for
But
lawyers'
you
help
just
right
said a
now?
moment ago that it's a
It's not
random
help.
person.
This is just common fucking
That means
sense,
that
dude.
is there. Okay, listen. Distinction from general malice. That's the fifth distinction.
If you didn't go out,
premeditation and
listen,
non-premeditation.
bro.
And it lists as follows: an
If you
overall
didn't go
state
out,
of
no,
mind
I'm not
involving
interested in any of
general
this.
anger, depravity, or recklessness represents, quote, malice of forethought. It does not constitute premeditation on its own.
If you sent a text message to somebody and said all of that, and
I
you
do
didn't
keep
actually, and
deploying
if you did,
hypotheticals like
stop
you're going
interrupting
to
me, please. If you just got a chance to speak, now let me return the volley here, okay? If you send a text message that morning and say I'm going to lick the blood off of my knife of the victim, and you don't go out and stab anybody, then yeah, you just sent a dumbass text message.
Can I
There's
ask
no
a
criminal
question?
act there.
Can I ask a question? Just refresh my recollection. He was convicted of second degree.
No, it's first degree. It was
He
first
was
degree.
convicted already. So what you're saying is you're bringing in text messages that were not admitted at trial, right?
Correct.
They weren't admitted, and they're not coming in, right? He's going to appeal. He himself is not going to appeal and use
he's
that
asking for a new
evidence.
Well, it sounds
trial.
like the appeal was denied, is what I understand, but I
Yeah, he's
don't
asking
know.
for a new trial.
There you go.
Right, but the evidence that W is talking about is not something he's relying on to try to get a new trial, because that just hurts him, right?
Right. Yeah, the next portion of this, why general state of mind is insufficient. A general state of mind such as being angry, hostile, or inherently dangerous proves that a person might be capable of violence. However, premeditation requires a conscious design. The prosecution must prove that the defendant, through about a specific event, made the choice to unalive and then executed that to a specific plan. Without this connection to the event, the crime lacks the necessary element for first-degree premeditated murder.
You have no idea what you're reading right now. Can you just slow down and
No, I think he's right. I mean, malice of forethought. He's reading from and Donovan. I guess you agree with the verdict or not, or you don't. You're just talking about the law.
Right. He said the mistake that he made, and I heard, and that's all I'm simply pointing out, is that simply by saying that he was using that illustrative language, to paint a picture the same way GW is doing it, simply saying that does not constitute premeditation. It takes more than that.
And it's ultimately
Well, a
the
lot of where
jury's
this,
decision, right? Because you can have
and
malice of
tennis,
forethought. You can have malice of forethought literally, 30 seconds before you commit the act.
but in this case specifically, there was a ton of like, political climate. There's people outside the courtroom, all this other type of stuff. Like it was a major thing. I mean, there's a lot. Like there have been TikTok
Yeah.
panels dedicated to this for a year and a half. Okay.
Yeah.
But what I will say though is if those messages were introduced, a lot of people, when he was convicted, he got 35 years, which in Texas you can do half-time serve. So he could be out by the time he's 40 years old. What I'm saying is that if you even like, I don't know how much premeditation even factors into Texas law. I'm not sure. But the jury gave him 35 years. Now, there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, that's too much," and I've heard people even say, and they're well, I'm going to leave that part alone. But there are people that are like, "Oh, he deserves some time." But you shouldn't put your hands on somebody, so he should get 5 years. And I'm like, if I fucking don't pay my taxes, I'll get 5 years. This is a bunch of bullshit. So my point is that if you were presented with that, I think that the jury would have given a bigger, and there is a precedent in Texas. I think it was like Texas versus McCullough, where there was a guy who got 20 years for a murder, which seems like a pretty light sentence to me. I don't know the circumstances surrounding it, but he was granted an appeal, excuse me, for prosecutorial misconduct, and he opted for a bench trial instead of a jury trial the second go round, and then he ended up getting 50 years. So it's like 20 years, prosecutorial misconduct, granted appeal, and then have the judge decide, and then he got 50. So it was kind of like, really not a good gamble on his part. Which I think the same thing. Well, I think the same thing would happen with Carmelo
Never not
Anthony.
go with a jury trial if I were a criminal defendant, because you definitely want more people
Yeah,
to decide. I mean, you don't want one man, especially a Texas judge, to decide your.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's fair. Yeah. But my point overall, though, is that in his appeal, I think it probably would have worked out something like that, whether it was a bench trial or a jury trial.
Well,
however,
we're just going to gloss over this naked derision for Texas? What the fuck?
What? What are you talking about?
I said we are just going to gloss over this naked derision for Texas. That we're doing that?
I generally do not, but I've already gotten tennis to capitulate to Texas being better than New York in many different aspects over the past several months.
What?
So.
What are you talking about? You know me when it comes to New York, and Mojo does. No,
Texas
but
would be
I
the
don't
new
want to.
capital.
I don't want to digress from what you guys were talking about.
No, I mean, bottom line to me, if he was granted an appeal, barring if you got somebody on the jury that was of a persuasion of a lot of people that I've seen on TikTok, to where basically because it was a white victim and it was a black offendant, that he shouldn't be held accountable, then he would have had more than a 35-year, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that there was no way that he was going to walk. There was no way that he was going to walk away without.
Stargazer? The fuck are you doing?
There was the problem is that there was a way, and the way was
no way. Not from the evidence. I mean, come on. I mean,
there are
there was
people.
no way that he was
need
going to walk away from that.
Then you need to. Well, listen. I wish that were the case, but there are.
I mean,
I'm just saying. No, there are people that it would be like because
you think it was self-defense, or you think
I'm not talking about me. I am talking about there is a non-insignificant number of
nice
people.
Nice job, tennis. Nice job.
There's a non-insignificant.
Curious. I mean, I don't know that much about the case, but from what I read, I mean, it was pretty grisly what happened. In Texas, I don't think you're going to walk away from that.
But if you had one
GW recoiled in horror, that in and of itself was enlightening.
Would you? God, you fucking annoy the shit out of me. Like even more than like the communists. Like, yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm the idiot. Okay.
Dude, if you ever want to do like a proctored IQ test and we could do like a fundraiser, like I'll spot you 20 fucking points, okay?
Put the tape measure down, debate, bro.
Is that the IQ of your asshole? A proctored IQ? No.
Oh, come on. Proctor is not Okay, never mind. Forget it.
Proctologist, it's a joke.
Come on. It was funny.
But
The reason this was brought up is because of the tribalism, the naked tribalism that's occurring right now. The Carmelo Anthony case and the what's the woman?
Clancy.
Clancy, yeah. It's kind of showing how quick the left is to break off into factions and then vigorously defend their faction, even in the face of objective facts.
See, for me, and I push back on that because I love to talk about trials. I love to talk about the law, duh. But when it came to the Clancy case, when it came to this case, I was like, what are you people doing? Like, are you sitting on the jury? It's nobody's sitting on the jury. Nobody's listening. Nobody's evaluating the credibility of the witnesses. And until you're doing that, then don't weigh in on what's going to happen.
Well, to be fair, though, there are people that are, because this was like court circuit TV. I think one of the problems is that so many people have watched these true crimes where everybody is, or at least people that are into that, are looking for a plot twist to where it's sometimes things are just fucking evil and bad, and it's not like there's no spoiler alert bullshit. Sometimes the person that was charged doing it actually did it. And I do agree with Donovan, what he had just said there. I think that there's a massive degree, like there's a tribalism aspect. I've served on juries before. I don't give a fuck what the race of somebody is or whatever else. I'm going to look at the facts, and like I would never be like, oh well, if it was this person that did it to that person and they were that color or that persuasion, therefore I'm gonna. No, it'd be like, yeah, if you stab somebody in the chest, like I don't care what it is, like if I think that you did that, whatever else, like it's guilty. Or if I think that you didn't, like not guilty. Like I'm not. But there are far more tribalistic people where it's like, well, he might have done it, but I've got generations of trauma, and so therefore I'm going to let this person off. And that does factor into things. Whether you like it or not, it does, and it's unfortunate. But like I don't,
You're not supposed to sit on the jury if you cannot. Well, obviously people do, and they say that they can be fair and impartial.
Right.
But the jury selection is to ferret out.
I know.
You cannot be fair and impartial based on your history, right?
Right. Correct.
So,
yeah, I understand.
But listen, in the Costello, what was the guy's name? Anthony. What's his name? Okay,
Carmelo Anthony. Yeah.
Carmelo Anthony. In his case, the question was whether or not he could make out a valid defense of self-defense, right? And that was, and the jury was going to decide that whether, I don't know, what was there, and I know that the left said that there was racial, there was problems with the judge, there was problems with jury selection, and I don't know any of that, but that happens, unfortunately. And it does.
Well, okay.
There may have been problems, and if so, he has the right to an appeal. So we'll see.
Well, do you work in criminal law or a different aspect? Okay.
No, purely civil. Yeah. But my husband was a prosecutor in
like tort law, though, like civil tort stuff, or
civil rights.
Oh, okay, all right.
And products liability and medical malpractice. So that's my history. I ended up only doing civil rights cases in the end, but no criminal. Nope. Thank God.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. I just think this is this case has shown, because it's been just complete fucking misreporting, and it also shows how social media and people can just get up and lie about stuff. Like it's been very interesting. The fact that you haven't paid attention or seen it, I don't know. It was something to behold.
Mm-hmm. The money is made when the American people are cleft in twain. Both sides of the wound make money off their respective sides, off their respective tribes. T-shirts, merch, clicks, tweets, all of it.
Yeah, but that's also I agree, but also that's something that our criminal justice system shouldn't have anything to do with. Like, it shouldn't be influenced by that, but unfortunately it is.
Well, ever since the OJ trial, right?
Yeah, but there was no social media around back then. I mean, can you fucking imagine if there was? Like, holy shit.
Well, there was
right?
there was court TV.
Correct.
So people were watching that trial, and they were so vested in it.
A lot of times along racial lines, right or wrong?
It was very much under racial lines.
They should have
Like
called
when
it. They should have called it deconstructing Marsha Clark.
And so, well, but I also think that when you add social media to that, then it does show like to where there's this like, holy
viral.
shit, what's going on here? You know,
People get bored and they start getting into watching cases, and you know,
yeah,
it's like watching. It's drama.
yeah, no, I agree.
Real.
I mean, do you think OJ did it though? I mean, he probably did.
Fuck yes,
Yes.
he did that shit. What?
Okay,
My God.
all right.
But
Just
the
checking.
the evidence was so blatant.
Overwhelming.
It was
glove didn't fit. The
overwhelming.
glove didn't fit.
But you know what? It's like that. If it don't fit, you must acquit.
It's
that
got nothing to do with the glove. He had tickets out of town. His bags were packed. He had cash. He ran from the cops in the white Bronco. What the fuck are we doing right now? The dude did it. It's fucking obvious. And it's because of the tribalism that the entire country went absolutely bonkers.
Well, quite frankly, it was the jury selection and where it was venued. It was venued in L.A. County, which is, that had a lot to do with it. It wasn't, Orange County and they did have an all black jury. I'm going to say it. And
did they really? I didn't know that.
Pretty much.
Isn't this where the Kardashians came from?
Yes.
Yeah, in
spellcraft,
like Santa Monica. It happened in what do you call it? What's that adjacent to Santa Monica?
Burbank or something?
No. It's called. It's right next to Santa Monica. It's very, very wealthy area.
I mean, he was a pretty big lawyer. He was a pretty big lawyer before that, but I think after that he was huge and very popular. Yeah, very well known.
Yes.
And then he unalived.
But my point though is that if that case were happening now, social media has absolutely added like gasoline to that fire, and I'm surprised that you haven't paid attention to this Carmelo thing because it's been all over the place, but.
I don't usually watch any of that stuff, especially like when it came to the Clancy case. When it comes to what happened in that case, it's so unthinkable, so horrific and terrible. I didn't want to even be part of it. But when I'm getting on the social media and talking about the law and stuff, so I wanted to see this. I was around to listen, on YouTube to the summation. So I thought I wanted to see the attorney work in it. I wanted to see. Because everybody said what a great defense attorney he was. So I just wanted to listen to that. But I don't want to listen to that evidence. That's just
You know who's a really good fellow? There was a case, and I don't remember, but it was very recent as well. I think there was this black attorney. It's a good TikTok fellow. He was representing like the Korean store owner where got found not guilty, but he was charged with murder or something. But there was like a 13, 14-year-old presumably stole like a bottle of water. And then the store owner.
Crap.
Okay, but the attorney, that defense attorney is fucking good. And I've, ever since that case, I've been following him on TikTok. And cause he'll even do like briefs about it's interesting. That dude is like a really good attorney. Like you could just tell because your job as a defense attorney is to just prove that there's a lot of other possibilities, and then just shrink the conviction, or not conviction. That's a bad word. Portrays a word, but shrink the
doubt, reasonable doubt. Show reasonable doubt. All you have to show is one scintilla of reasonable doubt. Then I just want to tell you before I forget, if you're interested in good criminal attorneys, look up on you on
I haven't done anything
this,
yet, but you might
on
have to
this
bookmark this.
platform. Look up Crassus, Crassus. He's a Southern California criminal defense attorney. Does mostly federal. Like, he's a veteran. He's been doing it for decades.
Okay.
Really smart guy, but he talks about a lot of different subjects. He talked about, he talks about the fucking World Cup, and he posts a lot of things. He's a really bright guy and really interesting to listen to, but that's what he does. And you can see his videos. He's really good. Crassus.
Yeah, when I hear Crassus, I think of relatively ancient Rome, where Crassus was.
Yeah, that's what his name is.
You know who I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
Like, sold fire insurance, and if you didn't get it, he'd just burn your house down and then like offer you decreasing value while your house burned down. Crassus, back in Rome.
Look that guy up and look at some of his videos. And he talks a lot about some of his cases, and he can't probably talk, in detail, obviously, but he's got a lot of interesting takes.
Okay.
Anyway,
I will say though, like my fiance was never on like TikTok or whatever. Then she got an account, and I told her about the lives and stuff, and no crossover algorithm or anything like that. But her takeaway, listen to some stuff. She's like, I never had any idea how many people hate white people just going to these lives. She's like, I've never even seen anything like this. It's crazy. It was just.
How does that make you feel, GW?
No sort of way at all. How does it make you feel, Donovan? Is it you that did like the shooting at a range video, or is that your brother Brendan? Which one of the two? Or is like they made a song? It's Donovan, pew pew pew. Is that you, or is that the other dude?
Actually, there's one with the song Brendan.
Is that you also? Are you guys the same guy? Or?
By Ripe. Yeah.
Same guy, right?
Yeah, the band is Ripe, and the song Brendan. It's a song thanking the living embodiment of death. For the journey.
I'm not criticizing the songwriter in this instance. It's like it's the weirdness of putting that video and dubbing it over you, like plunking tin cans at a shooting range. It's just fucking weird. That's all.
It's not a range. It's out in the middle of a bear sanctuary, in the middle of a national forest.
Oh, then I withdraw my criticism. It's totally not weird anymore. Yeah.
You ever slept in a bear sanctuary?
Does it make me more of a man if I say yes?
Yes.
A bear sanctuary. What the fuck? Come on, bro. Come on.
Where are we going, GW? Where are we going?
I don't know. I can match wits with you anytime you name it, bro. Anytime you want.
Aw. I'm flattered. But I'm fresh out of crayons.
That's funny, and I call both of you guys stupid all the time.
Yeah, also smarter than you, Mojo. But Donovan here,
everybody.
Donovan here definitely is a short bus
in any way, shape, or form.
Okay,
there's not a single person that would agree with you.
I completely disagree with that, but whatever.
I know you do. That's because you're dumb.
You think I'm dumb? Okay. Well, I mean, whatever. Okay.
You're kind of funny dumb, though. Sometimes.
Funny dumb. Okay. That's okay.
Mojo told a racist joke earlier, GW. Do you know any racist jokes?
I know of several, but I don't want to say them on a simulcast on YouTube.
No,
I already did black voice, and I probably shouldn't have.
It's all for entertainment purposes. As long as we're on the subject, everybody tap the fucking screen. Send your daily heart me. Make sure you help. What was the gallery?
Get over on weird YouTube. That Donovan is doing the mod work.
Like, share, and subscribe.
What the fuck?
I don't know what to do here. There's no way that I can give him mod powers. There's no fucking way. He would kick every liberal off all the time.
You know what? At least I don't see Donovan up there like sucking ass on pennies or Mideast and that. So I'll give him that.
He did that already, though.
Not as
Really?
much as some people. I see.
Donovan, shame on you.
Those are the only people that I'm like first wave ditch occupants. You know, like those are the people I don't like. But I want to hear the racist joke. I'm sure it wasn't even that good. But care to say it again, Mojo?
I forget. I was wondering if you had any.
I honestly, off the top of my head, I don't. I'm not a racist, believe it or
I
not.
don't tell racist jokes. What's wrong with you?
Although, look, I'm not a racist under the. I'm not a racist under the 15-year ago Merriam-Webster definition. I think, according to 2026 version, we're all racists that are here right now.
Right. Well, that's the question, right? Does telling a racially charged joke make a person a racist? That's really
not.
No.
Of course not. It doesn't.
Here
There's
comes CT
been
to tell
famous
us we're all
comics
racist.
even to this day, there are some comics that tell racially charged jokes. Doesn't make them racist. I don't know if you remember Daniel Tosh. Remember Tosh.0? He had this whole segment on his show. Is it racist? It was hilarious.
Gosh, that's where you go to. Like, I would rather go to like Eddie Murphy or something from like the 80s.
There's a fine example, but we got some young folks in the audience, so I figured I'd talk about something a little newer. But yeah, you're right.
If you guys are here, who's running the fucking clan meeting?
Oh, I took the night off, bro.
Mom.
He was getting his sheets washed.
I see. Everyone's got a hood to replace, right?
Oh, shut up.
Come on, it's funny. We're funny again.
I'm way too smart to be a member of that. I would test out of that bullshit. Come on. Let's be honest.
Well, trust me, if there was an IQ test required for that, there wouldn't be any of them.
Okay, fine. I don't subscribe to any of that shit.
I think you're a libertarian with a very specific.
I'm not a libertarian, so what does that mean?
Democrats tend to have, which is
I have friends that are libertarian.
To signal your
and I was a Ron Paul supporter 20 years ago. I'm not a libertarian.
I think you guys are all
GW has a libertarian friend.
No, I think actually like Derek, like Donovan, G-Dup, you guys are just all liberals. You just hate the fact you are.
I disagree with that.
Self-loathing liberals is a real thing.
Definitely.
It's okay. For sure. Derek, you're for immigration, obviously, so your girlfriend can come here. GW, you want universal health care. Donovan, same as you.
Correct.
We all like 2A. You guys are just liberals.
CT's knock it off, dude.
What do you mean? Where am I wrong?
He's not wrong, GW.
I'm not for universal health care. So
I thought you were.
I think under certain conditions, it would be okay to reallocate money towards that. I think we should take a lot of money away from other purposes that you wouldn't like very much. So
you're anti-war, you're anti-government overreach, all liberal views.
Those are not liberal.
Hey,
Very
GW,
liberal.
all of the laws passed so far against guns, against the 2A, have been specific to target minority groups, especially amongst the African American communities during Jim Crow, to keep them from possessing firearms.
Well,
I believe that all gun laws are racist.
Well, that's not true. So in the state of Illinois, for example, like the AR-15 ban or banning bump stocks, that's more of a federal thing. But like state level, a lot of times it's the state that's deciding those things. So like suppressors, extended magazines, things like that. Or in the case of Illinois, I think it'll come up to the Supreme Court next year. We'll see how that does. But yeah, I absolutely look at that as a violation of constitutional right. That's why most people aren't complying with it.
They should amend the Constitution.
Welcome to the party switch of 2026. Liberals are the protectors of the Constitution.
That's so ridiculous. Come on.
What are you talking about? Doesn't like
it is.
The new right wants to repeal what?
Hang on. When it comes to gun legislation, it is absolutely on the left, and it is a lot of these laws are very they're just not common sense. So, for instance, like 72-hour, like the cool down sort of things.
You think fundamental on common sense, really?
Yeah,
I do find it super fascinating. Who do you think it was that wanted the bump stocks banned?
Trump was a big person that did
Okay.
that. Yeah.
And then who was doing the red flag laws even here in Texas? It was Chip Roy.
Well, okay, all right. Well, I mean, but I don't think that the left is like an advocate for it. So I've argued for a very long time. You guys have known me for a while. There's a uniparty problem, okay? But when it comes to a lot of other restrictions,
Okay,
they are
so between
definitely.
the two of you, we got uniparty and a fucking deep state. We got uniparty and a deep state. That's fucking wild.
Well, yeah, because again, when you're a self-loathing liberal, you have to find aliens. You got to find aliens, right? Aliens is the answer.
No, it's definitely a thing. Like, obviously, I think most people know more about their own state politics than other places. I live in a very blue state.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of with the 2A stuff here, it is absolutely the Democrats that are driving it. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, I think you're being very disingenuous to say otherwise. But
it's actually not me this time.
No? GW, you got crickets?
I do have crickets, but they're not that loud.
Cicadas. No, there's no crickets around.
N-word's
Cicadas.
got crickets.
I had to fight a cicada earlier in my garage.
I think Mojo just really likes saying the N-word a lot. He just throws the N-word out all the time. It's just weird.
Don't complain about a name that you came up with.
What?
He thinks it's funny too.
It is funny.
Yeah.
I thought he misspelled Edward the first time I saw it. I was like, what a dumbass.
Dude, that was the point. That's where I got a lot of people. Because when I got Montana to like correct herself and when she was screaming N-word, like, because I was purposely silent for like 30 seconds, she's like, N-word! N-word! And I was like, you mean Edward? She's like, oh, I'm sorry. I meant Edward. And she's like, wait. And then someone on the panel was like, no, it's spelled N-word. And I was like, my keyboard is broken. That doesn't mean it's an excuse for you to be a fucking racist.
God, did you?
And there's a D after that.
Wait, did you record that shit?
Yeah, I did.
Did you post it?
No, not yet. I haven't gotten around to it. I've been busy. I went to a G Lovin' Special Sauce concert the other night. Like, I've been fucking busy, dude. I don't know.
I want to see that. That would be fucking hilarious. Montana is such a genius. I don't know how you could possibly get her on that shit.
No, it was funny. No, well, part of the problem though is that, and I realized this doing this was when I screen record, it doesn't pick up my audio.
You can hold on.
Everybody else's.
You have an iPhone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I had to learn this the hard way too. So when you start your screen recording, go up to where the red thing shows up that's recording, hold your thumb on it, and then it'll give you an option for turn your audio on as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I was pissed because I thought I did that when I fucking debated unrealness.
Yeah, no, I have a brilliant fucking recording, but, it doesn't, but there's some pauses in there, and I'm like, I just wish somebody else fucking recorded it. But, I mean, she still looks like an idiot, but it didn't show when I corrected her on, you mean Edward? Like, that was funny. It was fucking fun. Oh, I'm sorry, Edward.
Hold on, let me do it right now to make sure. All right, so yeah, the recording's on. I see the dot. You hold the record button before you start, and then it gives you the option. Let me try it one more time.
If you hold the record button. I've never done that either.
Hold the record button, and at the very bottom of your screen, it'll say turn microphone on. Click that, and then it'll record your voice as well.
Well, unfortunately, that ship has sailed on this one, but it was pretty fucking good. And I had Middy's piece up there and all those fucking people. Like, it was, so good.
That'd have been so great to see. God, sucks I missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pissed because I thought I turned my mic on when I debated unrealness, and I went back and watched it, and you didn't hear me at all. I was so fucking mad. So I messaged him. I was like, hey, I heard you kicked my ass in that debate. You mind sending it to me? He goes, I don't keep most clips, dude. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Guarantee he keeps that fucking everything. I guarantee he does.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and then he just let a panel of people come up and bombard me afterwards. Like, Alexis came up and said I went to her panel and said I was an OnlyFans model and I suck dick. I was like, for sure. Yeah, totally.
Alexis, that's when you say thanks for the $500, by the way.
Well, no, what I told her, I was like, hey, I guess we have something in common then.
Oh, damn. Okay, never mind.
Well, you know, in Randy Watson's world, we'd ban OnlyFans, so you guys enjoy it while it lasts until I come to power. Sexual chocolate. It's gonna be like a tidal wave, like Nepal, like a Napoleon mudslide.
Napoleon?
I just made that up.
That's an ice cream.
Isn't a Nepal mudslide anal?
Oh, damn.
What?
I guess it depends what country you're in.
That is not what I meant by it, but
what have I missed today? I've been kind of in and out all day. It was a crazy, got a lot of shit done around the house, fixed up a bunch of fucking, I got a guy coming to buy a chainsaw here in a little bit. Leaf blower got repaired, fixed a mower, made like $750 today.
nice.
This little shit, this is fun.
The small engine repair shit.
Yeah, dude, it's so easy. Like I just
Did
grew
you,
up poor.
did you already know it, or did you like
No.
look on YouTube for certain stuff?
I mean, I still do for some things. Like I had a head gasket issue earlier.
Yeah.
I'd never fucked with head gaskets before. But yeah, like I just looked it up on YouTube and watched it. But like I grew up poor, so like when our shit broke, I just had to figure out how to fix it.
Yeah, no, I understand. I've taken a dryer like down to every nut and bolt and sub assembly that there is possible. And yeah, my dad like started an auto
Yeah,
shop
it's
out of
not
high
about
school.
taking it apart. Everybody can take it apart. It's putting it back together that's the hard part.
Well, true.
You want to know the trick to that?
Being organized and all that. Yeah, but
No, there's a trick to that. Record yourself taking it apart. I just did today.
I was about to like congratulate you if you said just throw away the extra nuts and bolts when you're done.
Actually, I fixed a mower for a guy at work. He just bought it last year, couldn't get it running. I finally got it running, but it was like chugging along. Come to find out, it wasn't new who he bought it from. They had broken the carburetor housing. The plastic was broke where the screw hole was. So I literally took the broken piece, put it behind the piece that wasn't broken, then screwed that with the larger screw into it just to like stabilize the housing. Put the carburetor back in. Thing runs fine. Took me 7 minutes. He's giving me like $110 tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it also just understanding how engines work and certain things. Like I've gotten into that too, like where I've fixed my own stuff. Not to the degree that I'd like to, of course, but.
Well, somebody told me when you turn 40, a couple things happen. If you don't pick up a hobby, eventually you get into World War II shit, then you start voting Republican. So I was like, well, better find a hobby.
Actually, a friend of mine just, I'm going to do a plug here, but he just wrote a book. It's like the number one World War II bestseller on Amazon. Actual friend of mine. It's called the Nuremberg System, and there was a name drop on the Tucker Carlson show like a couple of weeks ago, and Twitter fucking blew up. But it's a good book. It's good.
I can't tell you guys how crazy it is to me to see like people like Nick Mattel on Fox News. I'm like, how did we get that guy to come to a debate in front of like 130 people last year? Like,
I don't know who that is, and I don't watch Fox News, so
he's
got a shit ton of followers on YouTube.
Yeah, he had like 30 or 40,000 back when we did that debate, which was a lot. And I should have looked into that, but he only talks about Israel. Like him, older millennial, they just went over there, kissed the wall, kissed the ring.
Well, older millennial is obviously on the payroll. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Yes, so is Nick Mattel. He was exposed to that.
I've never heard that name, or I don't know who that is. Maybe if I saw his face, I would know who it is. But
he was the guy that Penny called in when she was getting her ass kicked by RJ Core.
But the only people watching Fox News are like my parents' generation. Like I don't know anybody under 50 years old that watches Fox News. Like maybe,
I hate to say that's still the largest watched news network on television.
Yeah, but it's a specific isolated demographic, and also on the left. I mean, there's people on the left that are watching MSNBC and CNN. I think that it's very generational as far as where people are getting their news or information.
Yeah, Rachel Maddow.
I don't believe that most people are watching the
There you
news
go.
full time, like you said, unless old people.
I don't ever watch the news. Are you kidding? I'm fucking on TikTok all day, every day. What are you talking
But yeah, you get to see the clips on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok. Like you see the clips of like heated exchanges. That's it.
Well, no, and everybody has a different algorithm, but I think that's where, like, the clips, though, if you're talking about those sorts of things, it's still the podcasters or the new media that is getting more attention. That's why, like, someone like Nick Fuentes has, like, for a while has gotten, it's because it's like somebody clipping something. It's more provocative. It's something that's not going to be aired. And both left and right, that is where, you know, it is what it is, but it's not some fucking like news broadcast on CNN or like that was relevant 10 years ago. It's not anymore.
I will agree. It's very generational. And Star, not to throw some age on you, but Star's come off of mute a couple times, and I've heard the news in the background, and I'm like, of all the things I would put on in the background, the news is not one of them.
Yeah, no, I think there was a lot of honestly, I think during the COVID time, I think that's where a lot of things changed. I think there are just more people getting, whether it's left or right, I think more people are getting their news sources from more independent, which is good and bad. It's not, you know, but
I agree. There is a good and bad to it because, like we were talking about this, well, you guys were talking about it earlier. I was listening along in the comment section, but somebody was saying that, like, you know, it's you guys were talking about Twitter and how a lot of people get their news feed from that. And I said, yeah, but the downside of that is you got Meemaw and Paw out here actually believing that fucking med beds are real because they can't differentiate fucking AI. So there's a good and bad side.
Like Twitter or X or whatever, which is a stupid fucking rebrand, but I'll just call it Twitter. That's not a news source. It's more about like cultivating like where you like. There's still a list of journalists that I trust what they say. I think both left and right. I treat a lot of like institutional media with a very, very heavy dose of skepticism because whether it's the Wall Street Journal or it's the New York Times, they have an agenda. And so if you're reporting news where you already have a preconceived like agenda, and yeah, individuals can have that as well. I mean, we've seen that. But like to me, saying, oh, I saw this on X, it doesn't mean it's some fucking random person. It's really about like, I think for anybody, like people should get their news or their reading material or their understanding of history. It should be triangulation. Like I absolutely believe like reading far left stuff, reading far right stuff, reading stuff that purports to be in the middle, and then making up your own fucking mind. And people will reach different conclusions because they have different biases and all of that, of course. But if you get yourself into an echo chamber of where you're not, there's a podcast I listened to recently from some similar group, but like I'll just say friends of mine because I know them in person, not TikTok stuff, but where it was a really good discussion on how what the left looks at the right and vice versa is just kind of ridiculous. And these people are on the like dissident right, I would say. But what they were saying was, a lot of people on the left will think of the right as they'll be like, the right is Ben Shapiro, for instance, and that anybody that is further to the right, that means that they are Ben Shapiro plus some other stuff. And that's really not what it is, like at all. There are people on like the far right that say like, no, fuck that, fuck all of this like conservative stuff, right? But it also works the other way. And so I think that's what makes it interesting, that it is not a two-dimensional binary or spectrum, rather, like of black versus white and then individual shades of gray. It is very much three-dimensional or more so. Like, and that's where I get frustrated when it comes down to like, oh, it's capitalism versus communism. And I was like, wait, What even is that? What does that mean? Well, like I'm just not very interested in debating subjects in our modern times that are 150 fucking years old.
Well, believe it or not, capitalism and socialism still exist. These are economic systems.
It's not.
And
no, I disagree.
You can't disagree.
It's not. It's a paradigm that is completely antiquated. It has nothing to do like a lot of the stuff that people are basing.
It describes everything we have today. What are you talking about?
But things have changed. So if you were talking about, even if you're looking at what Marx said, it was a lot of it was capital, meaning the factory owners versus labor. It doesn't factor in the hyper financialization, which I would argue is the biggest issue in our current global or certainly national economy. It's not about who owns the factory and who works for the factory, and that isn't it. To me, the issue is that there are so many people, and there's the opportunity cost involved of having people who would otherwise be in very productive industries that are incentivized to go into non-tangibly productive, meaning, really quick example, Ken Griffin, owner of Citadel Capital, employed a bunch of people that were, he poached them from my industry, from aerospace. They were electrical engineers, and figured out a way to where they could intercept milliseconds of trading to where it was like, everybody's seen the Office Space movie from, the 90s or whatever, right? Where it was like, oh, they were just stealing a penny off of whatever, and they made millions of dollars. This is standardized in our financial markets to where you open up an investor account and you make a trade, they're siphoning off money to where nobody would notice it, but it's because they can intercept it first, whatever. The fact that you have brilliant people that understand graduate level, Ivy League, whatever, these people could be designing the next propulsion engines and this and that, but instead they're figuring out how to fuck an average consumer out of a penny at a time because they're getting paid a lot of money by a fucking billionaire. There is not a capitalist versus a socialist angle to say other than that's fucked up. I want the most brilliant people getting paid a lot, but they should be motivated towards, I don't know, engineering, healthcare, advanced medicine, things like that. I think there's a lot of brilliant people that are incentivized or pulled for financial rewards to our over financialized system. I have a major problem with that. That doesn't make me a socialist.
But Gita, the thing is that what you're describing, figuring out how to pull those 1 or 2 pennies to make millions, is on the backbone of capitalism. It's figuring out how to squeeze every penny out of every person for profit.
Okay.
If it wasn't for profit and it was for the good of the people, I agree with you, right? Mm-hmm. But that's the issue. That when that's the foundation, is how do we get every penny out of every dollar? Then that's your entire basis. Morality goes out the window.
Right, but fair enough. But I'm saying I'm able to be critical of what my whatever I'm supposed to believe in on my color side is, and I feel like the people on the left don't. They don't understand that there will always be hierarchies. There's no such thing as everybody's equal. There are things to where, you know what, you if you're not smart enough to be in this job, you don't get the fucking job. If you put 100 men in a room or 100 people, okay, you will emerge with natural hierarchy. There will be leaders, there will be followers. It doesn't mean that you should let the followers starve to death or anything else. And there's other topics that I wouldn't even want to get into here because I'm going to be called a bunch of fucking names. But I do believe in I'm not a free market person, but I'm also very much against socialism. Or when I see you guys flying the fucking hammer and sickle and understanding how many tens of millions of people they killed, I think that's
they didn't
fucking
kill
crazy.
Anybody.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, this is well documented, and you can deny it all you want.
They didn't. Yeah, again, they didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, no, they did.
Famine killed people. We had a lot of famines at the time.
Yeah, engineered. When you take people's seed corn
not
away.
engineered.
Absolutely, it was. And a lot of what you guys do is that when you look at the actual true history, I mean, a lot of those atrocities were
I don't think
blamed
you
on
know what
another
the
group
fuck
of people.
true history is, in all honesty.
Oh, I do.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think you think you know. As a matter of fact, I know you think you know, but you don't really know.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, G-Dub, I think
It is wild sauce that Mojo just defended the Holodomor.
See, even Brobot's on my side on this one. I mean, they literally like took away people's means to feed themselves, and then if they had any protests about it, they made sure that they were unalived. I mean, there's a absolute. I mean, I don't know how far Brobot wants to go down this road, but it's absolutely like this is documented. This isn't even revisionist history. Absolutely, they did.
I think there's a big fundamental difference in today's politics, though, right?
No, of course there is.
Like every government ever in the history of the world has killed people. You cannot point to one that was benevolent anywhere.
Well,
ever.
no, but there's shades of gray, and when it comes to the consolidation of power, when it came to the Bolsheviks and then what followed after, it's very clear this is well documented. It's actually not documented enough. I think a lot of their atrocities were after the end of World War II were blamed on the Germans, in my opinion. But no, they were fucking evil. I mean, this is documented. So to say like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, go read a fucking book or get an LLM and figure this out for yourself. But it's very true. I don't believe in taking any group of people or collective punishment or and that's why when it comes to like Israel in particular, if the other groups were doing this to Israeli people, I'd have just as much of a problem with it. I don't believe in just killing women and babies. It's just fucking disgusting. So
that's how we established our country.
I disagree with that, but okay.
I mean, if you want to look up, sorry, Mojo. I was going to say, like, I don't do like oppression Olympics, but when people talk about the people that died under Russian rule, under Mao rule, yeah, I think it's fucked up. But to establish this country, we killed millions of Native American Indians. We shoved them into the fucking grossest part of this country and said, see, we gave you something. Wow. So the atrocities of people years and years ago isn't necessarily what anybody on the left or the right is advocating for now. Now, I would say there are extreme people that are, right? There are people on the left that literally say, we want communism. I think that's fucking crazy. There are people on the right that are advocating to bring back the next Reich. I don't go off the fucking maddening talks of fucking these fucking fringe groups. I look at what the majority of people want. But unfortunately, even the majority on left and right are not the same. The people on the right want authoritarianism. The people on the left want fucking universal health.
Well,
they're not the same.
I think it's worth maybe it's not a TikTok conversation. I do think it's worth exploring where, because I fundamentally believe that things are reactionary. Like it's very much like this happens, therefore there's a reaction and there's a counter reaction and so on and so forth. I'm just saying. Then hopefully you get to peaceful times or whatever else. But I do think that there are certain situations in our history where if you go through the average like public school American, the victors write history. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that like it doesn't mean that you are advocating for something else, but when you understand that when something has been set up so much to where you're not allowed to question it, to where if you just try to research the counter narrative, like how did this actually happen? What were those people's motivations? And then you just stop assuming that a major group of people were just automatically evil. And then you say like, well, how could they, all right, what was the catalyst? What was the motivation to make them that way? Because it's very weird if you were to say in history, like, oh, these people were fine, hundreds or thousands of years. And then all of a sudden for 5 years, they were these genocidal fucking maniacs, and then they went back to being fine again. That doesn't fucking make any sense.
No, Spain, they were imperialists. They'd had the Spanish Inquisition years before they ever traveled to America. It's not surprising they did the exact same thing in this country as well.
What do you know about the Spanish Civil War? That's a very interesting topic that I've read about extensively.
I haven't, but I will say this: at that time period, in the 1600s, yes, Spain they were trying to become the new Rome.
Well,
they thought they had the gravitas and the power to do so.
Yeah, but a lot of the Inquisition was born off of like if you start your history of where their violence started, and you don't look to where, like, why that was the counter response to what was happening, I think you're fooling yourself. Similar to the Spanish Civil War, to where Francisco Franco came to power.
They had 300 years of war.
Well, the Spanish Civil War was hundreds of years after this, just to be clear. But even French Revolution, like, I'm interested in here. Like, a lot of our history is presented in comic book terms of where these were the good guys, these were the bad guys. I like to hear or research like where the narrative of like how did the bad guys become quote unquote bad guys.
Well, I don't know where or when the establishment of America became good guys. It definitely has, but the atrocities that were performed to make sure that establishment happened were that atrocities.
It absolutely has. But I mean, I think that if you look at a lot of these things, which is they do interest me. Like I'm very much into history or whatever, and it's by supporting or not supporting, by explaining the position of okay, how these people could have felt like they were backed into a corner, or why did they actually fight? What actually happened? Instead of being like, well, one side was Batman, the other was the Joker. I don't know. That just doesn't do much for me.
Do you think that do you think we're regressing? And I'm trying to get a read on, I don't know you that well, but presently, do you think that we are regressing from the civil rights that we established in the 60s and the 70s?
I don't think that regressing from there. I think
from what we achieved in the 60s and 70s. Talking about the Voters' Rights Act, talking about the Civil Rights Act. I'm talking about more rights for women.
I think a lot of things would be
Roe versus Wade, 1973.
Well, I'm very much anti-abortion, so
well, we'll put that one aside for a second.
Okay. You can still address regression, though. Whether you believe it or not.
No, I don't know. Like, to say, I feel like a lot of the things that were accomplished by the Civil Rights Act were on their way to being accomplished anyways. This is a very
That's a non-answer.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
They were on their way. No, I mean in the 60s, those acts were established. So
I don't
where do you think we are vis-a-vis the enactment of that legislation right now?
Oh, well, I think you do see some things circling back to where I think if your intention is to make things colorblind, equal, all of that, like I don't think that's anything bad. I think that would already naturally happen. I think that's where like without the legislation, I think that I do think that this is going to be really, and I gotta go soon, but like no, I'm not running from this. It's not that like you're not going to understand where.
Normally, I would kick you at this point.
He's like, I'm going to say something gross, and I'm going to pop out.
No, that's not what I was. Fuck off. That's not what I was saying. I think that a lot of the way that all right. So for instance, when Martin Luther King came to Chicago, and I forget if it was Garfield Park or whatever it was, and a lot of the he had rocks thrown at him, whatever. Anybody, it didn't matter if you're black, white, whatever. If you were coming into those neighborhoods, anybody was going to do that. It wasn't anti-black. It was anti-anybody coming in and telling us what to do.
What in God's
brother?
That is wild shit right there,
brother.
Okay.
You think the KKK was there because they?
No, this wasn't. These were like Slavs, Ukrainian neighborhoods. Like there was I think that. I think when you force people to like wounds and things like that are solved like generationally, and I think that when you try to you can't legislate people's belief systems. I just don't think
Yes,
it works that
no,
way.
you can't. No, you can't. But you can
Yeah.
certainly enact laws that prevent things like the perniciousness of Jim Crow and
Yeah.
the segregation of the South. You don't think that incredible things were accomplished in the 60s?
I think that there were motivations of where a lot of those people that were trying to be like in that class of like, oh, we want them not discriminated against. I think there were many decisions made that it was not for their interest. It was to like use it as a blunt force. Like why would you ever say like, oh, we're gonna like move this many people up here with no housing, no sort of infrastructure, no nothing. It set them up in a really bad fucking position.
I
And
don't
I
know
think
what you're
that
talking about.
well, okay, that's fine.
No, you're really like, you're kind of like not answering the question, but whatever.
I don't think that you legislate to tell people like this is what you think or believe. I think that
You don't think that the people that rose up and crossed the Emmett Tillis Bridge and marched in Washington against racism and Jim Crow, you don't think that they fought for their cause? You
I
think
think
that you think the legislators somehow developed legislation to say you're saying that it was their narrative, not the people that were being oppressed.
I don't think racism. I'm not a racist. I don't think racism is a
Well, it
good.
doesn't matter whether you're a racist.
What I'm saying is, I think that I think it was weaponized for political purposes, and even LBJ spoke on this. Oh, if I do this, every blank is going to be, voting for us for however many years. I think when you're
Nobody's been able to prove that at all, by the way. I looked into that. I read that article.
Well, you helped kill Kennedy, so whatever.
So deep state. Okay. No, G-Dub, the thing is that the things that you're arguing for, right, when you take them on their face value, you're saying like, hey, people didn't want their lifestyles to be changed or whatever. That lifestyle change was segregation, right? That was saying that black folks should be able to go to school in white schools and have the same level of education, be given the same equal opportunities as everyone else. That is the fucking American dream. It's not the handouts. It's not the fucking the ability to fucking be given things. It's the opportunity. That's what the civil rights movement was for. It wasn't for just to be able to be saying I have this thing or I get this thing. It's the same thing that trans people fight for today that the gays fought for in the 90s. It's equal fucking opportunity. And if people are against that, then to me, they're not American. I don't give a fuck what they want.
I think it's more nuanced.
It's not. You have to add nuance to it to cover up for the fucking bigotry behind it.
It's not bigotry, honestly.
It
It's
is
not
bigotry.
Well, okay.
If you want to take away the rights or the opportunity of somebody that doesn't look like you, to me, that's bigotry.
No,
I don't need an explanation. I don't need more.
Wait, hang on. I didn't say anything about taking away rights from people. So
They didn't have them in the
that's what you're
first place.
talking about.
They didn't have them in the first place. They were oppressed.
We're talking about giving people rights who had never had them before.
I'm totally fine with giving everybody rights. I absolutely believe that.
You're saying that it's the white people that just wanted to promote their narrative.
Yeah, you're saying that nobody should step in and tell us how to live.
That's the way you're framing it.
That's not. I'm not trying to frame anything. I think that. I think there's just a lot more nuance to it. I think that the ways that certain policies or legislative decisions were borne out, I don't think that it was all just some sort of benevolence. I think it was, like I've read have you heard of Harold Cruz? Is that name ring familiar to you, Tennis, or no?
No.
Aren't you guys going to pull Leo up? Leo's in the gulag. Looks like he could eat.
Nobody gives a shit about talking to Leo.
I'm just messing with you.
No, so he was.
We already had Derek here. We're fine. We don't need Leo.
Okay.
My motivation isn't depriving people of rights. I'm saying that I think that a lot of the ways that they were enacted were antagonistic, or ways that could have been like, and obviously if there are people that are deprived of rights, you want to expedite that. But I think that there were often instances of where it wasn't for the chief motivation of that. It was, how do we break up some of these other communities or areas and use people as a weapon against something else? And if you wanted to you recommend a couple books to me and I'll read, and I'll recommend a couple to you, and then we could have an educated conversation about this. It's not about that I believe that rights should be taken away from people.
I don't know what book you could possibly suggest to me that would make me look at the civil rights movement and there'd be any kind of take that would be about weaponizing people outside of giving them fucking rights in America.
I think there were other ways to address it than how it was, in the way
It wasn't.
Wait. What
because we'd still be in the same place.
I'm curious, what was the other option?
Well, I still think, to me, a preferred system would be something of still, not depriving freedom of association, which is one thing that I've been on libertarians about, because that should be, to me, a core thing.
What's freedom by association?
People should be able to have their own enclaves if they wanted to, and I think that they should face the social
be able to have white-only
ramifications.
communities and white-only businesses and white-only. Yeah, that's
not where I'm.
Okay,
come on, this is not.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't support something like that, but what I'm saying is that when
you
you
just
don't,
said that you did.
You're not understanding. This is where the nuance factors in. I wouldn't.
You're
support
trying
something
to
like
whitewash, and I hate that term, but you're trying to whitewash what everybody had to fight for people who wanted freedom, people who wanted to have equality under the 14th Amendment, who weren't getting it. And you're trying to say that you're trying to forgive those that were depriving those people of their rights.
No.
By saying that it's more nuanced somehow. They had to fight, they had to shed blood. They had to shed blood to get those rights.
I'm saying that I still agree with people being able to do what they want, and then they should suffer the consequences.
Well, here's the problem.
I wouldn't be a patron of a business that had that.
GW, here's the problem though, is that the black community was also completely fine with the idea of having black towns and black cities, because they didn't trust their white neighbors. Who were burning crosses in their yards and shit like that. And you know what we did? You know what white people did? We flooded those fucking towns. We did the Tulsa massacre. We burned their cities down. We burned down Black Wall Street. Every time that black people tried to get something for their fucking selves, for years, we destroyed it. So then they realized, wait a minute, the only way that my house isn't going to get burned down is if the house next door has a white person.
Well, no, listen, I think that there's some truth to that. I don't disagree with you. I think, I'm not going to discount that. Yeah, there's been atrocities throughout history, and certainly throughout American history. I think, absolutely. I think that rather than having the government say, this is how you're going to feel from now on, I think that a lot of the stuff would work itself out too. And I think we'd be in a much better position today if it was. So
how?
Because these things work themselves out anyways.
But that's not true. When they work themselves out.
That's very Pollyanna of you.
Yeah, what you're saying is that the people with power take the power. The government, at least in the last 100 years, well, I can't say 100. I'll say 60. The last 60 years, at least, has been trying to give equal opportunity to people. The only people that rally against that are the majority, right?
But I think a lot of listen. The way that I look at a lot of the Civil Rights Act is that if it was just about black people advancing and gaining rights, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it. I think there was a lot of other interests that leached onto it and then said, we're in that out group too, and therefore we get to. So even if you so for instance, if you look at for instance, if you look at DEI or whatever, I don't think black people have benefited a whole lot from DEI. It's just every other fucking minority group. And so
black people definitely benefited from DEI, just not as much as white women, because they also too were suppressed.
But I don't think black people. I don't think black people have. I think that I will agree with you from a historical perspective. If there is a original sin of America, there's nothing there's absolutely an issue there. I think that when it gets out of hand, or to where it's like, to where other groups, like you have other groups of people that have they came from far fucking worse countries than America, and then move here and say, well, I'm going to raise my hand. I get to participate in the Civil Rights Act too. It really just becomes tribalism and a balkanization of our country, and I don't think that is beneficial to the long-term survival of America as I know it. This is not a racist, like you can call me bigot or whatever you want, but I mean, I don't owe something, or America doesn't owe something to an Indian immigrant. They should not have better access to programs or to whatever else. If you want to say like foundational Black Americans have should be like first in line for certain things, it's going to be hard for me from a moral or ethical standpoint to argue with you. But like that line has been crossed over by fucking country miles, and that's where my issue is with the Civil Rights Act, because effectively it has become anything like to where it's like white men in particular, like everything else gets preferential treatment, and I just don't think that was the original intent from anybody when they did that.
You're missing the entire purpose.
How about just equality for everybody?
What does equality mean to you?
That?
Hold on. I don't think I'm being very like crazy here, just by the way. But if you guys think so, that's fine.
You sound like you're just completely tone deaf. I mean, and you don't. You sound like you just don't understand. You don't understand history for someone who loves history.
I'm stupid. That's what Mojo tells me. So maybe I'm just dense.
I'm not calling you stupid, but what I am saying is that this is where I have no problem being called a communist. I have no problem being called a Marxist, even though I'm none of those things, because it doesn't affect me. But I do hope that this affects people on the right when I tell them that they're unpatriotic, they're not American. The entire basis of this country that has made it so great for as long as it has been, absolutely great, was the idea that somebody could come from somewhere else and have an opinion.
Exactly.
Coming from a country where they couldn't raise their hand to decide how it should be changed. That's the foundation of this fucking country.
All right. Well, I mean,
this is one of those particular topics that, I mean, for the most part, it seems like the ideological entrenchment on literally both sides is why nobody can understand each other. I mean, specifically, yes, during Jim Crow, freedom of association was inherently racist because they used that for segregation. But in 2026, it literally just means I don't want a bunch of college students because they're like gonna fucking party on the weekends and even on the weekdays. I should be able to like have communities around my own age.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Listen, I gotta go. I'm not running. I'm not running. It's been a good conversation.
Whatever, radio flyer.
Fuck you. Go grow some fucking go grow some tomatoes, you motherfucker.
Really look at the ideology of like what America was supposed to be. Look at what the idea behind it was. Look at
we're gonna disagree. We're gonna disagree on that. But
that's my
okay.
point. Yeah, that's my point. Is look at how the idea of taking the best of everyone around the world, bringing them together, and not letting a fucking monolith dictate us. That was the whole point.
Okay.
We're a melting pot.
I disagree with that, but that's okay. That's okay.
Crazy.
Well, okay, I'm crazy.
No, I'm not calling you crazy. I just, when I hear that, like, we're not a melting pot, that argument blows my fucking mind.
Well, listen, I think it's okay, like, to have people come in, but I think that when you have people come in I'll give you an example of another, like me explaining a clip. And listen, CT, like, are you in Discord? I'll send you a podcast to listen to, as long as you don't like listen to it and then you're like, this motherfucker's crazy. But from a different perspective, I appreciate different perspectives, just to be clear. But from my perspective, and this is a very good, how do I explain this? Like, well, never mind. I'm not even going to go there. But
I'm on Discord, man. Same name as is on here. So find me and send it to me.
You know, and a lot of it's going to like insult your sensitivities or whatever, but you might find some truth with it, whatever. But like,
I'm a redneck fucking liberal. I don't really have much in the ways of sensitivity.
Well, I don't look at you as being like a convert or whatever. Like, listen, like I don't really have an ideology. I think our current political system, I fucking hate the right and the left. Like,
you're a mess.
Huh?
Said, I agree. You're a mess.
Donovan, you're no different than GW. You're just a fucking self-hating liberal.
No, I am eclectic and stylish. GW is a mess.
No, you're self-proposing and arrogant. There's a difference.
I don't see any political solution that the right or like specifically the Republicans or the Democrats are offering us to where like our country is anything other than an open border economic zone, or forget the open border part. We have completely perversed and our politicians should be representing what we want, and that I don't know if anybody can argue that with this point, that it's very clear that like there is a managerial political class, whether it's on the left or the right, that they get into power, and you can, pick your poison, like pick whatever you think. There's no argument though that the people that are in power.
Did you just say a permanent managerial class? Is that what you said?
I didn't say permanent. I said a managerial class.
Yeah, the Unitarian Party got it.
A managerial class. What are there any other descriptors you can use for that particular organization, as nebulous as it may be?
What?
Yeah, Donovan likes to use big words. That way the conversation piece.
Yeah, that he doesn't understand. Yeah.
Deep state, dumbass. It's called the deep state. Jesus fucking Christ.
You want to know the reality of
how
the
did
sad
you not
part?
see that coming? I've been quiet for like 45 minutes, and I pipe up when you squirt out some goon babble, and it's not my moniker, right? Right? It's not the deep state. You literally just said the fucking deep state.
Here, let's
and
say
then when
Donovan
I asked you, I just teed it up like a fucking like a father would throw a softball to a 5-year-old.
All right, so let me. All right, hang on.
Thanks,
What
GW.
does the deep state mean to you? What does that mean, other than just an
Really?
obscure term? Yeah, no. What is it?
Let's see. The deep state is a
Managerial
group of that obviously managerial class, but
a unitary
there's
party.
a better way to describe it. There's several industrial complexes, including but not limited to the military industrial complex, the media industrial complex, Silicon Valley. These are all industrial complexes that need to be serviced by their agents in government. Sometimes they're bought, sometimes they're pressed with things like blackmail. Right? We see this. There are agents that do this kind of stuff from all kinds of countries. Jeffrey may come to mind. So yeah, that's what the deep state is. But essentially at their core, they're criminals. That's what you have to understand when I'm talking about the deep state. Monsters. Monsters in some cases.
I'm not.
Do you understand?
You really are a self-loathing.
Is that an effective
liberal.
description of the deep state, GW?
The industrial
Holy
complex,
shit.
by the way, has to be self-serving to one body government. So that's why we call it the military industrial complex. How is the media an industrial complex? Given how much media is in the country.
You don't think the legacy media is largely unified?
You think Fox News is owned by
in an effort to maintain the
MSNBC or
status
CNN?
quo?
Wait, you think that the same person owns MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News?
Well, technically, yes, CT, like Sinclair Media Group. They own several hundred of all the affiliates.
There is
ABC,
there's an
NBC.
Yeah, but none of those three are a part of that Sinclair group except for Fox News. So there's no
Well, yeah,
industrial
Fox.
complex of media.
They have Fox affiliates.
Yeah, and guess what? MSNBC and CNN aren't that.
I'm not
so
gonna.
There's no industrial complex that's controlled by one.
And listen,
They do have CNN affiliates, dude. I don't know what you're
I'm not going to go. I
Ooh.
I won't go too far into one
Sinclair.
angle about this, which to me, I think some people should be able to figure out. But if they don't, that's fine. But I think that even if you look at it at a historical basis, like throughout history, and this is where things, especially AI now, is going to fundamentally change the relationship. But even if you look back, where you had like barons of like it could be like J.P. Morgan or the Rockefellers or whatever else. And if you look at, and you still have people that are, sponsoring universities or, it could be a business school or a law school and put their name on or whatever. A lot of that though is with a lot of fanfare, like the relationship. And even before like America, I'm talking about like throughout history, there was always a relationship between, in a functional society, of where they're like, let's just call it like noble and peasant or something like that, to where the reason the nobles were even in that position was because there was a certain amount of 360 respect, to where you got kicked out if you didn't like support or for a functional society. And I know it's very hard as an American in this age to understand that it wasn't all fucking smallpox and whatever else, like the Black Plague, but there was a balance there. Even, and if you're looking at America, like even the people that were considered a lot of times now, like, oh, these were fucking robber barons or these heads of industry. When you look at like the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers or whatever, like they contributed far more to the society than what the average billionaire does now. To where if you look at like, why are there so many fucking public libraries? That was not a federalist or like a government sort of a thing. That was actual charity on behalf of people that were in that privileged system, because they had an accountability to the other people. And yeah, they were rich and they lived very well, but the disconnect between the average person and the people that are in charge has fundamentally changed with globalization and with technological advancement, to where like a billionaire in America has more in common with a billionaire in Saudi Arabia or wherever else than they do to their own fucking house where they live in, or the neighborhood or wherever they go to school, like where their kids go to school. And that is a fundamental problem that needs to be solved, because when you don't have any skin in the game of where you actually live, and you have more in common with people on the other side of the globe just because they're in the same socioeconomic class than you are, there is a fucking breakdown of society and how things have worked throughout human history.
The problem with that is, though, is that that's not what was happening during like mercantilism. That's not how any of the barons worked.
I'm not interested in like a Millie Live, like what mercantilism and all this. I just think all that stuff is stupid, to be honest. Like
that was the economic understanding of the economy of the time. Feudalism was also a thing.
No, I know,
but we weren't kicking people out. We were actually bringing them in droves. We were bringing in Asians to help build the railroads. We were bringing in the Irish to help finish the jobs on that, doing manufacturing work. Like we were bringing in obviously slaves throughout the 1600s. Like we weren't kicking people out. We were slapping a fucking badge on them and sending them to war.
It was different. I mean, there's a lot of nuance to pick apart there, but I gotta go. I do gotta go. Good conversation. We didn't fucking call each other short kings or fat asses, CT. So that's a good.
Whatever.
That's good stuff.
We made it this long without making fun of the fact you're 5'3". I'm proud.
I'm 6'2", you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you.
Yeah. And I'm actually I'm about 215 now, but I'm okay.
Badass dude.
That's pretty heavy for a dude that can't get on carnival rides.
You're the short king. I'm the fat ass. Get it? Wait. No, you're the fat ass. I'm the short king. I mixed that up.
Okay. Whatever. All right. You guys have a good night.
Later.
Good night.
Later.
But yeah, throughout history, the only success that the country had, especially in the times of feudalism, was the fact that we were bringing in actual slave labor. That was it. After slave labor, that's why we had to have a whole different economical fucking understanding of how the country worked, right?
Yeah.
We had to have foreign trade. We had to expand outside the country. We had to figure out, and again, we did have a manufacturing boom through the Industrial Revolution. Those things are all fucking true. But then we also like changed. We realized and like utilized like what things we were good at, what things we were bad at. The Industrial Revolution was amazing for us. And unfortunately, there were companies that went out of business. Guys that made horseshoes the day the fucking Model T came out, unfortunately, that went the way of the past. Same way that cab drivers have gone the way of the past of Uber.
Mm-hmm.
Toys R Us had the opportunity to fucking lynch in Amazon as their sole proprietor delivery system. They chose not to. I'm just saying, like, economic evolutions happen. You can either utilize them to your benefit or you cannot. The problem that our country has that not many other countries have is that we refuse to nationalize these things to benefit the people of our country. We watch it benefit the people of China. We watch it benefit the people of Germany, of France, of Belarus, of like, there's so many fucking countries out there. Belarus. But like, it's embarrassing. The idea of this country was supposed to be able to look at the rest of the world, look at the best possible options available, and change. We worry so much about fucking left and right. We can't even worry about what's the best. We used to be that.
So much so that we have, fucking debates and arguments over who's going to lose their job first on AI. Rather than just say, hey, why don't we all try to, see to it that everybody can have a different job if they need one, or protect our jobs, protect, the public about, something bad happening with AI, right? Now it's a competition between the left and the right about who's going to lose their job first.
France built their entire universal healthcare system off of Medicare? You can look this up. Yep. Brad mentioned it months ago. I kind of forgot about it. I listened to him talking on live a couple weeks ago, and I was like curious. I was like, wait, he mentioned something about France and Medicare. Look it up. France built their entire healthcare system off of the United States Medicare system.
Interesting.
They out-America'd America. The idea behind America was to take the best ideas, the best plans, figure out how to mix it around, make it work in our economy, and do it even fucking better. I don't know where we lost our way.
I blame
I have I have no idea where that fucking topic was going. But okay.
It was based on the idea that America was supposed to be better than the rest of the world.
CT is like a chainsaw of virtue signals.
You keep saying, you say virtue signals more than fucking, most people say hello. I don't know what the fuck to like do with you. You don't make any points. You don't bring up anything. Your articles are bullshit. Your fucking stat checks are fucking fact checked all the time. You're just not like a real person to actually talk to. You live in fucking conspiracy world. You don't fucking bring any facts. The facts you bring get Google searched away immediately. And you have like 6 talking points where you talk about feminized brains and a bunch of bullshit.
They live in your nightmares every day. Half of your fucking PFPs and fucking usernames are based on them. It's bedrock political calculus that still flummoxes you today. As far as the points, no, that goes back and forth quite often.
You're cannon fodder for a level of fucking boredom and level of repetition that I'm just honestly kind of tired of. That's it. You're the same fucking punching wall that we get every single day to do the same shit before you say something racist, bigoted, misogynist, or gross before you get kicked off of a panel. You're not that impressive. I told you this fucking 2 months ago. You're just like some weird fucking guy. I'm sorry. That's all you are.
That's it?
That's it. That's you in a nutshell. You're fucking boring.
Interesting.
You're platitudinal and fucking repetitive.
Except with regards to all of this, I am past, beyond, and above this. Like I have seen, I've forgotten more shit than you will ever see, CT. And I think you're kind of upset that I do dismantle your nonsense so effortlessly.
You forgot that when we sat there watching the LA riots together, or well, not the LA, whatever
LA
the fuck
riots
that
in
was.
the 90s, did we?
No, yeah. When we sat there watching LA and you said boots on the ground would be my fucking line in the sand, you don't seem to remember that you've changed that stance in the last 6 months because your president told you to. At best, you're a sycophant. At worst, you're a cultist. And at the end of the day, you're just somebody I don't honestly give a fuck about.
Yeah, my line in the sand has always been Constantinople, and you still can't remember that, even though it was one of the most amazing cities of antiquity. You have no idea the context or even how humorous that is. And that's the problem that I have is I come in here and I cast pearls before swine because as usual, genius looks like crazy to stupid.
The best favor Mojo's ever done for you is not to go back and find that footage where you talked about it so we could throw it in your fucking face every day that you come up on this panel. That's it. You're welcome, I guess. I don't know.
Look at that. Like you haven't cheesed half of my fucking style.
I don't know what your style is. Okay. You're boring and repetitive. You say the same 6 fucking quotes, then again you crash out and say something racist, misogynist, or bigoted. I don't know if I took on that style, but I haven't yet, I guess.
I'm none of those things. Again, this is just your basic and cynical attempt to use an emotional argument to grab the moral high ground. It doesn't work for anyone that's not a teenager.
Didn't you talk about repealing the 19th Amendment?
Politics. Your politics aren't even rudimentary. They're juvenile.
Yeah, I asked you a question. Didn't you talk about repealing the 19th Amendment earlier?
Yeah, that was said in a joking fashion. What I said was that Harley, whatever the hell her name is, the case is a good argument for repeal of the 19th.
Can you explain that joke for me?
Yeah. What it means is that there's an entire faction, right? Like the tribalistic portion of the blue team that basically is saying that this woman is innocent by reason of girl power. They're blindly following this idea that a woman can do no wrong and thus justifying the unalivement of her 3 babies.
Donovan, that's the funniest joke you've ever put together. Let me think about it for a little bit and I'll probably laugh here shortly.
Well, the idea of that kind of toxic tribalism is a case for repeal, right? If you're pointing it to it in the context that if women do this, then that would be sufficient evidence to repeal the 19th. Do you understand the complexity of that particular bit of humor?
Ha 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 ha.
Guess not. Ha. Kind of ruins it when you have to explain it though, CT.
It kind of does, doesn't it? How
It
unfortunate.
doesn't sound like Donovan.
That sounds really funny.
That's what I was talking about earlier about
you should try that stand up.
Swine. You have to actually have the equipment to understand the what I'm saying, but you don't.
It's so the funniest thing I've heard this year.
Frightening you.
If you can't tell by my voice, I'm hilarized. It's so funny to talk about taking rights away from women because women don't like the idea that a woman going through fucking some kind of medical condition or possibly being acted on or given more rights to the fucking women that medical rights have been taken from. It's hilarious to you.
I'll bite. Imagine the situation was reversed. Imagine a guy came home with PTSD, and like Hercules, he unalived his entire family.
Like Hercules, why?
Would you give him the same grace, or would anyone give him the same grace? You know, or even worse, say that the wife was somehow involved.
Oh, you mean like Brock Turner who raped the girl, but they didn't want to ruin his future? Somebody like that.
No, if you're looking at that side, you would look at Timothy
illustrating that you have that feminized brain that we talk about all the time.
Oh, okay. Because Brock Turner didn't get a fucking pass after raping a girl because they didn't want to ruin his future, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, imagine that it's the same. This is the same kind of ridiculous circumstance that one would say it's the same type of tribalistic nonsense that robs people of justice. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Good example.
Then stop advocating for it and voting for people that rape fucking little kids on islands.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't even know what justice is because you don't trust the jury system. You don't trust the laws, Donovan. You don't understand what it means that there is an affirmative defense where if somebody lacks the mental capacity for the element of intent in a crime, that it's a defense to a crime, right? But you don't see those nuances. You've already
You've
convicted the woman.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
she
you don't.
tried. She knew what she did and tried to unalive herself. That's
Wait,
why
you don't.
she
Wait,
took
you don't
her head
believe
out the window.
anything. You don't believe court judges. You don't believe fucking representatives. You don't believe court case hearings, right? Like you don't believe any of that
Your
shit.
gross oversimplification of the circumstances is again emblematic of your lack of originality or advancement in the craft.
Who won the 2020 election, Donovan?
What?
Who won the 2020 election for president?
Listen, why would you even ask me that? That's
just curious. I'm trying to level set your
irrelevant.
understanding of like law. So who won the 2020 election for president?
Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Democrats.
You're fucking clown shoes. You don't believe in reality. I don't know why we take your opinion seriously at all. Other than the fact, again, you're a punching bag up
That's
here for
up
us
to you,
have
but
fun
it's
with.
interesting that you have to talk for other people.
You're just a punching bag. You don't even realize it, or you do realize it and you're okay with it, which is even fucking weird.
Well, you can say that if you're trying to say that I'm immune to your nonsense. Yes,
You're intellectually inferior, and it's very apparent to everybody that listens.
Really?
Yes.
I'm intellectually inferior to you because I disagree with your politics?
Because you disagree with reality, you dipshit.
What is a woman?
A woman is somebody that identifies as a woman.
And what is a woman?
A woman is a gender study that is undertaken and given to the properties of people that identify as being a woman.
And what is that?
Somebody
Why are you
that has
asking the question?
It's
No,
circular logic.
I got no problem
because
answering this.
he's calling my intelligence into question. So what I did was just illustrate it to him that he is literally a top that has been spun.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay,
really not
Donovan, how old is a woman?
Over 18.
There you go. You just defected from the conservatives.
No, the definition is adult human female. So in order to be a woman, it must be a female who is over the age of 18.
Whose definition?
Mine.
Oh, well, I don't give a fuck about what your definition is because you don't matter because you don't live in reality, right?
So given that series of questions, you suppose I'm the one that is not living in reality?
For sure. I can get you definitions right now that explain exactly what a woman is. And it's somebody that presents as feminine, that identifies as a woman. Look up the Cambridge definition of a woman, Donovan. I know your DuckDuckGo doesn't really give you a lot of actual information, but look it up.
Yeah, listen, having some Wikipedia mercenaries vomit all over a fucking server doesn't make you right, regardless.
Yeah, the fact that you don't actually get facts presented to you explains
you're bringing
exactly why you're
politics
just...
to bear, and I'm bringing biology.
Gender isn't a
simple,
biology
objective
thing.
truth, and it unmans you. It's wild, actually.
I hate to break your heart on the fact that you don't understand this. Gender is not biology. Gender is a social construct. It's studied by people. In the same way that, like, for example, if you went to jail and turned into somebody's fucking prison pocket for 10 years, some guys would say you're less than a man, right? Because you were a cum dumpster for a decade.
Jesus.
Right?
Christ, you are such a degenerate. Why did? Don't you always say I'm the one that says something gross to get kicked off the panel?
Donovan,
isn't that what you said?
If you found out tomorrow that I beat the fuck out of my wife, would you call me a man?
You've done this before.
I'm asking you.
When was the last time you beat your wife?
Yeah, never have.
Here, no, look, I'll be more graceful.
I think a lot of us are more worried about your wife than they are mine. Wife. For sure.
PT.
I think a lot of us are a lot less worried about my wife than they are yours.
CT, stop doing this.
I'm just saying, we do this thing where man, right? The idea of man gets fucking taken and given all the fucking time. People that beat their wives, we say aren't men. We say people that get fucked in the ass aren't men all the time. So if you guys don't understand the idea of fucking social constructs, don't understand the idea of self-identification, don't understand the fucking science behind how gender identity fucking goes, then why in the fuck do you think that you have any authority to talk about it?
You asked.
and you spoke like a fucking
Yeah.
inbred.
Well, I think simply because someone has been a prisoner and a fucking victim of the justice system does not magically turn them into a woman. They may have effeminate characteristics, which is fine. If you want to live your life that way, that's fine. But to relieve myself of reason and logic simply because my political dogma demands I do so, that makes you into a malleable buffoon, and I won't have it, and you hate me because I won't.
Well, and I
That's
guess
fine.
here's the difference between me and you is if I find out somebody fucking beats their wife, beats their kid, I don't call them a man. They're not a man to me.
Well, that's a mighty fine virtue signal you got there, CT.
Do you
Congratulations.
agree or disagree?
What?
Is that a man?
Yeah.
Somebody that fucking beats their
Have you
wife?
ever heard the term? I'm not going to dignify that with the response. I'm not
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to play
You
your
don't have
stupid
to.
game.
That's fine. That's fine. Let everyone listening hear that. I don't think somebody that beats their wife is a man. I think they're a fucking coward. I think they're a pussy. I think they're a piece of shit. I think there are a lot of things. A man is not one of them. A man is somebody that takes care of their family. That's a quality of being a man that I actually attribute to being a man.
Mark
You
the
agree or
tape.
disagree?
Mark the tape. You are the viceroy of virtue signals. Well
Do
done.
you think that taking care of your family is an aspect of being a man?
Absolutely, Your Grace.
Oh, you know why you don't want to answer this? Because you know I'm about to walk you into exactly how fucking understanding how these fucking identities
No,
work.
you're the
right?
viceroy of virtue signals.
Wait, no, just answer it honestly.
Answer what I just did.
Do you think that somebody beating their wife's a man?
I think that a man can beat his wife.
And to you, is that still a man in your eyes?
Well, if he's
Because you said earlier, identity is your choice.
If he has the proper genitalia, then yeah, he is.
Okay, well then me and you have a very different idea of what being a man
he'll go to
is.
jail for that shit because it's disgusting and you know a horrible thing to do.
Well, then I guess I'm glad I was
let's hope
raised. I'm
the
glad that I
justice
was
system
raised
is well
differently than
served.
you.
You know, in my profession, I don't know if you know this, but and I've said it before, locksmiths are the grim reapers of relationships.
Jim
We
Locker fucking
show up when
locked
people
off?
get fired, divorced, and I've actually gone to court on behalf of women who have been abused by their significant other, whether it's a man or a woman. TT.
Yeah, I
I know what that's like.
I like how you're trying to justify the fact that you say that
not
women
only do I
beaters are
change
men.
their locks, but I also recommend to them all kinds of cool websites that they could get spy gear, you know, hidden cameras and stuff, so they can catch their abusive spouse abusing them and make sure that they're brought to justice. Do you understand? I actually do that for a living in real life, CT, and you're just up here on a fucking stupid ass social media app virtue signaling about it.
Yeah.
But please continue.
I don't know how you bolt cutting off fucking high school girls' fucking gym locker locks is anything that matters. I doubt you've ever been to any kind of fucking court proceedings. I don't actually believe I don't believe anything you say. You just are sitting up here justifying a guy beating his fucking wife, and you're like, no, he's still a man. I was raised a little bit different than you. I was raised to actually figure out what being a man is. Being a man is not some fucking, I have a dick, so therefore I am. If you want to call me a male, that's fine. Being a man's completely different. And I'm not shocked by the most unmanliest fucking man we've ever talked to not understanding that fucking concept.
Oh, I get it. You're being a grammar schnazi. I get it.
It's not even grammar schnazi. You don't understand the idea of gender. You don't understand the difference between gender and sex because you're fucking dumb. That's not my fault that you're fucking stupid.
It's not your fault I'm not indoctrinated.
Wait. What's the difference between gender and sex?
It's they're identical. They're the same. It's just a weird. It's a weird line. It's a weird line of questioning.
Why do we have two terms then? If they're exactly the same, why do we scientifically have an understanding of gender and an understanding of sex? Scientifically.
Again, this is part of your indoctrination. Why don't you tell me, CT?
I'm going to ask you again. Why do we have a scientific understanding of gender and sex if they're identical?
Because we have words that come from different languages and integrate into our form of expression that we use. I mean, you
fuck
tell
are you
me,
talking
CT, why is it different? Why do we have two different words for sex and gender? You're talking about how a person presents versus what type of gametes they produce?
Yeah,
Is
dipshit,
that what you
because sex is
I'm
a
a dipshit.
biological
Okay.
understanding of chemical makeup. Gender is a societal understanding of physical presentation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you don't know
You're a
that. No one's ever
special
taught
little
you that.
flower.
I'm not shocked
Bro,
fucking West Virginia
you're,
didn't fucking pass that
oh
information
God.
along to you guys.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Everybody's impressed with your understanding of the depths that the weirdness can go to.
No,
Thank
the
you
lack
very
of your
much.
understanding is much more on fucking
No,
par
no,
right
but
now.
don't you understand? This is one of the reasons why you guys lost the election. Nobody
Oh, this is why
cares.
you lost the
Nobody
election.
cares about how
It's why you lost
perverted
the
you
election.
guys can get. Nobody.
You're so
We
fucking
don't
dumb. You're
think
not
we
built.
don't think you
You
should
are not
wear.
built for these
We don't
conversations.
think you should wear who you like to bone on your face. You know, nobody cares. Why is this constantly this amount of minutia, this amount of absolute obsession and self-absorbed delusion has to be foisted upon society before enough is enough?
I'm going to
I mean,
repeat this again.
you sound like
Your stupidity is not
you
my
sound like,
fucking problem.
again, you're the viceroy of virtue signals. That's all you're
Okay.
doing. You
Go
have
on.
been so browbeaten with this
View on,
nonsense.
King.
And look, and then look, tomorrow you'll be like, it doesn't affect you. Why do you even care? Like, you guys go back and forth with this level of minutia. Like, you're stupid because you don't know. And then when we bring the shit up, you're like, why do you care? It's y'all are nuts.
Donovan, your stupidity is not my fucking
Why do you
problem.
Is
why
everything
do you
good
care
at
so
home,
much
CT?
to who college athletes like to bone?
Derek, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna give you one warning. If you want to talk about my home or my family one more time again, remember what happened last time. If you
Well,
don't
you
want to be in
seem
Mojo's
very
fucking
angry,
begging,
CT. So I'm just trying to figure it out. I was asking as a friend,
Derek,
not in any bad way. You seem
Derek,
extremely angry.
you're a fucking moron. Nobody
there
cares
it
what you
goes.
say.
Oh wow.
You're
Wow.
literally you're Leo without a speech impediment.
I'm just making sure
So
everything's all right with you.
charming, CT.
You think I'm here to be your fucking friend?
I
You guys,
thought we could
you,
be
guys,
friends.
you guys are literally the
I've
fucking
never
reason that we
labored
have
under
fascism in
that
America.
particular illusion.
You seem angry.
I am
think
angry.
You gotta breathe.
No, here, I'll breathe. How about this? You guys are fucking Nazi light, pretending to be fucking patriots, and I don't fucking like you. It's that fucking simple.
Why not?
Because you guys are gross. You're misogynists. Derek, you said that a girl that has children with autism should unalive her kids. Go fuck
Derek,
yourself.
he
Donovan,
just said that you give him the
you
ick.
talked to a black woman and said, well, at least I
And
know
then
my
he
dad.
says that he
You're a
doesn't have a
fucking
feminized
racist.
brain.
Go
That's
fuck
actually
yourself.
funny.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you all right,
you guys all have to stop. And by the way, Derek, if you make another comment about anybody's family, I will just ban you again.
I was just asking if everything was all right at
I
home.
will ban you again. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, listen, I can hold you fucking inbreds to the things that you say.
Can
on
I
this
ask
app.
you a
You want to
question,
start talking about
CT?
my family? We're gonna have a problem.
You're right. Definitely don't do that. Can I ask you a question, CT? What do you think about Iran putting out a bounty on Barron Trump?
I could give a shit less. There's a bounty out for fucking Netanyahu, and our president fucking brings him in with the fucking red carpet. So who gives a fucking shit? As you guys say, the ICC doesn't mean shit, right? International courts and exchanges don't fucking matter. So if a country wants to fucking take out people the same way that we took out Maduro, who fucking cares, right?
Light it up.
This is the life you guys fucking created. If you don't like the idea of the fucking IRGC putting out a fucking hit on Barron Trump, guess you shouldn't have fucking kidnapped Maduro, right? You set the fucking precedent, you dumbasses.
True. This is true. True statement, Donovan.
You guys do not care about the Geneva Convention or international law, right?
They don't care about anything. They're literally just fucking dumbasses who found a way to connect to the internet. They
you
somehow lived in
explain
a fucking
anything?
holler that fucking got a fucking 5G tower
Are you
that
a
allowed them to
patriot?
connect, and they don't know a goddamn
Are
thing.
you a patriot, CT?
You think that we should take Greenland, right? Don't you agree with all that?
Yeah, I agree
And
with
that
that.
we should take Canada, right?
What about not take Canada? What about you, Tennis?
But we should launch a trade
What
war
about you,
against
Tennis?
Canada.
Are you a patriot,
Wait. Let's just wait.
Donovan.
But do you think that we should have this war against Canada, this trade war right now? I mean, what's good about that?
Trade wars are permissible. Hot
No.
wars, real wars are not.
Why are we fucking over Canada right now?
We're not fucking over Canada. It's called negotiating.
He said hot wars are not why we blow up Iran.
I mean, dude, we are in a full-on trade war with Canada. It didn't have to happen. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
It's not a good thing.
Right. What do you think? Do you think that he could have negotiated a little bit better? Do you think maybe we could have avoided this without threatening them with 50% tariffs?
Negotiations are in progress, and they've been tariffing us for a long time.
What do you think about the lake being renamed? What do you think about that?
I think it's funny.
I think he's a troll.
Yeah,
I think he's the king of the trolls, similar to how CT is the viceroy of virtue signaling.
Just stop.
Okay, but do you not at least say that that's like you want your president to be a troll? Shouldn't there be some sort of like decorum or?
Yes, all of the best presidents have been trolls. Yes.
What a stupid comment from a stupid
Oh, wait, let's let them debate this one. I like
Who's
this
your
one.
Who's your best? Who's your favorite president? I'll just put it that way. And
let's go Lincoln.
Okay, what oceans or gulfs or Great Lakes did he rename as a troll?
Well, he didn't do that specifically, but
No,
yeah,
he
he was very witty, very sharp tongued. He was great in debates. It's one of the reasons
Okay,
I
we're
loved him so much.
specifically about renaming like
Lake Ontario.
widely held like I mean
Lake Ontario in the Gulf of America. You don't
so
see,
that
the
does it for
utility
you though,
there.
that he's like, oh, I'm gonna rename the Lake Ontario, I'm gonna rename it Lake of America. Does that really rally you up? Like that does something for you?
Well,
or is that just
it's certainly funny.
Why?
All right, Mojo, I gotta hop out of here. I gotta get up early tomorrow, but restock the crayons for the competition tomorrow. Hopefully, we get some better ones. I'll talk to you later.
Bye, CT.
All right.
You guys.
Day at work.
Yeah, Derek, you should get a job. Try it out.
Good thing I have one.
No, I just want to hear this. Why this Lake Ontario thing to Lake America is
Well, listen, I'm on the right. It
No,
makes
I
us
know.
look. It makes
I
us
know,
look
I just wanted to
stupid. It makes us look like just stupid. Like why? What the fuck? Like that is not what I expect the president to do. It is a complete like abomination of any sort of
diplomacy.
well, or just like I don't know. Like you're the president. Like you should. There's a certain just class that you should carry yourself with. It's so It's fucking embarrassing.
Well, that's why I've heard that the leader of the West is Carney right now. He does have class and diplomacy.
Oh my God, you must be joking.
That's ridiculous.
I don't care. At least he has. Well, you know what? He has the balls to stand up to this fucking bullshit.
No, I mean, listen. There's a lot of things with Canada that I think that we should address head on, and I would have no
Like
problem
what?
about it. Well, if we're talking about like the drug crisis in our country, like most of that doesn't
that's
come in through
Canada's fault?
Yeah, actually, a lot
no.
of the
No, that's bullshit.
and a lot of the immigration has been very much underrepresented to where it does come through Canada.
Prove it.
Okay, well,
narrative.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
No, there is. I mean, a lot of it does come through because we do offer just
Are you
tons
kidding
of
me? That's
benefits
the
for people.
tightest border. The
So listen,
Canada. It's not a porous.
It's
It's not a
actually-
porous border.
It's really
Dennis,
not.
It's actually easier as a third world country to get a visa or a green card into the Canadian border than it is to America, and then they come over here.
Bullshit.
I have family from Brazil that has moved to Canada.
Anecdotes. Spare me your anecdotes. This is
Okay.
such a narrative.
I'm
This
telling
is
you
your
how it
way.
is.
This is your way of hating on Canada and saying that there's some cause at like one single cause that we should be being aggressive against the best friend that we ever had in the world. Okay. And it's somehow drugs or it's immigration that we're blaming.
Well, no,
Have you ever, before Donald Trump, ever heard anything about immigration, a porous border between Canada and the United States, or that